Yeah, sometimes I'll be sitting back thinking why people ain't getting it, why they not understanding. And then it's the moments when I just go ahead and try to do some self-reflecting and look back at my own life and wonder why I wasn't getting it. And I realize for humans, if you don't self-reflect, you will never get it. I mean, play that tape. Play the tape back, spaces in your life when you wasn't getting it. And then you start to realize why they wasn't getting it. At times it's just a block, man. At times it's just like your worldview. You know, how you see it. Things that shape and form and construct you, push you in directions that make you see it the way you see it. Education and reflection is key to anything. It's key to anybody's success. When it comes to this information, this thing of ours, everybody not gonna get it, man. But lately, there's been some key people who I done debated with, fought back and forth with, and now I really see it starting to be worth it. Just like to say, man, I appreciate everybody that stay tuned in, man. I understand the message to be serious and focused. I understand that everybody just not gonna get it, man. And everybody ain't supposed to get it. Because if everybody got it, then we wouldn't even be in this situation, man. We program, should I say, we evolve in an environment which required us to believe, because those who believe more live to produce their genes or live to push their genes to the next generation. Those who question things, those who analyze things too slow, found themselves in situations at higher rates than those that believe. You're walking down the trail and it leaves Russell, you immediately jump. Most people jump. And every now and then there's a person who don't jump. And you analyze the situation. You're like, man, that's just was the win. Sometimes when that person didn't jump, leaves Russell, it was a snake and he got bit. He died. So evolution is at play here. So if we can recognize that evolution is at play, we got to find creative ways to combat evolution. Man, big up to everybody in the chat, man. I see pseudo killers in here, man. Big up to Sad, man. Waiting for you to start your show, man. Sad talk, man. You get your thing all the way off, man. Lamar Pope, man, was good. Cool outlink. What's going on, Detroit? What's up, man? Fatty. Fontaine, Lodge, what's up, man? Dope ass rapper, man. Timmy, Black Sun. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get this episode in, man. Finally. The one yesterday was messed up. You get that in, man. I see Memphis, man. Forever, man. Forever in the day. We're just gonna keep working, man. Also want to put some clips in there with Say Cool. Shit. Hell. Some things just become outright surprising and shocking to see humans grow when they start to read, So I know if certain people can get it, man, then everybody can get it, man. They can start living more closer to reality. Kick door low is in this bitch. Pseudo killer, official, original. Nigga been here since day one, man. I see you, Lord. What it do? I see y'all. Issa. Man. Yeah, we got a fucking shout out. Say cool, man. I'm thinking it was after I knocked him out, yo. He woke up. I think highly of myself. This the goddamn furry. Shit. Man, look, man, hit the damn cash app, man. That's how we do it around here, yo. Every episode, we're going to get 5 cash apps. It make sense. Rambo. Big up. Big up to the new subscribers. Man, we got the super dope Space Age African, man. Space Age African Astronomy Club, man. Working behind the scenes, man. Anthony in this bitch. Integral part of what we do. He watching the damn cosmos, yo. Man, it's a road, man. We might not be as popular. People say we hating, but we know what the hell we doing, yo. We growing. Steady. You know, like science is steady, man. Steady and hard, man. Yeah. Y'all know what the hell it is right here.
AJ, you made this?
I know what the fuck going, man. I'm in the studio with my big brother. Y'all niggas don't know how to play with. Yeah, I hear they back in my tango on. Back in the day, I was just all alone. Now I got all these bad bitches blowing up my phone. Free my brother, I send him a drone. Nigga wouldn't be like me, it's a clone. Know I'm a fuck when I put on cologne. They call for the ambulance, but they already home. Baby girl mad cause I keep the shit pee. Bro couldn't get in the whip, so he made him a key. If you buying this out, then we can link. I do tricks for that brick like a genie. Take him on the chase, I ain't catching his him. When you shooting that stick, boy, I ain't for the kidney. Nigga ain't taking shit from a nigga, I work for every damn penny. Wanna be a vampire, I got the remedy. Caught in that dream, that shit was so vividly. But he got hit and it turned his that skinny. Callan Road, I was just serving junkies. Just in the cell, I was rat to my bunkie. Whole thing, I'm finna get up puppy. Bitch, you crazy. I got young niggas shooting like the Navy. If you own me, then bitch better pay me. We stuck in the field, beat your ass like a slave. Nigga, don't look at me crazy. Nigga, don't look at me crazy. I think you niggas got brave. Nigga, don't look at me crazy. I think you niggas got brave. Fuck is you little niggas saying? JC put all in these streets, reporting they see me again. Thank God woke me at my sleep, that pill almost got me again. Graveyard ships all in my dreams, the demons are at it again. I smell blood all in these streets, so I'ma go sharking again. 600 for that QP, that should be a bargain for them. Falling pussy like warm sheets, fresh out the dryer on them. Add to the clip, let that bitch rip, gotta subtract some of them. No survival packs, no ambulances, I'm knee deep in all the action. I trying to figure out what the fuck you niggas on. Trying to trick us off the streets, trying to get my brothers gone. Had us thrown away the blickies, had us smashing all the phones. Before SWAT came in next morning, and you know that shit was gone.
Black African power. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo-wee, man. You already know what it is, man. It's God killing this bitch. And I come to do what I got to do, and I'm going to do what I got to do. I'm standing strong. I'm standing tall. Hey, big up to the damn pseudo killers, man. Let's get it. This is why this is important. Why you got people in chat saying, man, why you still talking about this nigga? Because I'm trying to transmit on how long it takes. They already had a comprehensive scientific theory in 1859 by Charles Darwin. He produced a scientific theory. So why they still got to make a statement on race in 1950? This during the time of John Henry Clark. Hubert Harrison and them. Hubert Harrison predate that. Why are they still fighting over that? Here you go. The statement on race is the first statement on race issued by, so for the first time in the history of humanity, that somebody made a daggone statement, a world statement. Look, it was issued on July 1950 following World War II. That's the Great War, and Nazi racism. Damn. To clarify what was scientifically known about race, and as a moral commendation of race, condemnation, condemnation, like condemning of race. So y'all didn't know World War II in part was like a great race war, yo? Thought y'all knew that, yo? They fought a whole war in part based off of Nazi racism because they felt like they was the great master race, remember? And they hosted the damn Olympics. How wild is it? Why is they being able to host the damn Olympics? Political power. So they made a statement on race, y'all, to condemn Nazi. So, hold on. Statement. Then watch this. The statement was actually criticized on several grounds. Need a citation. In particular, by naturalist scientists, and criticisms were submitted. These are people that were like, hold on, man, that ain't enough. We don't agree with that. Y'all got to do better than that. All right. So they put out reports and all that, and they come back and make it. They end up making 5 statements. 1950, they had a statement. Let's see. What else? You got 1950. That's the first one. All right. Statement on natural race, 1951. 1952. Look, statement on race, 1967. Now, this one right here, a declaration of race and racial prejudice in 1978. That's way after the Cairo Symposium in 1973. So they still wasn't clear, man. 1995, they still ain't as clear. But I said in 1859, yo, they had a comprehensive theory of what race was, a scientific theory on evolution, bro, knowing that it was just one race. Because it takes time to get you to the general public, and it takes time to move through science. And this is what I'm trying to get y'all to say. So it's important to stay on top of the issue because it takes time. Right now, I'm fighting against this. This is what I'm fighting against right now, y'all. Right now. And right now, listen, right now, hold on. Let me put this. Let me show you this. I'm fighting right now against this. You got people in the chat just talking crazy. Hold on. Let me get to the Mediterranean. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, right here. Organizing. Damn, that ain't it? Come on down. Look, the Mediterranean, make sure y'all can see it. Make sure y'all can see it. The Mediterranean race, also Mediterranean race, is an obsolete racial classification. Look. Look. I'm fighting this. Bottom left-hand corner, yo. That's what I'm fighting. I'm fighting the bottom left-hand corner because y'all think that that's the real Africans. Y'all think that that's African. Y'all think that that's literally African. It's just a damn racist picture, man. Y'all actually think that if you don't got the big lips and the peppercorn hair and the short stature, that you're not African. That's a lie, bro. That's racism, white supremacy at top-notch degrees. So every time you see somebody that don't look like this and is way lighter than this, and you say that's not African, you have been controlled. Your worldview has been destroyed by colonialism. That's not a real picture. They got the white boy in the middle, hair comb, looking like Prince Charming in the damn 3-piece suit. In 1911, you had black people that wore suits in 1911. Jesus Christ. Everybody dressed up. The Indians got them dressed up. The bunch of crap, bro. Why they ain't put indigenous Europeans clothes on? Yeah, they playing with your brain here, and that's where y'all at. That's why y'all fight me. That's why y'all fight crazy with the Egyptians, like you fight, because you think the Egyptians supposed to look like that because that's the only African. Yeah, that's racist. Y'all tripping. This is my point. Yeah, I know you're gonna have people talking crazy. Oh, yeah, I know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm talking about this. It's an obsolete classification of humans based on the now disproven theory of biological race. And I told you all the statements they was making, according to the writers of the late 19th and 20th century, it was a sub-race of Caucasian race. It was a sub-race of the Caucasians. My, oh my. So every time you call the Egyptians Mediterranean, you actually call them a Caucasian race. Yeah, look. Mediterranean, Black Sea, especially Southern Europe, Eastern Europe, and North Africa, and most of Western Asia. Look, and they get deep. They say the Middle East and Near East, Western, Central Asia, parts of South Asia, and parts of the Horn of Africa. Remember, they called the Ethiopians was Caucasians. Anybody that was bringing some type of intelligence, you know what I'm saying, they called them Caucasians. Anybody that did not look like that racial picture when they went to Africa, they called them Negroes, and everybody else was just the Caucasian. This is what I'm fighting against right now in 2026, man. And y'all ask me why I'm still saying it. Why I'm teaching, because commercial break. Man, make sure y'all take some time off, man. Hit the damn Cash App, man. Make sure y'all like and subscribe, man. Y'all the plan over here, man. I ain't gonna never let y'all forget, man. All right? This commercial is brought to you by Pseudo, where he clearly identified.
This is
when
the video
started the
Black
Black
Egypt
African
debunk.
conversation.
Meaning, this is ground zero. Made July. This is the video Black Egypt debunk. Meaning, this is ground zero. Made, meaning, this is ground zero. Made July. It's been 5 years. People say 6, but it's actually been around 5 years, right? It had 15,000 views, almost 16,000 views. Made July 21st, 2021 views. Made July 21st, 2021. I dedicated to all the Afrocentrics and told them to come back home to West Central Africa. And I said, this is a SaNeter game, right? Let's be clear. So 2021, day one, the first day Black Egypt Debunk was made. So clearly before I made this, I was saying the same thing also. Okay, day one.
Yeah, that commercial is brought to you by those who taught them niggas lying. Appreciate the sponsorship. All day. Every day.
We out of this. Chief X want to try that, talk you out of the shit. No, post the source and let's conversate around the source. That's how it's done. I'm not playing this niggas just throw shit and hope it stick on the wall shit. That's the shit when we having fun. Now I'm dead motherfucking serious. I want the major university. I want the guy that did the archaeological survey. I want the fucking textbook, right? You can go to any university, pop it up, and tell me where I'm wrong at, yo, and I'll shut the fuck up. Because ain't none of us experts. So I'm not playing this game where you get to throw your own shit in there. I'm not doing that. I clearly understand the motherfucking climate. I clearly understand the sediments that they got. I got this. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead, Smash.
Beat him up. Beat him up.
Yeah, let's get back to our regular scheduled program. Trying to figure out what the hell's going on with these dudes, man. Playing shit. That's why. Because we got this. We got people saying this. First of all, let me hit y'all with this.
People came in from the Near East, all down into the marshes of the Delta, into the Nile River, and all the way down. Okay, so, but this was a northern Egyptian culture because that's where they began. So that's why having the title as they came from the north. And when I say they came from the north, I'm talking about pre-dynastic times, before a nation state formed. Okay, they had to populate the area enough to form a nation state. So these are periods from 5,000 to 4,200 where they're populating the Nile.
It is possible that the population in the south of Egypt, that's where the culture starts. And I keep saying it, and I brought everything to prove that, right? We're more closely related.
About two different things.
Wait, hold on, Corey. Let's let him read this out loud. Because I have a great reading.
He's telling the bold-faced lie right there, flat out. Ain't no way around it. That's a lie. Go ahead. And when he
it is possible that the population in the south of Egypt were more closely related to those in Nubia and had a higher sub-Saharan genetic component, in which case the argument for an influx of sub-Saharan African ancestry after the Roman period might only be partly valid. You know what I'm saying? They said that all the shit they just said might not only be partly valid.
Schuleman study, Nature Communications, 2017. Yeah, so I got people cut me off. I'm reading from the damn Schuleman study. The shit that everybody claim is saying something, man. I read the whole thing, and they tell you don't even make apathetic statements about our research because we only did a couple mummies, and that's not indicative of the whole population in the South. But everybody played this crazy game, so this is what I'm fighting against. I'm fighting against this Negro pen right here.
To the Delta, in the Delta, or along the Mediterranean coast. It's more fertile up there. Okay? So they're definitely Mediterranean people. And they definitely did more trade and business with the Mediterranean world, as we will get to. You know, and just in hindsight and thinking, ancient Egypt business is at least 85% with the Mediterranean world and 15% in ancient times with Nubia. Because things they wanted from Nubians mostly was luxury goods. Now, when I say luxury goods, you got to understand that's like things that you can do without.
Yeah, all right. So you can't, man, get out of here, whatever. That's what I'm fighting against in 2026. Call them, he come right on Black News 102 and called the Nubians black and called Tutankhamun Caucasian. And y'all wonder why. Why is somebody still saying that? Why is somebody still getting rhythm based off that? Why is people who are officially racist towards their own people allowed to get that off? On the other side, the Black Ops, they overwhoop it. Now, mainstream scholarship says this. This is what mainstream scholarship says about. Hold on. Wait, let me see. Shoot. I don't want that. Get that out of here. All right, and then I'm gonna open the lines up. That's what I want to do. I'm cooking them. All right, and I'm gonna drop this daggone link. Hold on, y'all. Gotta get this class in real quick. All right, let me get the class in. Now, so I'm showing you how today people are still saying the same thing. If you watch my show in 2020, I introduced something from the Brooklyn Museum, which is a major museum. So for the first time in the history of the world now, I'm not making this up, yo. In 2020, yo, they finally classified the Egyptians as African. Let me show you my proof here. All right. And then I'm gonna open up the lines, man. Hit the daggone Cash App. Stop playing. Ain't nobody teaching like this. They're all afraid to. So we come right here. All right, let me do this. Let me click this. Let me present. Here you go. So if in 1973, there was a Cairo symposium, and at the symposium, they reached certain conclusions based off of the lively debate between the scientific community to which Shigante Diaz was a part of. And then y'all slander that man's name. And the community today slander his name by giving him credit for things he got wrong. This man had a hypothesis. And if you know anything about science, right, you can have an hypothesis and have things wrong within a hypothesis that don't get moved forward. The only things that get moved forward are the things that you get right. And the things you get right could change the whole field, but yet the whole hypothesis itself is not accepted. Ain't my fault you don't understand science. So there was parts of this hypothesis that was absolutely wrong, and the damn conscious community promotes the things that are absolutely wrong, which is absolutely disrespectful to the great ancestor Shigante Diaz. At what point in time would the great ancestor Shigante Diaz, who was a physicist and an anthropologist, when his scientific work that was wrong pushed forward? He would not. He would want the things that was completely right. Let me change that word. He would want the things that he got right that has been corroborated by his other colleagues. He wants that pushed forward, not the things that was discredited by his damn colleagues. But y'all keep promoting the things that he got wrong and put me in a damn crosshair that have to beat y'all half to death. So here it goes. Things move slow in science. I told you in 1859, Charles Darwin had a comprehensive theory of evolution. So then why would he fight a whole war, World War II with Hitler on a wild race system? Why would Hitler and the boys, why would they produce a map saying that the Egyptians was some daggone great white race? We already got the comprehensive scientific theory. I'll tell you why. Because nobody was listening to the scientific theory because it moves slow in science. Even scientists wasn't even agreeing with it. So much so that they had a whole conference based off of what is the race of the damn Egyptians. But wait a minute, why you gotta have a conference by UNESCO with the race of Egyptians when y'all make the first statement in 1950 that ain't no damn race? That's why Diop saying it was the black race got discredited because they wasn't dealing with race. Let me say it slow. Why would UNESCO have a conference fighting over the race of the Egyptians when they make the first statement in the history of the world that there is no race? It's something we missing. Because Diop said something that was even more slicker. He said they was indigenous Africans, regardless. He said, I got something called interdisciplinary studies. So he's one of the first people, one of, not the only, right, who actually understood the importance of interdisciplinary studies. Archaeology, biology, temples, text, language. They give him credit for that, y'all. He used that in his hypothesis as part of his hypothesis. So when museums started naming the Egyptians as African, a scholarly timeline with sources prepared for academic discussion, because this we have academic discussions around here with a little Baltimore style to it. Why this matters? Egypt is geographically in Africa. Museums historically isolated Egypt. Modern labels reflect post-colonial scholarship. That's what Diop was fighting against. Pre-2000 museum classification. Egyptian collections treated separately, non-African labeling. That's the source right there, the Met Museum. Fine Arts. 1968. African Hall includes American Museum of Natural History, Hall of African Peoples. So they include, for the first time in 1968, an American Museum of Natural History, right? Africa in the Hall of Egypt. And this hall includes Egypt. That's your source. 1996. Talking about the one few museums. Egypt and African exhibit. Indianapolis Museum of Art. Explicit African framing. That's in 1996. Well, damn, wasn't the Cairo Symposium in 1973? Damn, wasn't the first statement on race in 1950? Didn't Charles Darwin make a scientific theory in 1859? Is not Egypt in Africa? 2006, the British Museum renamed Department of Ancient Egypt, look, and Sudan. If you go there right now, yo, you got the African and West African stuff and on one floor and Egyptian stuff on another floor. But finally, for the first time in 2006, they called the Department of Ancient Egypt and Sudan. I can bring document out, went there, took the pictures. I can show you they still separated though. Oh, in 1920, and my fault, in 2020, African Civilization Labels, the Brooklyn Museum. I told SaNeter, go to the Brooklyn Museum and get that. He ain't went yet. It was on my channel in 2020 because Reggie went to the Brooklyn Museum and he went and got the information, took the pictures, and I presented it on my daggone show. Subscribe to the community of skeptics. We got 4,250 subscribers. We're trying to get 5,000. Go over there and subscribe. Community of skeptics. But in 2020, I had Chief X on my show, and he was crying like a baby, and I was beating him half to death with this, and y'all all denied this right here. What was this? It was the Brooklyn Museum, Egyptian and Nubian as African civilization. This is the first time that a major museum actually called the Egyptians Africans, and it's right here in 2020. Why the hell did it take so damn long? Because science and academics move slow. The public moves slow. It is what it is. So don't keep telling me why I keep teaching, because I'm teaching. Timeline summary: 1968, 1996, 2006, and 2020. Conclusion: museums classifications evolve gradually, reflects modern scholarship, not ancient identity categories. Yeah. Y'all ain't getting it nowhere else but like this right here, man. This how we doing this, man. I'm dropping the link, man. All y'all that got heart. All y'all that got love for the skeptics, here we go. Look. Ramses was an Amorite. Shut up. Trip. All right, I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna drop the link again. Give y'all time to get in here, man. We take a little break. That's the link. Appreciate you, Christopher. He said, keep up the good work. Yeah, that's how we doing it. Easy Bands, my man. I like Easy Bands, yo. He asks good, hard questions, yo. Like Easy Bands. Hey, this is my man right here, Joe. What's up, Joe?
Peace to your uncle. Hey, man, you ever stop teaching, man? I'm going straight upside your head.
I ain't gonna stop teaching, man. Right. I got you on here too. That's the Pseudo Killer Joe, man. And then I got what's up, man?
Let me drop something real quick.
You can drop. I just want to speak to. I just want to speak. We got two distinguished people in here. We got the Pseudo Killer, and then we got the Bomb Squad. All right,
Bomb Squad. What up, dog?
Got him in here.
What it do, man? Straight out of B-more. Hey, check this out, You do know it's Black History Month, right?
Man, I don't gotta say it. I just
shout out Carter G. Woodson. You know I'm in HVAC.
I know you is.
I'm in HVAC. So let me drop some knowledge about our genius sister, Alice H. Parker.
Hey, look, do me a favor. Say it slow, because I gotta let my dog out. Say it slow.
Okay, I got you. Alice H. Parker. She was instrumental. Now, a lot of us got central HVAC systems in our house where it blow heat into every room, where it blow like forced air system, right? That sister designed that. You are warm today throughout your house because of an African-American sister. 1919, Alice H. Parker. Shout out. That's my Black History Month little gem that I wanted to drop. Alice H. Parker, 1919. Don't ever forget it. You warm because of that sister if you got a forced air system in your house. Yeah, man. We be doing it big, man. Hey, look. And I feel like that's the reason why we always want to gravitate to some other group. We want to be egg on Egyptians, Hebrews, and Abos, Moors, and Asiatic black man, and all old crazy stuff, because we don't take enough pride in our own history. At some point, we have to embrace how brilliant we are and were right here on this land. Embrace that, because then you ain't gotta try to be none of them other groups. You can just be an African American and be happy with it. Matter of fact, you can pop your collar, because we did so much right here on this land. You hear people running around saying, "Oh yeah, we built America." I mean, there's a little bit of truth to that. It's a little bit of truth to that right there. That statement carries some truth to it. And we are instrumental in a lot that has taken place here. We had so many patents that were stolen from us. So yeah, we might not know everything, right? But all the stuff that we do know, all the little things that we contributed to make America move as a country, we need to learn them things. So Alice H. Parker is part of that. You warming your house, you got a furnace down in your basement blowing air through or up in your attic, blowing air through your house. It's because of our dear sister. 1919, everybody in HVAC, make sure you remember that. All right, I'm done. I'm off my soapbox. That's all I had to say. Go ahead, young brother. Go ahead, Bomb Squad, brother. Go ahead, spit, man. I'm done. I'm gone on mute.
You know, I was waiting till the brother actually.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Dave. What you got? What you got for us? What you think about the little lesson?
Now, the lesson dope, bro. You know what I mean, but you know, I feel like you be doing a disservice when it comes down to the African, the preserving of the African culture itself here. I feel like it comes off as a slight attack. You know, I know you cleaned it up here. You did a great job of cleaning it up here and clarifying your message and your understanding here. But a lot of your past videos, things of that nature, it comes off more of as an attack on the upkeeping of the modern African culture. Even hinting, you even did it today though. You even hinted today, like you hinted to the African, what was it, the Kemetic school, who got the that white pharaoh lady, like that's one aspect of it. But what about things like the Asar-Set community? You got Baba Haru started the whole Shrine of Ma'at thing, and a lot of times what's going on is they are drawing on ancient culture, preserving it, and I don't see nothing wrong with that. My problem with brothers is when they do things like, oh, I'm an Egyptian, I'm an Israelite, I'm, now that's just pseudo, that's crazy. But preserving these spiritualities, I don't see nothing wrong with it. Now, I want to ask you this about Blavatsky and the Theosophical School itself.
Mm-hmm.
When we dealing with things like the chakra, which is coming from Sanskrit, not her, she didn't create it. When we dealing with her ISIS papers, even the usage of the word ISIS, who is a misnomer if I say, do you actually believe that they're creating schools of thought, or just taking an original doctrine, an original text itself, and then just rebranding it and then misappropriating meaning?
You know what, bro? I swear I'm glad you're here, man. Because I see the potential there, yo. And y'all brothers, man, I do, yo. And I think based off my experience of the last 20 years, yo, I think I can handle y'all a little bit different. Sometimes I get frustrated, yo.
Yeah.
And because I feel like, how old are you?
I'm 27.
All right. I'm saying y'all far ahead of me, and y'all advancement is trying to at least understand science and culture, right? At 27, I was getting money, y'all, in the streets. I ran a dope shop on Shirley Avenue. $15,000 a day, yo. Was mine, yo. Mine's belong to me, right? That's $15,000 a day. Heroin addicts lined around the block, on schedule, on time, bop, bop, bop. Nobody lost their life, nobody died. Stick up man, they come, 5 of them, they come to my shop first thing in the morning. I grew up with these dudes. Get them out the gate. They sit around, talk trash all day long. That's the protection right there. Because all the stick-up men is chilling with me.
Right.
My mind was there, bro. I wasn't preserving nothing. I was helping people, get their daily medicine to go to work. Y'all ahead of me. So I'm saying, man, there's got to be a connection where we can work this out, bro. I gotta be arrogant, bro.
No problem.
Because I know where I can actually chart where you at. I mean, I know where you at. I know how you thinking and where you at, right? I'm saying if you don't got the heart to get up here and tell these old men that they don't know what they talking about, yo, then you don't got it. I got the heart to say, DC, there is no scientific evidence that the damn forest dwellers, the bush pygmy, Mabuti, built no damn pyramids. I can say it to his face because I got the heart of a lion, bro. And my mane is dark, and I'm there, bro. You get my point? My mane is like
mad
this.
at you.
Raw.
I ain't mad at that.
No, look, raw. Now just take me out. Now you got your mane is growing. But how you gonna get to me and you can't fix that? Y'all, that's not my faulty premise.
My job ain't to fix you or him, brother.
It is. No, your job is to have intelligent conversation with us. Hold on. I hate to tell you, bro. We're intellectual gunfight. If you didn't know, yo, we at the OK Corral, yo, and I've been standing there with guns and smoking for years. Seriously, your job is to have intelligent conversations. No cussing, because that means you lost. I mean, that's the rules. Once you cuss me out, you ran out of intellectual bullets and you lost. It's a rite of passage, yo. It's not my job to give you nothing. You got to come take it. But the only way you can take it is unlock the room. And I'm going to say, oh, shit, you up in the room. I'm going to say, damn. I'm going to say, what's up, bro? And guess what we're going to do? We're going to continue to build strong communities. Right? So you think I'm bashing African culture? That man was not talking about African culture. He was talking about the new age culture. Assad said they pseudos, bro. They wasn't practicing. They wasn't telling you about indigenous African culture. They was telling you about the white boy, quote unquote, new age culture that was talking about Egypt. None of them was doing it, bro.
But I'm not referring to info. See, hold on, wait. Because I'm not referring to info. Matter to actually be all the way 100 with you. I don't really subscribe. I got respect to the brother and stuff like that, but when it comes to things, if I can't really look up what you're saying and can't source up what you're saying, it's not my job to disrespect you. When it's a time and place for everything as well. That's what I do got to understand. I have an overstanding of that. It's a time and place for everything. SaNeter wasn't gonna let me go, even if I wanted to. SaNeter wasn't gonna let me go in on that brother right there on that.
You weren't supposed to go in. You're supposed to sneak it in.
There you go.
You're supposed to sneak it in like I snuck it in.
So I don't really subscribe. Haven't never really tapped into the brother. I say the Baba Haru tapped in a lot of what he said. far as he see, but they're more literalists.
Yeah.
You know, I was having a conversation with a brother earlier. They're more literalists. Then when you go into the Asar Set community, you're dealing with more mysticism. You know what I'm saying? And like we had the conversation on that.
It's Madam Borowski.
See, and now that's where I really want you to address.
Yo, I'm tight with it, yo. Listen, bro. I'm saying is that I see y'all brothers, God Energy, damn, my other man from Baltimore, yo, he gonna cuss me out, yo. Humble, yeah. Man, I see y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I see y'all. I'm saying, yo, I know where you at. I'm saying y'all making y'all progression, yo, but it's a layer right there, yo. It's a layer of black algae that you don't need to have because it's gonna stop you from comprehending the next level. Y'all doing this. Look, I'm gonna show you this, bro, because we've been needing to have this conversation. I got Gullah on here. Gullah tell you, when I met Gullah, yo, he was like 21 talking shit. Just like you. First time I met you, I said you was talking shit. We did, yo. We dandy cuss each other out, yo. The truth. But look, it's the same with Gullah. Gullah tell you, man, I've been knowing Gullah since he was 21. I've been knowing Ngozi since he's been 22. And guess what, yo? They looked after the old man, yo. They was like, all right, we see where you at. You all the way there, but you got to refine this. And we could we could correspond back and forth with each other, right? They could raise my game. I could raise their game because it was a mutual respect, yo. You feel me? It was a mutual respect on understanding where we at in terms of science, man. And I done had a relationship with them for 15 to 20 years based off of that. So I'm never little boy and young dudes because young guys is the foundation of how we grow. Bro, if you ain't got no young people, yo, you don't got nobody, yo. I go to these Egyptian lectures now, yo, and guess what? All old people. Y'all ain't there. You got the pseudos on the sideline selling stuff, promoting new age science. Ain't nobody tapped into the scientific literacy thing of African culture besides me lately, besides the pseudo killers and everybody else, Team Osiris and all. Nobody was actually tapping in like that. They wasn't, dog. They think I'm doing the white boy thing. They think I'm doing a disservice. They actually heard it like you heard it. You actually said that you feel like I'm doing African culture a disservice. I'm saying how? I'm looking through the lenses of science and anthropology. That's all.
Based on the conversation I had with you, our initial conversation, when there was a separation between the Kemetic spirituality and Kemetic science itself, when they run together, when they go and they sit hand to hand, it matters the level that we speaking on, because we can go into the divination of the body parts, going through the complete anatomy. We can go into the supreme understanding of just the first gods that they have, dealing with Neith, Geb, Shu, Ra. Like, that's all science, bro. That's just all observing nature, bro. That's all observance of nature. We don't really step into the mysticism part and all of these human characteristics until we get to talking about Asar, Aset, and it gets a little bit off into that. Yeah, I mean, but even then, there is a level. A brother said something in the comments that was very, very important. Science came later and gave explanations for what spirituality and religion was already inferring.
All right. You know we can check that statement.
Hey. We can.
And you know.
Because, okay, for example, let me give an example there. So there was a thought of immaculate conception, not just in Christianity. It exists also in Kemet when we're dealing with the birth of Hatshepsut. The thought of immaculate conception. Years later, after we do our findings or whatever you want to call them, call it white man science, black man science, science is science to me. We find out that there's a such thing as parthenogenesis. It occurs in certain species, right? Mm-hmm. So they now know that a birth, and I'm not saying in humans, because we haven't necessarily recorded it in humans heavy like that. But if there is a birth and or impregnation without a male insemination, that it's not immaculate birth, there is a such thing as a parthenogenic species and a parthenogenic occurrence. So there we have it. That's one instance only, and we can keep on going down the line. We can talk about cloning, dealing with the plant life itself, dealing with the bud of Buddha, all these type of things. Even the tree of life that you observe in Mesopotamia, when they tell you that they were playing with the genetics, cloning them, aka cloning. But cloning is a process that originally takes place with plants. We understand that. That's why when they said that they was taking place in this particular practice, we observed them snipping at the buds themselves. This is cloning. So it's just these type of things. Now, I'm not saying that, or even like saying you've seen a spirit. Here we are today. We have scientific words like what we call it, an aberration. You know what I mean? So we come later with the further understanding of what they was talking about far as the spiritual realm.
Hey, I think it's important that we convey accurate information, right? And that is based on what our tools can validate by testing, validating, give it to somebody else, somewhere else. They do the same thing. They say, "Oh yeah, this is legit," you know. And so when we talk about things like spirits and ghosts and those kind of things, man, those things they're a figment of our imagination. Even if they really are there, right? I don't even fight people on whether or not they're there. What I do say is that we have no proof of that. So it's just your imagination until we can validate it. If we don't take a stance like that, then we're going to find ourselves conveying inaccurate information. I think that's important for us to move forward.
So
that's all I wanted to say.
I think that as long as
you skip line, yo. Hold on. Orlando, Gullah, and then Easy Band. Where you at, Gullah? About to skip your turn. You know Easy Band be rocking.
I'm just gonna add to the conversation. My bad.
You can add to it, but you gotta add to it on the line.
Word, you right.
Yeah, you know, Gullah, going once.
Yeah, I'm at work, bro. I would say shout out to the panel, was good, y'all. But I'm at work in and out, so I'll get off at 4, so I'll be back in a minute. Y'all can rock out those. Y'all still gonna be on it.
All right, go ahead.
Peace, bro.
All right, go ahead, Easy Band. Add to the conversation. But hold on, before you add to the conversation, well, see, I want to let you know that all that you was talking about, that parthenogenesis, yo, that's not. You have misconstrued a scientific idea on what parthenogenesis is. I would ask you just to take a look at the effect of parthenogenesis on mammals. All right.
On mammals?
Yes. Look into it.
Parthenogenic mammals you're referring to? That's a very rare case.
All right, then. So then
extremely rare.
Right. So then 2 humans couldn't have did that.
No, I never said that, bro. Hold on, wait. Not now. Don't Nepal me.
Come on, that's family. You know, Nepal. What was you saying? I thought.
Now, hold
on. Did I get that wrong? I thought you said.
No, I didn't say that. I said we don't really observe that in mammals. I said that. I said that. I said we don't really observe that in mammals.
Why you bring it up? We're talking about Horu and all that.
It's more amphibian, reptilian, things of that nature. Even fish can take part in this.
Yeah.
But
why was it an Egyptian conversation though with Horu and all that? Why did you say it?
Why was it?
Because why did you say it? Because you threw me with
for the thought of a crocodile to be pregnant without any male crocodile, right? You would, if you was an ancient, you ain't had the knowledge, immaculate conception. The gods did it. Here we are years later, further knowledge. Here we are, 1,000 years later. Now we done did the research. Oh, reptilians, amphibians alike have the ability to partake in parthenogenesis in extreme conditions.
Yeah,
that's what I brought up. So when we got this immaculate conception theme, there is an original science that's there. Are they misappropriating it to the mammal? Absolutely. But the thought is a scientific thought in itself of being pregnant without any male. That's parthenogenesis. We come later and create that time.
Yeah, but that's not an African indigenous idea. That's why I wanted to tell you. That's why I study indigenous African cultures and have people around me that actually study to speak the language and study the traditions like the Masi.
What's not?
Really
what's not?
An immaculate conception. That's a Christian idea. That's a holy Christian idea.
No, it's not, bro. Have you ever got into the theology of Hashasut?
No matter where it came from, it ain't legit. No matter where it came from.
Let me just lay it on you real quick, and you can fact check me and prove and like what York used to say. Don't believe me, look it up. So the theology of Hashasut. Let's just go into it. The story is that, you know, she had an immaculate annunciation. The god, I believe it was Amos, told her that she will be impregnated with Hatshepsut. So this is a story. This is a message to her mother. So this is the immaculate annunciation. Then the mother is touched on the nose with an ankh and impregnated through the touch of the ankh, not through sex, like what they do with the Asar and Aset thing, where she sits on basically like a pseudo phallus. What we're talking about is a thought of no sex at all, just the touch of the ankh to the nose impregnated the woman. This is in the theology of Hashasut, way before there was a thought of Christianity, of Jesus Christ, immaculate conception coming from the Western world at all.
Okay, but yeah, I'm saying that's a new age twist on it. If you really study indigenous thing, they never wasn't thinking that the penis going into the vagina wasn't essential. That's a Christian theology thinking that. That's not my point is that for so long, we was thinking that we had to show an equivalent, right? That equivalent that we was looking at was actually coming from white anthropologists that really didn't understand indigenous African social spiritual systems. Me and Easy Band had an argument over that, right? And I'm pretty sure he looked it up by now and realized that the field is not there no more. Like nature, that doesn't have to mean God at all, because these people transmit different ideas, right? So that's okay. So they don't gotta have a flood. They don't gotta have immaculate conception to be relevant and to be part of the cultural system. It don't have to match up to Western culture and civilization.
But how can you sit here, Ankh, and tell me that that's a new age thought if that's coming out of and that's primary. And that's a primary text coming out of Egypt itself, coming out of Kemet, it's ancient Kemet.
You know, we got people to read the glyphs. They say different.
So how is that? So how can you tell me that that's a new age rendition if that's what the story says? The story doesn't say the word immaculate conception, of course, but if you read in what's there, you can see, oh, this is the idea of the immaculate conception.
Hey, all this is fine, is good. Even if it came from an African civilization, right?
But it didn't.
We're probably talking about an allegory, a story written, like a lot of this stuff.
It's not literal at all. It shouldn't be.
No, we're not thinking it's literal. No, we're not thinking. I'm just trying to give the basis on why I say what I say. I'm basing it off of, Go ahead, Easy Band.
Yeah, so just to add to the conversation, and I kind of agree with Asay on this one.
Hey, you see that, right? He's a stark Christian.
But and African too, right? But,
no. See, all I'm saying. All right, okay. That's a straight stark believer. Go ahead, though, Easy Man.
I'm a Christian too, Easy Man.
Oh yeah, salute, peace and blessings, bro. So yeah, so the reason why is because let me just put it like this, man. I think that in order for you, or at the point of consciousness where we're able to be conscious and ask questions like, who am I? What am I doing? At that same point, you're going to ask, where did I come from? Right? Mm-hmm. So for me, the spiritual beliefs or, spirituality precedes trying to find out, do science. Once you find out that, there's a higher meaning or a higher purpose, a design, some sort of design, something going on that, you can actually identify and you can work out. That's when you would actually start the pursuit of science. Because if you just thought you're
say it again.
So once you realize that there's purpose, right? There's design. At that point, you can begin the pursuit of science. Oh. Without that realization, without that consciousness, there's no reason to even pursue science because everything is random, right? Mm. Nothing means nothing. There's no purpose. So why even use logic?
Because you need to get some water, some clean water, or the tribe will die. You need to have some hunting grounds where you can get food on a regular basis. You don't got to have none of the stuff you just said. You just got to be hungry and thirsty.
Yeah, but
humans have been hungry and thirsty since their inception on planet Earth. They never needed to believe nothing. Go get the food, go get the water, go get the clothes, do something to protect you from the animals trying to eat you. You don't gotta have the concept. You just made that up. That's not true. Stone Age, they had Stone Age proto-science, bro. I'm saying people have actually been trying to find ways for food, clothing, and shelter since the beginning, bro. Without belief, those that believed, right, wouldn't have got through the food. I believe that it's going to rain. They got them on the walls. They all died. They got the bones right there. They was believing it was going to be raining. The other people just left and went and found some water, yo. So I'm just saying, and that speaks to you, Rashid. I'm saying that early Stone Age culture was transmitting proto-scientific ideas, and I can prove and verify that through the scientific channels. I got it.
So you what? No,
hey, let me say
this. Let me just respond right quick. So what you're doing, Ankh, is you're talking about animal instincts, right? Oh, if you want water, go to the river. If you want a shelter, you know, birds do that. Elephants do that. Zebras do that. You know, hyenas do that. Lions do that. They all look for shelter. They all look for food. They all look for water sources. In Africa, that's what they spend most of their time doing. Now, what I'm talking about is actual consciousness that separates us from the animals. Consciousness to ask, who am I? Where do I come?
Let me respond to him.
To look at the purpose.
Don't mess it up.
You feel me? To look at the purpose of life. Once you can do that, that's why we do science and animals don't. You feel me? But go
Not
ahead,
true. The bees do science. You made that up. I beat you up on the top. Bees.
Yeah, you made that up. And humans are animals. Humans are animals, yo.
The bees are not doing what they're programmed to do. They're not like
not true. They do science, bro.
They're not calculating stuff like us and saying, all right.
They adapt to their environment. They do stuff based on their environment.
No, they're not. They actually calculate where, when they want to move the hive, they send different bees out and they figure out what site is the best. They come back and now they got to prove and verify that they got the best spot to move the whole hive. They actually do science, bro.
Every animal does that. Every animal, that's instinct. That's what they're just programming.
You know what?
Well, what the brother Easy Bands is saying is that they don't got that quote unquote free will to just a bee ain't finna be born and come out like, yeah, I ain't gonna be a bee. I'm gonna go ahead and live a butterfly life.
Like, that's
that advancement of the frontal lobe that we have to a point that we can go against the quote unquote program. That's what Easy Bands is referring to. They're doing what a program is going to do all the stuff we can to survive. It's science being done. Absolutely. Is there math being done? Absolutely. We see it with the hexagonal shapes, all that. That's necessary to the eye. Yes, there is science being done, but the example of that frontal lobe development that gives us this uniqueness that we have, that separates us from the rest of them.
I like that. Now, look, check this out. That whole frontal lobe thing is what I was going to talk about with Easy Bands. So think about it, because he was, Easy Band was like, well,
you got to get in real quick. He working.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Gullah. My bad.
Hurry up, Gullah.
I would say humans are not special from other animals. We just rare. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Because we're no different than our other primate cousins. Even primates, you know what I'm saying? We have big brains and complex brains because primates as a whole family of mammals have complex brains as a family. We just have the most complex out of that family. So we're not really special. We're just unique.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. And look, I like that frontal lobe thing for the simple fact that think about this, Easy Band. That thing that Gullah just spoke about. Look, our brain is designed to body budget, right? So a lot of stuff that those ancient folks came up with to try to understand the world, they came up with that stuff in order to survive from a standpoint of calming down and having an explanation of what's around them. So they use their imagination to come up with Adam and Eve because they don't know where humans come from at the time. So just create a story. Y'all do know there's a lot of different creation stories.
Yeah, but
people want to know. Hold up, Easy.
You can't talk over. You gotta let them finish talking, yo.
Yeah, hold up, Easy. You talk about a flood. There's a lot of cultures that got a flood story. People trying to make sense of why the daggone volcano is erupting. So a lot of these stories we come up with it because it helps us to relate and survive as a group. You know, we group together, you know, as a society, and we need to be able to spread stories to keep people thinking a certain way. And so we come up with all these stories. Like we can't like take that from these old cultures and then like make it something that it's not. I think we do a disservice to them old cultures when we try to make it more than what they're doing. They just simply trying to make sense of the world around.
So, what do you?
Easy Band, you made a statement, and you said that all animals, like I said, humans been looking for food and water. You said that's a what? An instinct. Did you say that?
Yeah.
Okay. But the way
can I respond to the first?
No, because I want to finish this point because you made that point, and I want to address it to show you how you was wrong. Easy Bands.
So you about to
but the way they achieve the getting of the water is scientific. The very thirst for it is programmed, it's in it. But the way they achieve getting the food on a regular occurrence, as opposed to just guessing and praying for it, is scientific.
The
way they get clean, I'm talking. You can't talk when I talk.
Yeah, man.
I'm the greatest cutoff artist on here with the power of the button. It's not a button, it's a let me finish, and I'll let you finish.
Like, come
on, get it, Easy Band? It's not a come on. I'm addressing your wrong point. I'm saying in the Stone Age, hunter-gatherers practice.
Right.
Okay, let me put you in the Bible. In the Stone Age humans practice proto-science. They transmitted it through oral traditions. Where do the herds go on regular occurrences? We have to be able to articulate this. We can't mess it up. When is the rains coming? We got to be able to figure this out on a regular basis. Simple as that. There is no can't figure it out. You're gonna die. So they figured out a way to be at the right place at the right time on regular occurrences. You had the shaman may pray, right? And it don't happen, and the whole tribe die out because we prayed for the rain. But you had people in the community that was very articulate and very observant of the natural world and recognized that when such occurred, this is gonna happen. And they transmitted it. This is proto-science in the Stone Age, along with their beliefs. The point is, when they mixed the two, which they did in early history for a long time, for 350,000 years, it hampered the science. I'm gonna say it again. When religion is mixed with science, it hampers the science because it brings in all your beliefs and all your biases. I can't make you understand that. You got to read yourself to understand that. Now, Easy Band left because he wanted to control the show, because he wanted to keep his hand raised and over talk. I was very quiet when he said what he wanted to say. I think it's important that we keep this going. I never interrupted anybody. What I did was keep the flow of the conversation going. There was a statement made about humans and animals and how humans do something. I said, that's not true. But I waited my turn to get back to that. Now, y'all stop hating in the chat. Go ahead.
Yeah, he got a little answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, Easy Band know he's welcome.
Now, your opponent made some crazy statements last night, too, man. I just wanted to come up. I couldn't wait for it. I knew you was telling me you was going to go live today. I'm like, man, we keep on checking YouTube. I'm going to catch on. Man, the boy first came on that joint and he said, this was the first statement, crazy statement. Sai wanted him to close out. He wanted to run so quick, so I couldn't even get to him.
Yeah, he's moving quick.
He sat there and he said, we know via Aswa Kwesi that the original Adam and Eve story is in Egypt. But you got to think about who is Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve are supposed to be the first people. So you telling me that you just said it. You just stated that Genesis took place in North Africa on the live stream. We all just kicking. I don't know, everybody let it just fly past. He admitted to the out of Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Right there.
Right there.
And when I flew me a loop, I'm gonna say this because we kicking it. Mm-hmm. Now what really threw me a loop, boy, was this right here. Cause I stopped watching old brother Sanchez TV. Because no, I'm for real, bro. I'm about to show you something crazy. It ain't gonna take nothing but 20 seconds. Because he was on there last night talking about, man, the ancient Egyptians are so intelligent. Our ancestors are so intelligent. How can we disrespect our ancient ancestors? And I'm, in the back of my head, I'm like, if this was anybody else, I would be, I say, man, give it up. Yeah, he's doing the due diligence. But I can't accept that from him because he made this statement. Now let me go ahead and flip my screen because this is still on his program. This was the last stream I've ever watched of him because he said this.
What did he say?
Foods and all that. But we latched on to the alcohol part. But anyway, to me, that whole libation ritual is stupidity, and it's actually disrespecting the dead. And I think the pharaohs were dummies for thinking that, for telling people, listen, when I die, bring me some apples and bring my favorite cake to my grave every day. That's a waste of food, you big dummy. And they trying to live forever. I don't like the Egyptian religion was so stupid to me. And I'm gonna show y'all why
and that was the last, and that was only 2 minutes and 12 seconds into the video. This was a 2 hour and 33 minute video. I said I would never listen to this brother again. For only them to come around yesterday and say the Egyptians, how can we disrespect our ancestors? They were so intelligent. My last statement I heard from you, bro, you said that the Egyptian religion and the Egyptians themselves, the pharaohs, the head of, are some of the dumbest people. Big dummies, he said. What you think about that?
You was watching them as of when?
Bro, this video was 3 months ago. I had to cut him off 3 months ago.
My question to you is, why did it take you so long? He must have been saying something, you man.
No,
but see, that's part of your development. Hold on. I want you to know, I listened to Malachi York for 5 years. I listened to that. That scramble, jamble, mumble, jumble, yo. It was high level scramble, jamble, pseudoism, yo. I swear. Right? So don't feel bad. It help your growth, yo. And listen, once you unlock that room, right? That mean and turn that off, that means you grew. Yeah, he say contradictory statements all the time. They stupid. They don't libation. He don't even know what libation mean in the traditional African sense.
Can't.
Know. They've been pouring libation on the Nile for 300,000 years. He tripping.
He said bringing a cake to somebody's grave is a libation, brother.
Oh man, say anything. We don't look. He said anything. It's crazy.
He ain't say that, did he?
We just all heard him, bro.
Yeah, the craziest thing ever, yo. Hey, and to Easy Bands, you're welcome. Come on, bro. You just gotta let me talk. I did not interrupt you while you was talking, bro. Go back and look at it. Come on, it ain't a fight between me and you. We on two different levels of understanding. You on a religious level. I'm strictly scientific, yo. I don't bash you for believing in Christ and none of that, bro. That's your thing. But I'm not gonna allow you to transmit scientific ideas wrongly, right? And I have patience to wait until you finish. All right. You the one like this hand up. Calm down, bro. You got the mic. Ain't nothing but love over here. Y'all got love in my heart for everybody to come on, yo. And I like the interaction with Easy Bands, right? I do. I enjoy the conversation, yo. That's just the truth, yo.
Yeah, it take a little bit of practice and discipline to get to the point where you can hear somebody saying something you disagree, and you just got to be quiet until they get done. Yeah. And then jump in. He hasn't learned it yet. He was, as soon as he hears something he don't like, he jump in because he got a thought. Maybe he need a pad and a pencil in front of him where he can write it down so he don't forget his thought. I don't know.
I actually waited till all y'all finished and got back to his point he made. He know he made that point. He know he made that point.
He said he running from his point.
Yeah, he's running from his point. I can jump in and stop everybody. That was the point. He said that and then he actually put us in close proximity with animals. Yeah, it's just like the animals. We all, yeah, man. Because I don't know why it's so hard to recognize that humans aren't.
Yeah, like, but so that might be some of our biblical training. You said
they are or are not.
They are animals.
Okay,
Yeah, we are animals. Yeah. The Bible kind of teaches us that we have exceptionalism, based on the creation story, and so we.
Hold on. See, that's another point. Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, right? They make a complete separation between humans and animals.
Yes,
so whenever you make that statement, it's a religious statement. Now watch this. It's colonial, Islamic, Christianity, Middle Eastern statement. Because
you missing somebody.
Who I'm missing?
You missing Aristotle and the Greeks.
All right, but hold on. Let me get there.
Go ahead.
But traditional African system, right? They include humans with the animals. A lot of systems. You get my point?
Agreed.
Yeah. So okay, now Aristotle, they might have tried to separate. They might have said, I don't know. I've heard that. I kind of get what you're saying. I gotta go brush up on that again. I think they were trying to make that separation. They hadn't. But it's amazing how the early cultures didn't make that separation.
Right.
It's when we thought we was getting slick with the Greeks. Oh no, we're not. We thought bigger. Yeah, I get it. Right. But those
we should expect them to do that though.
Yeah, that's well within the expectation. Right.
Yeah. They don't know. They don't know nothing about no. See right now. Hey, remember when you did the shows and we was talking about how our DNA is so closely related to other things on the earth, so we know we have a common ancestor. Like we can. Like we don't have to guess about that. We got the tools to be able to show that we share DNA with the other stuff on this, other living things on this planet.
Yeah, your eyes is mine too. Your eyes is mine.
Yeah, but we shouldn't expect somebody in 500 BC to get that. That's the point that I was making earlier. Like we supposed to expect them to be highly spiritual. Fine.
Yeah.
They ain't got the tools. Matter of fact, we just started getting out of it. We started getting out of it maybe 200 years ago.
Right. Hold on 1 second. Hey, man, get the money. Look, it's in the link. Go get the tickets for the debate. Monkey or man. The humans come from Africa. The most crazy thing ever. He's going to try to prove that humans don't just come. They come from all over.
You better not show no mercy to them neither, man. You better beat them senseless.
That's a theosophical idea he's coming with in itself.
He's coming with a religious idea. Then we got Nepal. Are we apes? Are we animals and primates, man? Two sisters gonna get it in. Two beautiful sisters gonna get it in, man. I look forward to saying that, man.
I want to see that. We go check that out.
Yep, the link is in the thing. All right. So
yeah, I hope Nepal get it in with that. You know what I'm saying? I wish you would have came. I wish you would have came. Well, she don't really know me, but I wish you would have came to me on that subject. That's my field house right there. You know what I'm saying? Taxonomy.
Now, when I said theosophical, I didn't say theological. Theosophical, you was hitting the theosophy all day when you kept on bringing up Madame Blavatsky. That's the theosophical school, the school of theosophy.
Yeah, now, that's what everybody. That's what the conscious community got it from.
But they got it secondhand. It got there through them secondhand. Through brothers like York, through brothers like even like
Assar Society.
Assar said, I'll give it to him. Yeah. They're getting it secondhand, man. So they don't know that they're getting it. You know what I mean? A Rashid, he running around with it, applying it to Kabbalah.
See, now you working. You cooking with hot grease. You cooking over there.
So when we get to talking about this, what he's dealing with is a pangenesis, not a pangenesis, but a polygenesis. And this is Madame Blavatsky's theosophical idea of root race that Dr. York adopted. I didn't know that. See, I used to follow the Nuwapian movement for a long time myself too. Then I got to looking at, I got to not believing him and looking it up. And it didn't go like it. I guess maybe it was outdated or antiquated. But
it certainly was.
So what we find out was that root race theory that he's kicking, that York was kicking, you got the Asian man, he starts off over here, and then they start off over here, and they all come from, and they meet up at a certain. That's root race doctrine that Madame P. Blavatsky created, and that's what Brother Sanchez is bringing to the table.
Yeah, you're gonna get beat up. Go ahead, Easy Bands. Talk to us.
Oh yeah, that's and one bad.
Yeah.
Go so let me get it while I can. Go so let me get it while I can.
Yeah, so I just want to get to the point of what I was actually saying.
All right, go ahead,
I'll
bro.
say, helped out, basically with some of the language of what I was trying to say. It's basically we're a lot different from animals. And the reason why we are able to do science on the large scale that we do is from, I think, that consciousness that I say brought up. What's your point? What's your rebuttal to that, Ankh?
Because they've now found out that other animals do have consciousness, like chimpanzees, monkeys. Different animals have consciousness.
But I mean, not on our level. Like they
No,
don't.
orca have a more advanced frontal lobe than us.
All right, so let me just read a few things, right, when it comes to humans versus animals, if you guys don't mind. So biologically,
what kind of source you got?
I just ChatGPT'd it.
What did it say? What was the conclusion though? Read the conclusion to us. What did it say?
No, it's ChatGPT. I just asked for a list of differences between humans and animals.
I know, but it's gonna give a conclusion though. What did it say in the conclusion? What did it say?
All right, so
real quick.
Bottom line, according to science, humans are animals biologically. Humans are uniquely distinct cognitively, morally, culturally, and symbolically. No other species approaches the same category. Whether they make humans special in an ultimate sense depends on philosophy or theology, not lab data. And then
there you go. There you go.
There we go.
You just proved it. Now, if you want to read it, I'm just saying the chat. That's why you got to read the conclusion. Yo, I like to read the conclusion first, then read all that.
So all right. So if we're talking about philosophy,
what you doing in religion?
Yeah. So philosophy or religion. It says philosophy or religion.
Yeah.
So if we're talking about philosophy, that involves logic, right, and reason.
Yeah, it's part. Yeah.
Yeah. So
but it's the precursor to science.
But so you just can't dismiss that, right?
No, we're not.
Because even science depends on philosophy to some extent, right?
No, science is that lab. You see what it said about the lab? We went to the lab and they the same thing in animals.
Yeah, I understand that, but it depends on philosophy to describe what it's talking about, right?
Yeah, that's philosophy or religion. Go ahead. But I'm saying you know that science comes out of philosophy. That's why Shay talked about the Greeks and thinking they was animals. That was an important point in the conversation because he's showing you the break from indigenous culture. They had a relationship with the animals, and then all of a sudden, when we trying to get to the point where we feel ourselves to be intelligent and trying to explain the shit outside of the gods, right? Then we kind of get away from it. And then guess what, I say? You know what's deep? Now we got back to realizing that we animals. Ain't that amazing how that works? Go ahead, Easy Man. I want you to finish your point. Go ahead, bro.
That's the evolution.
That's the evolution.
So you can't just dismiss the philosophy part as if it's part of theology, etc. Right? So at least we can agree there. So in terms of philosophy,
I'm not. I don't dismiss anything, but it's not an accurate representation of. The accuracy is in the science and the data. The philosophy and the religion is personal and it's geographical. But go ahead.
Okay, so to you, like philosophy doesn't matter, reason and logic.
Yeah, it always
it does matter. It does matter. You just can't go too far with it. That's the thing, Easy.
You gotta know.
Just can't go too far.
How far am I going?
It's not the end all be all. You can't just deal with just philosophy and say you gotta understand it. Is what the brothers are saying.
That's not what I'm doing.
He asked a good question though. He says, when do you stop? You stop when you go. You just like you just read that conclusion. You stop when you hit the lab. We hit the lab and you're looking at DNA. You say you get an epiphany. You say, "Oh snap! We all closely related. God dang it, we evolved from the same." That's when you let the philosophy go and you embrace what you can see. You send it somewhere else. They come, they do the test. They say, "God dang, we see the same thing." Boom.
Take it back to 4th grade. Utilize that Venn diagram, man. Compare, contrast, man. It's kind of simple. It's very simple.
So, all right. So basically what I'm saying is that according to philosophy, we're special, right?
I don't know.
Well, yeah,
according to science and philosophy.
Yeah.
That's what we compare. We are very important in both fields.
Yep.
So would you say we're special according to science?
Of course.
He don't mean it like you mean it, though.
Oh man, what you think he mean, there, man?
How do I mean it? That's the problem, because
you're trying to say we are exceptional. We are, and you're trying to say we're different. We're special in the sense that we are different. We are not cut from the same cloth as other living things. That's what you're saying.
So you don't think we're exceptional?
Yeah, but and can I say something real quick? And those other things are special in their own way too, because they play their own role in their niches. So they are special. We are special.
Yeah,
it's all due to the load. It's all due to our brain power. It's this brain power that we have. That's it. It's simple. So in the environment, in the geography, just like Ankh said, it's the fact that we own land as well. And then we utilizing that frontal lobe development, bro. That's it. That's all, bro. We just the most advanced. We the most advanced joint on land.
The most advanced primate. So we just a primate that ended up with a better brain.
But watch this. So how do we measure that? So you got roaches that's been around for millions and millions of years, yo. They've been surviving. Humans is almost extinct. We the last line. So it's what's your measuring stick? Is your measuring stick that you stay on Earth longer, right? That's the point. What is
my
your
measurement stick? Is my domination on the Earth since my inception on it. Not since my inception on it, my advancement to the domination and the fact that I've not been knocked off that throne since I've got it, since I've earned it. We didn't come on to the scene being the toughest and the roughest. We was having a problem. But when we began to advance and things of that nature, once we got that throne, ain't nothing took us off of it ever since then. That's what I'm measuring.
That's been human centric though, because a chimpanzee can rip the arms off. Like we got the brain.
The chimpanzee in my zoo. I'm not in a chimpanzee zoo.
Oh shit.
So let me just say
we just stay on the planet. Y'all know that, right? Go ahead, go.
Yeah, so let me just read.
I was gonna ask, have you ever seen Chimp Empire? That'll do you very justice to understand. You know what I'm saying? Chimpanzees, just looking at them in the zoo.
Chimpanzees are extremely intelligent, but we make them pets. Have you ever seen Bubbles? Now, I've never seen a human chimpanzee.
But hold on.
This ain't Planet of the Apes.
Hold on. Stop cutting me off. This is Planet of the Apes because humans are apes. But anyway, Bubbles turned on people. You know, so that's why it's not wise to even keep a chimp as a pet, because it's intelligent animal. It will realize that this shit ain't right. Why I'm doing this? Chimps have self-awareness. You ever heard of the mirror test?
If we put Bubbles in the middle of New York and left Bubbles there for a week, do you think we'd see Bubbles in the next week?
Yeah.
Of course.
No, we wouldn't. Bubbles has to be gone.
Why have to be New York? What have to be New York? Yeah.
Because I'm putting them in the same environment as us.
Yes, and Bubbles will attack human beings too if he get agitated.
And Bubbles will be put down in less than a day or two.
Exactly, because of the extra technology. But if you go toe to toe with a damn chimp, you're gonna lose, bro.
So, bro, you see, this is my hold on, wait, just let me say this real quick. This is the problem. We don't listen to brothers' entire soliloquies when they break it down. I said through our advancement. I even hinted that in the beginning, primal state, very big problem, us versus animals. Like you said, that technology, you admitted it, that technology, that advancement. Once we got on the throne of we are now the rulers of the planet, we have been there.
Though? What's wrong though, bro? You can have a nuclear explosion in rats and roaches.
A nuclear explosion due to whom? Humans?
Exactly.
Because there ain't no apes making no nuclear explosive devices.
You missing the point. You missing the point, bro. You missing the point. You missing the point, bro. Yes, you are.
What the hell? Hold on, wait. We're talking about superiority on the planet. The brother Ankh said, how are you measuring such? You telling me that there's a group of apes out here more advanced than humans?
You're talking about a different type of advancement, bro. Yeah, it depends on what type of advancement you're talking about.
Like, asks, how are we measuring this superiority?
So let me say this real quick. if your advancements cause global warming, which affects the whole human population and puts them in a downward spiral, is it really an advancement? So we got to be careful on what we say advanced is. For me, an advancement would actually aid and help human society. Anything else is counter to that. Because at the end of the day, it's the primary thing here that we must not forget. Because when Charles Darwin didn't actually say survival of the fittest, right? His theory was talking about the survival of the most fit genes. So that's really what's going on, is who has the most fit genes? What species on Earth have the ability to pass on their genes, right? So far, humans have been passing on their genes at a rapid rate to the tune of 8.5 billion. They got to recalculate that. It might be not, they missed a whole billion people, right? So we appropriate, we have more people and more humans than any other species right now, like the way we do it, right? But are we counterproductive to survival on Earth is the real question. That's real dominance, where you can just always be here all the time.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
And just be straight up with me. How does global warming affect your life?
Man, jobs. It's just not me, because I got a job where you shit gonna always get dirty.
Right.
My business, right. Ain't no robot gonna do what I do. Man, my company, deal with stuff that don't nobody want to do anyway. So it's like recession proof, right? But I'm saying global warming is starting to affect things. It's hotter in some places. People are dying, right? We having snowstorms in Georgia, which we didn't have. So right now, it maybe not. But I'm saying it's a process that's going down. It's affecting the generations.
And humans have been farming since Paleolithic times.
Yeah, over farming, messing up.
Right. And we know that farming plays a large part. Farm guys.
That too. Yeah.
So that was gonna happen regardless.
Fossil fuels. But I'm saying we're getting better at learning that the way the ancients did it, they was more in line at times with the natural environment. Things were more recyclable. So that's why we try to do things that are recyclable, like clean energy. Like the sun actually produces clean energy. It's called nuclear fusion, not nuclear fission. Humans create nuclear fission. Fission splits the atoms and leaves a byproduct, radioactive material. Your plants, the nuclear reactors is dirty energy, right? But the sun is fusion. It fuses the atoms together and does not leave a byproduct. We're trying to get that going. Nuclear synthesis, right? We're trying to get things that are better for our environment, electric cars, stuff like that. So we'll work it out, but then it's money, then it's capitalism, it's the things that the way we eat, the way we process meat and all that work against us, bro. So I'm not sure if we the most superior or like the most invasive species. I would say humans are the most invasive species. We're in every ecological list.
So let me give you guys some sciences. All right. So many scientists describe humans as a singularity, a cognitive leap, a phase change, not a smooth gradient. And it says even outspoken atheists like Dawkins admit, open quotes, human intelligence is qualitatively different from basically animals. So according to scientists,
I disagree with that.
But what animals though? We got to get way more specific.
So no. What on what point?
On what animals we talking about? Because of course, like I'm more intelligent than the hamster in my cage.
No, it's talking about, bro, from all animals, any other creature on Earth. It's saying humankind or human beings are a singularity. 1, 2, a cognitive leap. 3, a phase change and not a smooth gradient. So like it's not even like a smooth gradient where you can like find other creatures that are close to our level. That's basically what it's saying. And
you should ask it this question, if you don't mind. Ask it our frontal lobe development versus.
Okay, but so from what I read, what did you get from that? While I type this, all right?
I just disagree based off of the orca and other what we consider delphinic type species that are in the water. That's why I said we the most popular thing on the land, because I think it'd be a different equation if we was actually up in that water and we had to live in that water on a day to day.
So you disagree with
y'all know it's hard for us not to feel like we the baddest things to say.
Bro, I'm just
reading what the
yeah, we human centric.
I'm basically responding with what the scientists say, right? And it's talking about many, even atheists like Dawkins. I just quoted it.
Yeah, but that's not answering our question. That's not. He's not saying. First of all, he's not saying we're not animals. He's an evolutionary biologist.
I didn't say that we're not animals.
Oh, so you agree we're animals?
I agree. Yeah, we are animals, but we're more than that as well. Like we have something that makes us special. We're creatures.
Our brain is say we say it. We say
what?
It. We say it.
We're creatures of the earth, just like everything else. Like the Bible doesn't say, "Oh, you guys are not animals and these guys are animals" or whatever. It says it shows you how everything was created from the earth, right?
No, the animals was made first, then the humans came.
What's
special?
That?
They make the animal. The humans is made in the image of God, not the animals.
Yep. So that's different. The image of God part is what we're basically talking about with like the consciousness that we have, the intelligence that we have, etc. That's the image part. Now, in terms of what we're created from, we're all created from the same substance, the dirt of the soil. I mean, the dirt of the earth, basically. Animals are created from the earth. We're created from the earth. And, that's why I believe in a common designer rather than common ancestor.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
right, but we don't have to believe that anymore. I understand why the people of old believe that easy bands, but you don't have to believe that no more. You can just read the you can just read the proper material and know where we come from. You know what I'm
Why don't I have to believe that? Why?
Because it's not a belief. It's not part of a belief system. It's part of an understanding human biology and our interconnectedness with everything on the planet. So science has gotten to the point, humans have gotten to the point where they have connected all of biology, right, with a theory. And they recognize that our biology is chemically connected to the cosmos. So for me, I'm never alone. Suns produce elements, all right? Atoms, right? The fusion of atoms produce all the elements on the element chart. Different suns produce different things, different types of atoms, right? I mean, in elements, right? And my point being that for me, in my world, that's a great understanding that I'm connected to everything. The atoms that flow in my body flow in your body. There's no separation there, right? And it's the oneness of the system. It's not the one God. It's the oneness of the system. And by the way, the system is always putting pressure on you to kill you, to get rid of you. Why? Because life on earth is fueled by death. There is no life without something dying and decaying. All living organisms eat off of things that are dead and decaying, right? That's important to life. So death is vital. So it's a cycle being based off of things dying and decaying, right? That produces this system. So when all available material is gone, then I guess the universe will be gone, I guess. That's a guess. It's just a guess, not a scientific answer. It's just my guess. But I get you. I always feel like I'm better than the roach. I definitely think I'm slicker than the chimpanzee. I think I'm sharper. All these. So I'm not saying that. I'm saying is we got to get away from the idea that you can be religious, easy band, but still understand the biological why humans on Earth and why life is so diversified. Yo, that's not beating you up on your Bible, bro. Don't get that.
Let me say this, right? Because a lot of Christians actually believe in macroevolution. So, for instance, the Catholic Church, they believe in macroevolution, right? So it's not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily mean that, if you believe in evolution, then, it's taking you away from your religion.
Right, really, they're smart.
Yeah, so really, I could be Christian and believe in evolution.
Yeah.
I don't think that macroevolution
like me.
Common ancestor, right? I don't believe in that.
Why not?
I mean,
DNA tells you that it's the 3 domains of life, yo. Archaea, bacteria, and eukaryotic, yo.
I could give you a quick analogy. Just because a Toyota looks like a Charger. You feel me? Like, or a GMC or a Yukon or whatever. Just because you can see both of them have wheels, both of them have an engine, you wouldn't sit down and say, all right, one descends from the other, or they both descend from each other, or whatever, you know. It's just a common designer using a common design plan, basically.
Mm. All right.
That's how I look at the whole family tree, etc.
Now, now I want to ask you something.
Hold on, real quick. Let me go to the Cash Apps, man. I appreciate the support. We got Christopher, man. Appreciate you, bro. We got Joe. Appreciate you, Joe. Joe always banging. We got John. All right, so we need 2 more, yo. And we did our thing today. We dropped the link, man. We at 200,000 in the building, man. This is a great conversation, man, between the pseudo killers and hold on.
Bomb squad in the building.
Bomb squad, hold on, in the bomb squad, man. And we got a Christian, no Christian on the pseudo killers here, Christian. And he's not Christian, I say he's a cultural Christian. And then we got, you know, the African Christian, man. And this is a great damn conversation right here. I thought we'd be killing each other right about now. Right? We've come to an intelligent conversation. That way y'all can see who making sense, who not, where ideas merge, how they learn from each other. This is all I ever asked for. And see, I asked this out of the elders too. See, a real elder, right, supposed to be critiqued in front of the people. Y'all didn't know that. I did the presentation yesterday. A real African-centered elder, right, you take critique from the community. You get to test your ideas out. So we can say, I don't know, right? I don't know. That way we not continuing to push the poison. What's the poison? The poison to the mandate. What's the mandate? The mandate was that if we tell our history to our people, it would help them. It would help them see the past. And if you understand the past, you'll understand the present. And if you understand the present, you'll understand the future, right? That was the mandate. The mandate wasn't follow Madame Blavatsky, theocratical society, follow pseudoisms, misinformation. That wasn't the mandate. I'm telling you, it was a fall off. Hubert Harrison, right, in the 1900s, he's in Harlem. He outside, he's the first person standing on the soapbox. That slogan come from him. He's fluent in Greek, he's fluent in Hebrew, he's an atheist, he's scientifically literate, and he beating the brakes off everybody. He had thousands of people outside of Harlem watching him. Okay, I'll pull a source tomorrow, right? You get the Harlem History Club. You get John Henry Clark, right? You get John Jackson. These atheists. You get Dr. Ben the atheist, right? You got people that we call them shadows. They was always around trying to learn, but they was really more connected to what they considered the spirituality. But the spirituality was talking about was the New Age movement. And so when the elders died, then they got a chance to push through. And they pushed through the shrines, right? They pushed through the spirituality, all that. They wasn't giving you indigenous stuff. So that's where we're at now. The people that teach the history now are spiritualists. But the original foundation of really getting the history was those who had the ability to compartmentalize. I had to go ahead and take that Cash App break, man. Show some love. I see you in there. Black Sage. Dr. Yacht. Pseudo Killers. Black Panther. Pseudo Killer Official. Miss Tiff. Man, we got the lovely ladies in this damn chat. We got Reggie, brother Reggie, Guy, Pseudo Killer Official. They in here, man. Man, let's take this break real quick, man. And let's see. We're going to play Infidisi on words here. Yeah. See what we talking about here, man. We getting it in. Sitting back playing. All right. Playing. I'm saying don't let me get away with reckless information, bro. Because it's the mandate. Remember, we acting like we forgot the damn mandate. What's the mandate? The mandate is, I'm not even saying that the damn mandate gonna actually do what we think the mandate supposed to do, but at least I know the damn mandate. You don't get up on this damn mic in front of a group of African Americans or FBAA, Foundational Black African Americans, and I'm the leader. Funny. You don't get up in front of a bunch of FBAA with a mandate to teach them correct history because you swear they stole it and they mixed it up. And a conqueror told the story and didn't tell a story worse than what they told. Is that a word, worse? And then tell a story that's incompatible with reality. How in the hell is that making any sense? I don't know. So if the mandate is that we think that if we get the history that was held from us and hidden, they say it's hidden, they hid it from us. I say they hid it from us in a secret vault called the library. And if they hid it from us, and then we found it, why the hell did we find the wrong shit? What the hell is actually going on here? Man, how? How is that? Let me check the cash apps. Let me see if y'all showing love or not, or y'all just playing, or y'all saving your money for the Super Bowl to get your hot wings. Let me see. Real fast. Let me take a look at it. Looky. Let me see. Man. Okay. Right now we got drum roll. Rolling the drums. Drum roll. Okay. Is that the day? Nope. We don't got no cash apps today. Okay, we'll keep going. Yeah, he is. You missed it. He was working. You sure did. We ain't doing the fish yet. So listen. Let me drop it again. Let me try this one more time. All right, here we go. We need 5 of them today. Don't matter what it is. Just 5 of them. Let me stay focused. Let's see if this is in keeping with the mandate. I don't think so. But let's see. Here we go.
Let me just say this here. Initially, there was no difference between the Nubians and the Kemeta'u. They're the same people. It's like your brother moved to Philadelphia. Y'all don't stop being different people. He has a family in Philly. Now you got a family in New York. Okay? All right. So that was it. You understand? Kemet comes out of ancient Kush. That's the parents. The so-called Nubians with the Kushites, they're the parents of the ancient Kemet. So I just need that reading. And every time Kemet reunited, it came from the south. And it's up south. Up south is Sudan, Ethiopia, Rwanda, going up there. Okay? And when they kick the Hyksos out, Professor Kambone does a beautiful thing, and he talks about Pan-Africanism took place in ancient Kemet. The ancient Kemeta'u, when they kicked the Hyksos out, Africans from the interior of Africa came to Kemet to help them. All the Africans in that area came because they understood if they didn't stop the Asian invasion, that they would be next. And so you had people coming from the Congo, and Professor Kambo, he traces this in the Medu Neter. This is why I teach the Medu Neter. It's written down in the Medu Neter. So you see a perfect example of operational unity. Right. Those people in Sudan, Ethiopia, all of them came to Kemet.
May I just say one thing? It's good to study geography.
Yes.
Back. Because if you go back in the geography and Lake Chad becomes 100 times the size it is today, and some of the other lakes, you can get in a rowboat in Ghana, and in a week you can be in Kemet. by waterway. Now, a lot of that has dried up, but the history is still there. In the traditions of the people, they tell their stories. You can see boats in Ghana, the fishing boats of the Ga people, and they got Kefra painted, chiseled in and painted on the front. They got a saw chiseling. Now, many of them don't remember why, but those who are in the secret society, those who are the priests, they know why those things are on the boats. You can go to Togo. There's a town in Togo. I forgot the name, but it's a whole city, but nobody lives there except the priests and the priestesses. Every house is a shrine to a god they brought from Kemet. Do you hear me? And they still go there today to do all of the ritualistic things that has to be done. I've been to the place. They don't even, in Ghana, the biggest holiday is the Ga Homowa, which is, and so we need to never go on to
at 100% Chiropractic in Gainesville, Georgia.
All right, hey, big up to Gary. We got our first Cash App. All right, big up to Gary. Let me turn this off real quick. Make sure I got to turn this off in the video. Want to be able to turn off. Let me see. Let me get in here. Yeah, but big up to Gary, though. Appreciate that Cash App, man. Then we got 4 to go. All right. Keep it cranking today, man. Get y'all in here for y'all. Get this work in. I'm going to drop the link too, but I want to play some more of what y'all think the mandate is. What is the damn mandate, huh? Funny, right? Let me do this.
Shout was saying that what Umfudisi was saying was corroborated by the genetics. So he's 100% correct. Not only were the Twa documented with being in Kemet, and they are today the Batwa Central African hunter-gatherers carrying the African basal clade of the B haplogroup. These haplogroups are important because there are 2 basal clades in the African haplogroup. That's the A haplogroup and the B haplogroup. So this is as African gets. And you find the A haplogroup tested in 32% of ancient Egyptian males from a sample set. So the Khoisan are of the A haplogroup. 32% of ancient Egyptians shared the A haplogroup with the Khoisan. It don't get more African than that. The Batwa, the Twa people, they are of the B haplogroup. It don't get more African than that. Then also to land my plane. Oh, I'm my part of
No, that's all right. The first temples in Kemet were done by the Twa.
Yeah, no, I'm just
so you need to understand that. And then the other temples were built on top of those temples. When you see those giant columns, the giant columns like that represent the trees from the rainfall.
Small's like, shit, I'm listening, man. Y'all going far. He was trying to slow him down. He was like, man, y'all ain't hear Small's cagey veteran there. He know I'm on the case. And he was like, but they kept going. They wasn't listening to him. That's why we're getting them now. God energy is a funny dude. It couldn't have been the pseudo killer sitting up here. Back in the day, couldn't have been Amara Squad just sitting up here like this. Couldn't have been Team Osiris sitting up here like this. In 2026, we'd had to eat their ass up. 8 to 80. Blind crippler crazy. I'm not sitting through that. That's not disrespectful. That's not even a debate. That's just keeping with the damn mandate. Don't call it hate. Just call it we goddamn participate. Damn, that was a rhyme, yo. Let me keep going. Bet I can't do it again. Let's see. What are you at?
Taurus.
Okay,
but they were imitating that in nature.
Right, but that, let me ask a question now. With all the I don't know all the stuff about the haplos or the paplos. I know one thing. Africa's the genesis, whether it came 2 feet tall or 6 feet tall.
Right.
Up in all the other stuff, we get caught up in the other stuff. The Twa, I'm happy. You be my mom and my daddy. We knew you were there first. We see your carvings and your drawings. Those shouldn't be things we argue about. Those should be things we simply lay out for our children to learn. Those are facts. Africa's the genesis. It doesn't matter where we at now. or how much we switch our genes up a little niche and titch here. The Genesis started with those tiny little people back in that deep forest way back then. And nothing can erase that. And whatever, and everything evolves. Every gene innovates on itself, but it does not lose its foundational being, because the foundational being is the cosmos itself, not nothing particularly here on Earth.
Experience personalized travel that's all about what you want. In the places you've...
Hey, Professor, let me ask you, Professor Smalls. Talk to me about Saturday. What's coming up this Saturday? And Black Men Rising. Talk to us about that. What's this going to be about? We already spoke to Infidesi.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be about us talking to ourselves.
Make me do a whole month on Infidesi. Keep playing with me. In the chat, the pseudos, you're going to make me do a whole month on them. Try not to do it. Don't make me do a month. Don't make me do it. I don't want to do it. I want to leave them alone. I want to make sure it's cash flow. You know, it's still, you know, helping them out. It's all good. It certainly is all good. Let's finish this. Listen over here. You get the sounds right here, and let's tell the story. So that's where we at right now, man. Man, hit that damn cash app going out the door. I'm gonna let everybody get their closing statements, and I'm out of here. I'll be back on the Community Skeptics. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to this channel, right? I appreciate 200 people in the building. It's a nice crowd. I appreciate all the responses, and this shit is powerful. So I'm gonna let you go, Easy Band. We're gonna let the Christians go first, in case we gotta clean it up. Go ahead.
All right. So you guys know my point. I basically believe that human beings are, we're special. We're, creatures of the earth, just like all the other animals. That's what I believe.
Okay.
You don't have to, as a Christian, you don't have to basically dismiss macroevolution just because of your faith. I think that it can align with your faith as well. And we have evidence of that. We have the Catholic Church and other Christians that believe in macroevolution. Yeah, and I think that the difference that we have with animals basically allows us to be spiritual. All right. So as soon as we could look around and, see that we have a designer and ask who designed us, where did we come from, what are we, etc., the kind of thoughts that other animals most likely don't have, at least we don't have evidence of it. At that point, it allows us to perform science willingly. You feel me? Where it's not like a necessity that you're doing. You could even do it in your pastime, etc. And so that's where I think our ability to do the science that we do, where we could put satellites in the air, and basically be on YouTube watching each other from distant locations and other types of science. I think we're only able to do that because of what makes us different and the belief in a creator and order. But
all
yeah,
right.
land my plane right.
All right. Ashe?
Yeah, definitely a great presentation, man. Great build all together. We did want to bring out, I was trying to get in contact with Sa, so be tapping in with me soon. Should be this week or early next week. I'm gonna definitely be bringing out this presentation regarding the Hermetic theory, and the curse of Ham, and even the examples of the Hermetic theory, how it was heavily used in the Rwandan genocide. I even got a couple. I seen you even had the Josiah Preach doctrine up, not Josiah Priest doctrine up in there, dealing with the 5 race theory. I got some of that up in there. I even took a little bit before him, going back to Carl Linnaeus, 1735, dealing with even the creation of race itself. So man, it's gonna be a great build. It's gonna be a great build. Showing where the thought of even everything we touched on, separating humans from animals, animals from plants and things of that nature. It's saying basically the Greeks had this thought that animals didn't have spirits. It was a lot. So we're going to go into that. We're going root race theory, racial climate theory, black supremacist, white supremacist theory, and the Hamitic thought of the Hamites being an advanced Caucasian race that taught the more primal Africans. Tap in with that this week.
All right. Okay, brother. Appreciate you on stage. Joe, Pseudo Killer, official.
Hey, man, good build today. Don't forget, don't never stop teaching. I think that, I do think that religion is going to be here with us for a very long time. I think that there are some good things that come out of it. You know, like, I mean, just because of the way we socialize as primates, we kind of evolved to depend on our group think. You know, and so we got it there. I encourage everybody who is involved in religion to make sure you embrace science, even though it may feel off to you, it may feel a little scary. You got to read it. You got to understand it. It's going to protect you from the caustic areas of religion, you know, that can exploit you, you know, and make you end up in the cult. The only way you're going to block that stuff is you got to understand the world around you. I think it's very important. You know, if you don't do that, you can become a victim, right? And I think it's important that we learn our history so that we can finally get over these identity crises that we deal with. All right, and don't forget, Alice, man. Alice made that forced air daggone HVAC system that you got in your house and keep you warm. Shout out to Black History. All right,
Shout out to Black History, man. Gullah.
Y'all, you know what I'm saying? Keep it science, man. Keep it scientific always, yo. You know what I'm saying? I always try to, you know what I'm saying, keep the knowledge on the horizon, yo. And Joe, my book just came today, so I'm gonna get it in.
Shoot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know where that's at, man. Y'all can catch Gullah over there, yo, on the platform, man. Community Skeptics, man. Y'all know what it is, man. I got a map right here that explains why I would even do such a lecture today. I want y'all to know that this is actually what Europeans thought the world was. Wild. You got the map. Look at the map right there. That's supposed to be in the world. On top, the Atlantic Ocean, Arctic Ocean. They named themselves the Great Northern Flatlands. It's called the Nordic type, the Great White Race. So they had a Nordic type of the Great White Race. Then you had the Highland Zone. It's called the Alpine type, the Great White Race, right? Then you had the Mediterranean type, right? Mediterranean, all right? Then you had the Mediterranean type of the Great White Race, right? Long-headed, dark-eyed, dark-haired type. And guess what? That's all in Egypt, all in North Africa, y'all. I'll say it again. They had the Mediterranean type, which was also white, okay, Caucasian. That was the Mediterranean, which included all of North Africa, Egypt, and all that. Look at how they did it. And then you got the Mongols, the yellow race, on the right-hand side, right? And then at the bottom in sub-Saharan Africa, you got the black race at the very bottom of the totem pole. This is why Sheikh Diop's came and did what he did, because the whole thing was super wild. Learn your history and understand it. Understanding history will put you where you need to be at. Understanding accurate history will move you forward. Making up history will make you feel good, but accurate history will help you move forward. At least you can have an intelligent and fluent conversation and coherent conversation with anybody. Promoting pseudoisms is wild and out of order. Allowing people older than you to completely dismantle authentic African history is crazy. man, bad shit crazy. I'm not doing it. I'm not even built for it. I ain't cut out for that. Just not, man. What's up, Reggie? How you doing, man? Welcome to this Sunday show, man. What's good, bro?
Great show. I don't think I have long because you're switching to another channel. But
who's switching to another channel?
I thought you was going to go to a community of skeptics.
I am on the community of skeptics, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay. So
yeah, no, that was the video I was playing. I was playing the video.
Okay, great. So so the problem with the religious people on the channel, that was what was it, Logic? And I don't know if it was Logic and
Logic.
Okay.
It was the Bomb Squad.
Well,
and then it was the other guy. What's his name? What you mean on which video? I played several videos.
Okay, on the chat on the show with the I guess it was the live. I don't think it was a live audience. I don't know if it was, he was talking to God Killer, Easy Bands, and
the God Energy.
Yeah,
Easy
God
Bands and them.
Yeah,
All right, go ahead.
All right, so check this out. What we're doing is we're allowing the religious people to have a conversation with us. Religion never created science. Religion was against science, and especially the Christians, the Christian-oriented groups of people. They can't tell us how the Bible was formulated. They just think that without the church fathers, these texts kind of flew through the air and created a text for them. That book is outdated. And if they can't show us the original thinking of it, then it doesn't have any. It's not the conversations are not primary, because the speakers who are speaking, they don't know anything about early Christianity, right? Outside of what the Bible says. So having a conversation with them is just bananas. All they're doing is searching for ways to cope or do hermeneutics. They are searching for coping mechanisms to mesh what science has to say with what their beliefs say, as if they can be together, be unified, right? Or exist in the same conversation. They cannot. Religion has never created science. Religion is not a tool for us for innovation. Religion is just faith-based on things that they cannot prove. Simple as that. Going with Brother Infidisi and Professor Small. Well, my whole thing is sources, right? So and listen, both of them. One of them is 80, and I don't know if Infidisi is 80 or approaching 80 or even older than Professor Small. I know the generation that they came from under Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark and others, right? Chancellor Williams and so many great scholars. So I know where I was around them when they were being educated themselves to some degree, right? They have their own life experiences, but I was there when they was being educated. So in some regards, it seems similar, but in a lot of regards, they diverge and they are bringing in their own thoughts. This whole issue of, for example, the Twa created the pyramids. Well, you have to put that on chronology, right? You see tumuli, structures, and then you see the formation of mastabas and step pyramids, and then to Seneferu's manufacture of what he of the various temples, the Black Pyramid and Red Bent Pyramid and all those things. And so it came as a process. They have a right to talk, right? And that's fine. They have a right to talk, but we also have a right to ask questions, specific questions in which we do, right? Because it may lead to some place that we don't necessarily want to be led to, and it could embarrass us in our growth. When so Dr. Clark was remarkable because he had no problems debating Europeans, right? This is not this generation. This generation past that. They don't debate, they talk to us. They don't talk to the Europeans. And then sometimes when they talk, they overtalk, right? And they don't give any oh God, energy. I'm glad that you're here. I have been
he switched right to you.
Yeah,
brother.
Peace and God energy. Listen, I think that you actually do your work. But
man,
I listen. I mean, he actually does his work. But I had wanted to talk to you on one of those shows. Everything God energy doesn't have to be black, right? We everything doesn't have to be black. I mean, haplogroups are what they are. They're not black, right? DNA is not black, right? Culture can be black. Not every culture revered or venerated black, right? We know this because of their writings. We call them black today because of our experience, our Black American experience. But I have to ask you, when you make things black, where are you drawing from? And I'm not critiquing you, just having a intergenerational conversation with you because I think that you have the capacity to write, and as these people leave, you're probably still going to be here. You're going to be 70, 75, 80 years old talking. So in your formative years, in these particular years, right? Tell me what civilizations outside of ancient Egypt that they have a term for blackness.
Black is a color, so they were dealing with objects that were black. So every culture has a word for a color like red, blue. Some actually blue, they didn't have a color because they considered it a pigment of green, which is something that's interesting. But when I did my presentation, I didn't try to blackenize anything. I just went through the haplogroups and I put the basal populations associated with those haplogroups. Those people happen to be melanated, but I wasn't over blackenizing or putting blackness on anyone who wasn't already of the distinction we call black. So there was no group of people who weren't melanated that I put melanin onto. In this conversation about genetics, melanated individuals existed on the planet for a period of time by themselves. And when you go through the genetic history, that's the story that gets told. So I wasn't trying to overemphasize blackness. My point wasn't about blackness. It was about out of Africa, the genetic reality. And I actually hope that Ankh can draw on some of my information in his presentation against Brother Sanchez, because I feel like my presentation that I did is a preamble to what Ankh is about to present against Sanchez. So the only reason I did my presentation on Out of Africa is the same reason why Ankh feels it's important to debate Brother Sanchez on Out of Africa. So again, I wanted to put out there that my intention wasn't to over blackenize anything. It was to just go by the paleogenomic and phylogenetic information.
Is melanated skin, or what you call melanated, does that give you any superpowers and it makes sense?
No. Right. No, I'm not one of those people that thinks I could meditate and teleport and that black people are better, or I don't think melanin gives us superpowers at all. No,
I understand that. So, okay. Human evolution says that mammals have melanin. All mammals have melanin. All mammals, right?
Yeah.
So and so the Out of Africa experience.
Even fungi have melanin, right? It's not even just, you know what I mean? So yes, I'm glad to clear this up. And Reggie, I actually wanted to get a critique from you on my Canaanite presentation, on my methodology. So I actually wanted to sit down and hear what you said I could have done better anyway. The same way Ankh did. Hold on, I want to give Ankh his flowers too, because I don't think he heard me shout him out on this. That Ankh immediately identified I got rambunctious with my coins, right? I love that he pointed that out. What he also pointed out, what was the other thing? I got rambunctious with the coins. He pointed out recently my use of Renoko Rashidi, which I did that as an homage to a loved one. And he immediately caught Renoko Rashidi was a little shaky on certain things. And when he did that, I was like, yo, that's that methodology of research scholarship that I wanted from the elders. Because I put Renoko Rashidi in my presentation the night before I gave it as an homage to a loved one. And Ankh immediately said, wait, hold on. That's not the tightest thing you could do there. And it wasn't. So, and there was one other thing that he impressed me on as an elder critiquing my information. You know what I mean? But it was more of the aesthetic of my presentation. So I also take it as a compliment, because Ankh is not saying, yo, you're off with the haplogroups. He's not saying, oh, you're off with that. He's critiquing the aesthetic and the methodology which I put it together, which is what I welcome from the elders. You know what I mean? So I'm not taking it as a shot or anything like that. I want to be honed in my methodology, because that's the great value. You know what I mean? So I appreciate it.
I was preparing to talk to you about your Canaanite presentation, which I thought was really good, except for the usage of melanin in black or any of that. The Canaanite populations, you can go back to maybe about 5,000, 6,000 years, and we have writing connected to the ancient Egypt. They are people, they are human beings. They are, how can I say, we're not going to characterize them with color. And what we're going to do is, I thought you did a really good job talking about their gods. Melchizedek, for example, and his God is in his name. And you did a lot of things. And then the ancient Egyptian voice could have been louder, because they wrote about those people and they described them, but that's their own propaganda. So we got to take that, 50, 60%. Right?
Can I interject real quick about the ancient Egyptian voice? I'm glad you brought that up, because I purposely did not want to make my presentation Egyptocentric, or not have the Egyptian voice be so loud, because we get a lot of Egypt on here, right? Everyone up here is trying to, throw Egypt in there, Egypt. We talk about Egypt a lot. And I feel like, Egypt was supposed to bring us, Egypt was the door to bring us into Africa. And as a person that has, observed and the information, the community and things like that, I had just personally felt like we got caught up at the door and looking at how nice the inscriptions are and the gold inlay on the door, and we failed to walk through the door into the rest of Africa. So I do try to give Kemet its just due, but I also try to expand the conversation and not have it be the center of everything. So I'm glad you did point that out, because that was something that I was conscious of.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You could have mentioned it in your methodology, but the fact of the matter is that that these groups of people we have in writing, so we don't have to make it up, and that's part of methodology. And to make the point that we don't have a voice of the Canaanites until they actually really start writing. The Canaanite groups, not one group. There were several groups, but outside of that, like I said, I enjoyed your presentation. But out of Africa is the human experience of African people, or people we call African. Let me be clearer, from the continent, leaving the continent and expanding. They are humans, right? They are humans, and they, of course, they integrate or admix with other groups of people, right? There's a cultural difference. There are cultural differences which you could have how can I talk a little bit more about? But outside of that, I'll get back to. I'm just cautioning you, right? So when you was talking to Infidisi,
So Reggie, can we kind of jump in?
of course,
So go ahead with even Infidisi, then I'm gonna jump in after that. Go ahead.
Okay, so Infidisi's well, what you did is you immediately jumped in and you agreed with Infidisi when you could have just asked him some questions to clarify. What you did was you kind of like rode the wave with him, but I think your stronger point was, and I know that you respect him, and I know him, and I respect him greatly, but I still ask him some questions about what he has to say. So when he was, when he was mixing a few things that you, since you were on the panel, you could have just asked him some questions to clarify what he was saying without completely going against him. But you actually jumped in and didn't, and so that meant all the things that he said went unanswered.
I like how you pointed that out, right? Because I did want to, co-sign the statements against Chief X about the blackness of North Africa that we've all been speaking about, right? And for DC,
blackness.
So that my statements about the A haplogroup and the B haplogroup was just placing Africanity in the Nile Valley, which a lot of people tried to remove, and specifically Chief X, which was what the undertone was there. So what I wanted to just say was, I think you are correct, and that portion, which I got cut off, I was being respectful, and I had acquiesced my time to the elder because I got cut off by the elder, so I let him speak. It was their show, but I agree with you. Because to clarify the building of the temples by the Twa, that's something that would need more evidence. Because when he got to that part, that didn't relate to placing these African people in the Nile Valley. He took it a step further, which I would have needed a little bit more clarification on because that wasn't my understanding. So I see right at that point, that exactly fits in what you were talking about, but it also was not my turn to speak at that point. But looking back, I see what you're saying.
You just used the word the blackness again. So we think in terms of clines, and clines have a whole range of attributes, bone types, skull types.
Africanity, I believe I used.
No,
you and those Africans
now.
Okay.
You use blackness again just now.
I just mean Africanity because we have a variety of shades. I get that aspect,
Let me. So okay. For me, I'm out here legacy building. I don't know what you're doing. I can't explain or establish what everybody else is doing. I did this shit for free, y'all. I get a couple cash after. And I spent a large portion of my life focusing on African and African American history. I taught my goddamn self. I watched some of the greats. I got to the point where I could understand their mistakes. The first 5 years of me trying to put it together, I was listening to a dedicated pseudo named Malachi York. Unbeknown to me, it was the foundation that if I could get out that damn room and defeat that shit, that it would put me on the road to being spectacular later on when I ran into the pseudos. Because ain't nobody being more pseudo than that dude. He brought all the white super pseudos to the table. He mixed it with the black, dipped everything in the paint. And once I unlocked that room and defeated that school of thought and ran into people like, let's say, Samantha Kader, okay? It was a shift. Now, I didn't mention James Smalls in them. James Smalls in them helped me look at Africa, okay? In his presence, he treated me like a brother. He introduced me to people like Leonard Jeffries. You know what I'm saying? But it didn't help shift my damn paradigm. Samantha Kader shift my paradigm, and I didn't like it. And I was like, what the hell is this man talking about? He took me off of the blackness. Later on, I would find that John Henry Clark was saying, get off the blackness. And I was saying, why they say this? And then once you get into astute studies, you start to recognize that any guy daggone body can have blackness, and blackness does not denote similarity nor ancestry at all. And so it's a trick. It tricked you. It tricked your senses. And so as I developed in my science, and I started to hear different people hear, talk, and teach, I heard young Pseudo, when he first came out, I was the #1 banging him in his mouth scholar from day one, right? And so move forward to the day when I heard y'all speaking, I was pleasantly surprised. I'm like, okay. But when I got into the intricacies of it, the fine details, I was like, either they gonna sit there on that damn panel, because y'all was there, and allow them to do that shit like that, or stand up or forever be little boys. Now I said they didn't have a problem with talking to me and critiquing me. I ain't that much younger than Smalls and them, but they got me about 15 years maybe. Infidisi, I'm 58. Well, Infidisi 70 something. Maybe Smalls got me about 20. But I'm saying, where's the creative way to critique them? That's what Reggie was saying. You have to have a creative way to critique people who's talking about the subject of history. I don't give a damn if they promoting the world-class event. Stop talking about history then. Talk about your event. You can't sit up there and be bobbleheads. Oh, yeah. Because the young crowd is looking at y'all now. They mad as hell at me because I ain't cutting no slack. But they feel comfort in listening to y'all. Y'all, they age, they feel comfortable. But if you up there bobbleheading it and not even recognize it, Small was like, oh shit, Uncle threw that goddamn bomb in the mix. Let me kind of get off of where Infidisi at. He was weaseling his way about, not weaseling, but he was measuring himself carefully what the hell he was saying on his mouth. But Infidisi is a lion. I got to eat him up. He's never going to leave the pride. I got to run him up out of there. He's not going nowhere. I got to run him up out of it. Or the Young Alliance guys say, look, man, this is what it is. We got to move forward on that. So my point is that when you look at this Hubble Group map, it is clear. When these Africans leave the confines of Africa, they become non-African. At no point can you blackenize non-Africans. You can blackenize non-Africans, you'll end up here. This is talking about I don't care which shade of color they got, they are non-Africans and need not be included in our African experience. To know the truth about these non-Africans will help shape, inform, and instruct you on who you are in your interaction with these people. That's my whole point. I can't go for it. I can't stand for it. I refuse to. And if you can get past that, good luck. I don't think y'all can do it. These are non-African populations, no matter what color their skin is. They represent different cultural containers and ideas. They represent another way of looking at the earth. They represent another way of looking at the plant and flora. My fault, that's plants and plants, animals and plants. They represent another group of people with different types of culture, and it's our job, like John Henry Clark say, to learn about world cultures, not to make every culture ours. That's my critique, and I'm standing on these are non-African people. And if you got a source that can get around that, then get around that.
No, actually, Ankh, you're absolutely correct. And that is exactly what I said in my presentation. That's why I came up with the term basal mulattoes. I could not call them Africans because they are not Africans. They experience genetic drift. They experience admixture events. They experience different mutations that gave them genes that formed outside of Africa, like you were hinting, making them non-Africans. And I think that actually is a correction to what Dr. Reggie said, or Brother Reggie said, when he said that out of Africa is about African going here and there, while you just mentioned once they go to these places, they become non-African. And that's exactly what my presentation was stating. That's why one second. That's why the Admanese people are closer to their more Asiatic looking and Mongol looking descendants than they are to Africans in Africa. So yes, you are absolutely correct, and that these Arygnasian people were not Africans, but they were melanated, and that's why I kept bringing up what is it? What was the book that I kept using? David McRitchie's Ancient and Modern Britons, to talk about what they looked like, not to say that they were African. So if you rewatch my presentation, I was calling these people melanated individuals, but non-Africans, just like you said. So we actually have no disagreement on that.
Again, right now, I'm not going to hold on, Reggie. You got Cedric here, you got Sosa here. Okay, I'm gonna rewatch it again. At this point, I heard something different. I heard something different.
No problem. Okay. No problem.
To sum up some of the things that my light critiques, because I think that you can fix it, right? Is that you don't have to put a racial label on everything, right? And by putting a racial label on things is that using the term melanated, using the term black.
Yeah, so it's a red flag. It's a red flag on the play. You know that, right? When you say melanated, it's a red flag, bro. It's a window into pseudoisms at all times.
But I don't go there. I don't go to magic superpowers. And if the phylogenetic and paleogenomic papers that I'm referring to mention dark and black, you have a chart up about dark versus light skin color. I can speak about it and report it the same way you are speaking about it and reporting it. I promise you, I'm not coming with a Nuwapian, Dr. York, young pharaoh type of electrical magic powers teleporting black people philosophy. That's why you guys have to speculate if I'm doing that, because I never stated that, because I don't believe that. I'm only telling the paleogenomic and phylogenetic story, which encompasses the lightening of the skin at a specific time, and we got to it when that happened. So I promise you, as my elders, I give you my word, I'm not coming with a magic black superpower philosophy, black supremacy philosophy. I am simply referring to phylogenetic articles and helping our people become scientifically literate and not being afraid of it, because our people think Darwin and evolution is stating that we are the monkeys that the KKK called us. And Ankh, you have fought against this with our people, trying to educate our people. Our people are scared of this topic. They think Darwin means we're monkeys, and that if we subscribe to the science of evolution, we are saying, yes, the KKK was right about us. And I'm trying to do as you do and follow in your footsteps and present science literacy to show people we can talk about this and it does not equal black inferiority. But we can, I know you are saying we can talk about this and it not equal black supremacy. And I agree with that. And I promise I am not going to cross that line.
No, I'm just saying we can talk about it in a scientific matter. Go ahead, Cedric. Where you at? Where you at, Sosa? Some of the Reggie go. Where y'all at? Y'all gotta jump in.
I know Cedric here first, but yeah, I came in because often I saw the little clip you played with Infidisi in the Twa, and well, like I said, I saw him co-sign his statement. In effect, seemed like he co-signed Infidisi, but he since retracted on that one. So then, okay, we'll move past that, right? I caught a glimpse of the same other lecture where there was a lot of black when you're presenting a scientific argument. So that's like a red flag. But then he kind of walked away from that. So, you know what I mean? So, okay, fine. But some of the issues, like, I think you use the term like basal mulatto. I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's. I'm not familiar with that scientific term.
I made it up. I proclaimed that I made it up as a catch-all term to help my audience follow along with my narrative. So when I used that term, I even made sure I told my audience, hey, I'm just making this term up right now to describe things so the audience can follow along. But thank you for pointing that out. I made that up. That's not a scientific term. I used two different. So I used a basal term, which is scientific, and then I added it with a term people are familiar with.
Of course, right? So you don't. So you do not co-sign that the Twa was in North Africa.
The Twa definitely had a presence in Egypt. The Egyptians recorded the Twa there. We have statues of the Twa. So they did have a presence there. And that was my only point. My only point was their presence.
I won't even argue against that because the ones they got from Punt. But I'm saying in North Africa.
That was my only point. There is no argument.
So you don't co-sign them as being the founders of Egyptian civilization. Now,
nor do I co-sign that they built the largest temples there or anything like that. Mfudishi didn't even say that they built the pyramids, but he did say they built the temples and the largest temples. I would need to see the evidence of that. That was not what I was saying. That was not what I was saying.
Yeah, they ain't built
so there is no argument.
Right. I just want to. So that was some of my issues from listening to Pastor. But like I said, I think you later, we're gonna we'll do a critique of it to your part one, and we'll clip where the issues are, and we'll see how it align.
We're gonna go through and do a whole. We're gonna review that's special treatment right there. That's special treatment. I appreciate that special treatment. Y'all must really like me.
Yeah,
no. Really do like me.
Not that
it's called the OK Corral.
Yeah,
that's where we at.
Oh, I know.
Dodge City. It's Dodge City around here.
Hey, listen.
Guys on the block. It's
like Bloods and Crips.
Yeah, have your daggone 6 shooters and cannons ready when you walk in the Dodge City.
Hey, listen, we might as well put red and blue bandanas back on. Let's put the red and blue bandanas on while we do it. Let's do it.
Hold on.
We banging. Now let's bang for real. Let's bang for real.
Listen, it's an intellectual gunfight.
Let's bang for real. You want to bang? Let's just bang for real.
We bang on each other. That's how we learn.
That's how we learn, though. God energy by banging on our information.
I didn't learn that way. I learned from reading. That's not how scholars and people with PhDs learn, but that's how we learn. So we gonna learn like that.
So you learn from scholars and PhDs and heard all that quack. That's interesting to me right there. Now that's a good one. You learn from PhDs, but I didn't hear that. I didn't hear the PhDs. When you were speaking, I heard a lot of blah, 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 blah. That's what I heard.
Wait a minute,
I'm gonna keep it straight.
Are you talking about my presentation? Are you talking about my presentation?
I heard a lot, and I heard you walk a lot of stuff back. See, you ain't like me. Y'all got gunned me down. I
didn't walk nothing back. You misunderstood me to make an argument to try to put me in a position of inferiority when you about to present the same information as Sanchez. You don't have to try to belittle me because me and you about to present the same thing, bro. You can't I read article after article after article. That's all I did. That's all I read off of was articles. That's it. Come on, man. Rewatch my thing.
I had to shake it up a little bit. That's the God energy I want. Don't be saying you fucking agree when you don't. I don't like that.
Okay.
I can't even get away from it. Hey, Reggie, you gotta slide over a little bit. You gonna slow that shit. I got him where he.
I'm gonna slow it down.
Yeah, you gonna slow down where I'm at. You gonna slow down where I'm at. Cause you nicey. He ain't gonna learn. I'm saying that I don't agree that the way you said it was out of kilter and it made no sense. Now, operationally speaking, we can all tweak that together. Simple as we can tweak it and you can be sharp. But right, as it stands right now, I ain't even picked it apart yet. It's a lot of boom, bah. I'm telling you, God energy. I don't know why you doing it. I guess you don't. And then say you agree. Me and you don't agree. We working on it. We are working on it.
Go back and rewatch it. Go back and rewatch it because I remember the panel we did.
Did you see the Summa joint we just did?
The who?
Oh, we just did a whole thing on Summa.
Oh yeah. Look, I was on another. I was on another panel, and here's another thing that happened. That means black-headed people, not black people.
I'm gonna ask you a question. You wasn't saying that the ancient Sumerians were Africans, was you? You wasn't saying it was black-skinned people, were you? You wasn't saying that, was you?
I was not saying that the ancient Sumerians were African. I disagree with Runoko Rashidi where he said the Kushites colonized that area. Thank you for pointing that out. But I only pointed out the term Sagiga, meaning black-headed people, not black people. Hold on, and its correlation in China with the term black-headed people. But I did not cross the line and say that it meant black people, but it did mean black-headed people. And I brought up how that was interesting. Then I even made a statement saying this is not proven. This is a fun speculation to make the connection. So I did say this is not proven. That let's have fun and speculate about this interesting correlation. That's why I said go back and rewatch my presentation, because where things are not proven, I said that this is a fun speculation. So that black-headed Sumer thing, I already covered that in the presentation. But thank you for banging on that Runoko Rashidi stuff, because that's where that was the loosest part of my presentation, yo. That's like, you know, that's what's impressing me. That's what's impressing me.
Right there. He got the iron lung himself. You know what I'm saying?
He like to go. He like to go.
But you got to understand, family. That's what ancient aliens do. It possibly could be what we can. That's the same thing that they do. I'm not saying that, but could it be? Is it possibly? Yes.
Yeah, that's the game, yo. That's the game. We've been a part of that game.
But what I'm talking about with the linguistic thing, and then there's other anthropological things that I'm not going to talk about that would make a connection between the black-headed people here and the black-headed people there. I'm sitting on what could be a bridge between them. So what I would say is there's a difference between a scientific theory and conspiracy theory. Ancient aliens and all of that, that's ridiculous. What I'm talking about still falls within the realms of scholarship. And I made that statement withholding information that would make that more clear to you. So I also want to acknowledge you're absolutely right for noticing the huge difference, given the fact that I omitted the bridge. So you're absolutely right with that. But I know I have a bridge there from a paper, from a couple articles that would be a bridge that I'm purposely withholding. So everything you're giving me is on merit. All the critique is on merit.
Hey, God energy. Look, and to this point, I have not done this. I ain't squint them out now. Based off of responses, I'm squinting.
Squint. I didn't reveal mine.
I don't know. My ears is perked up.
Thank you. Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Guess what? I like your responses, right? I like your responses so because your responses are starting to fit within the realm of science. You're saying no, I'm not. Then you gotta stop. I'm not. You gotta stop that. Even I run the risk at times of having to say I'm not saying that. Then I have to go back and make myself clear, right? I have to explain it right. Okay.
It takes.
Hold on. Cedric, jump in, bro. And then get back to Reggie again.
I'm gonna start straight off the bat. I'm sorry. I do not allow for creativity within the realms of academia. I am very dismissive. Once you hit a couple of key points, you are no longer dealing with science and academia. And I start off saying that, now I'm taking it back. Every presentation, there must be a clear objective. What am I attempting to make clear here? We don't leave things up in the air. Why you go over to that ancient aliens? Well, this might line up with the Yakub theory, but I'm not saying that. This might, and it could possibly, there is, when we use certain terms, we leave academia. First of all, you preface the whole discussion about race in this topic to make it somehow acceptable to engage in a race conversation and then apply scientific terms to it. That's a zero off the bat. I'm the type that says, okay, I'm stopping right there. Then words like Africoid, Caucasoid, Mongoloid, these are outdated terms. I need to hear clines. I need to hear genetic continuity. When we talk about even skin tone, melanin expression is, or skin tone is expressed by a compilation of 20 genes. Epigenetics play a role. So your environment is going to indicate the tone. Once you start to quantify the conversations as Black, we are lost. There are Southern Asians today that are far darker than I am. Would we talk of them in terms of Black? Because the moment we interject Black into the scientific conversation, we are now adopting social sciences here because we understand what this Black term means, what it implies. It conflates the conversation, and that is not a scientific conversation in terms of how we deal with anthropology, how we deal with population genetics, and how we deal with clinal gradients. Haplogroups in terms of defining ethnicity or skin tone is not how these sciences are used. Haplogroup in itself is fluid. There's a fluidity within that. So these rigid lines, Black, and then interjecting your own terms, basal mula, this disqualifies the conversation from being scientific. I am sorry.
The entire, so all 100 plus of my slides with all of the accurate haplogroup information, because I use the term for the lay people, basal mulatto, God energy should not be listened to at all, looked at. And my presentation is 100% false, and all of the out of Africa things that go with it should be thrown in the toilet. I think you're looking for a reason to just dismiss me as a scholar and get me off the scene. Because I don't think that's genuine. I don't think that's genuine to do. And it seems like an old guard trying to.
That's a pseudo alert tactic right there. You know damn well ain't none of that true. You just said that shit because you was mad.
Well, that's what that's actually what it seems like. It says disqualify the entire conversation. The presentation implies what he said. It does imply that, right? And the clinal, hold on, the clinal gradient.
Hold on. This man said it disqualifies that particular conversation as being scientific and Scott. He didn't say throw you out the group. Come on, man.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. You know what? Okay. You do that.
Thank you for that clarification.
Listen, you do that all the time. Wait. You know personally. What, yo? Check this out, bro. Picking that damn skin up a little bit. Trying to get you out the we need you in the damn conversation, bro. The movement ain't shit with everybody looking my age. Get this straight. You gotta I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. You gonna get this straight, yo. Because we ain't shit without people your age jumping to the conversation. You ain't even took the back. Man, I feel like I done went through every war from the Romans to the ancient Egyptians to Stone Age wars, yo. I'm battle tested. Get ready for it. That's all we doing. You ever seen the boxer? What's the undisputed boxer? Sosa. What's his name?
Derek Crawford. Shakur.
No, not Shakur. He was a heavyweight. He went up and came down. You know, he got a little podcast now.
Jack Johnson.
One person went up came down like Roy Jones went up and came down.
Okay, now Roy Jones. Y'all forget one more. He beat the Russian.
What's his name?
Remember he beat the Russian?
Tony.
Not Klitschko.
No,
not Klitschko.
He beat the other Russian. They didn't think he was gonna beat him. He had to fight him twice. Light skinned guy.
James Tony.
Nah, James Tony's dark skinned.
Because I don't think it's Joshua we're talking about.
No, he was a light heavyweight,
Can
yo.
we get back to the point?
A light
That's
heavyweight?
just the
Yeah,
point. Hold on,
forget about
Reggie.
all this.
Anyway, yo, whenever a champion come into his thing, whether he doing Roy Jones or them, they always shadow box. You to be testing each other out. It ain't a big deal. It's like what they do. You know what I'm saying? Because he a champion. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what they do. What I'm saying is, bro, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to take these licks, yo. I'm not gonna you can't scramble the conversation. You can't act like I say, yo, we hear it, we clear. All you
Nah,
gotta
but
do is
go
be
back and watch my presentation. I never called the Arignasian or Paleolithic Europeans African. And you asked me, you said God energy. Are you saying these people are African? I said no. Just because they're dark skinned doesn't make them African. After I said that to you, you started coming at me as if I said they were African and thought they were. When I clearly told you, no, they are not African. They had mixed with Neanderthals by that point. So I also been feeling like I've been misrepresented a few times.
You don't gotta mix with Neanderthal to be
I have been misrepresented. That's why I'm upset.
Okay, all right. Don't get upset. You know, I'm gonna take it back if I misrepresent.
Okay, so on the E haplogroup map, right, and it's spread into the Levant in Europe, you conclude that that helps explain the spread and migration of Black people out of Africa. And the story can be done and charted through these haplogroups, right? So there you equate the carriers of E from an African origin with Black peoples, which goes beyond what the genetic data can support. You say bringing the Blackness back to North Africa. After linking sub-Saharan populations, Bantu and Afro-Asiatic, you say bringing the Blackness back to North Africa is extremely important in the conversation and the conversation about the Blackness of Kemet, right? You say that.
Yes, that is what I said and stand by. And I presented the information where the E haplogroup arises in Africa out of African melanated, morphologically, whatever you want to call them, right? Because morphologically, there's a difference between an Indo-European and a Central African rainforest hunter-gatherer. Regardless of how equal we're trying to make ourselves to white people, which we are, noticing those differences does not mean anything because we come from different climes.
I'm God energy. I'm seriously, I have not said a bad word. I just said simply what you said. Right?
Yes.
So,
the E haplogroup is from Africa. Yes.
I'm having
I stand on
with you, right? Simply as that, right? When you say help to explain the spread and migration of Black people out of Africa, then in that in that situation, you are racializing. You are racializing. Because it's really the spread of humans out of the continent we call Africa. There's no need to be talking about Black people, right? Then again, after linking sub-Saharan populations, Bantu and Afro-Asiatic, you say bringing the Blackness back to North Africa is extremely important in this conversation and the conversation about the Blackness of Kemet, right? Again, you are racializing. You could have said that another way with just talking about the migrations of people. Then you also say, look, see, we are Hebrews because look how Black these people look in the artifacts.
We're not Hebrews.
Huh?
I don't think we're Hebrews. I'm not a Hebrew Israelite.
No,
and I don't think the Canaanites were Black. I told Nepal that.
I'm reading from the transcript. Right?
I said we are Hebrews. That's crazy.
Okay, so wait, let me just go on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It says, and there is truth to the Blackness of these artifacts, but that doesn't make these Israelites those Black people. But I'm going to uncover the genetics as to why these people have these features.
Yep.
Features, having features, these are human features. These are climbs.
Yes.
It goes with evolution. So some are dark, some are light, some are brown, some are olive, right? Okay. Then another point is that you say Africoid or Black people, you use those terms and claims terms like Mediterranean race was really a way to hide blackness.
So I was speaking against the obsolete term Mediterranean race. And that's where I did reference Renoko Rashidi in his work saying they were euphemisms. Just like Ankh brought out, Mediterranean race is obsolete. It was a catch-all term and it was a bit fallacious. So that was my point.
Blackness?
Huh?
Well, why is it a way to hide blackness?
Because peoples that would be termed black or fall under that designation black, which is a colloquial term that we all use in jargon to maintain mutual intelligibility. The great scholars up here would know this, but I'm speaking to the masses who have a slightly, you know what I mean, more just common speaking of tongue. So when I use things like black,
do you now understand then when I say that the conversation you were having left the realms of science? So you now can appreciate.
No, well, those terms were used in science at a specific point.
So the whole process you were doing, first of all, again, there was no clear objective in what you were doing. So I'm assuming
out of Africa was my objective. Africa was my objective.
I am making the assumption that there was an attempt to be scientific in explaining cladial gradiences, haplogroup divergence.
I left Klein's out because I didn't think the general audience. I left Klein's out.
So the conversation you were having was not one of science. We are trying. When we are engaging in a scientific endeavor, we stay away from racialized terms because they have no place within science. That was established in the UNESCO Convention. So what are the terms that you are going to use? You are going to use cladial gradiences. If you are going to talk about skin tone, you are going to match that up with the skin map, and you are going to look at the ranges. Using terms like this establishes blacks or Africans outside, like Reggie was stating, is problematic and moves away from science. From the moment you use these racialized terms, we are now in a conundrum. When you say Afrocoid, you're implying at one point in time in our history there was a homogeneous phenotype. Now,
that's an assumption.
Like Afrocoid, which implies singularity. Like
I could bring that up. The facial morphology also goes with these clinal gradients. That actually adds the gradation to a cline. Is the variance in facial morphology? Hold on.
Hold on. These are
so let me explain. So can I explain? So what I'm really trying to get at, and thank you for pointing out what the objective is, so I can use the terms that you want me to use. The objective in pointing out the difference.
You don't got to use the terms. No. You just got to make your mind up. If you want to explain something,
I just want to communicate this to him. I just want to communicate this to Cedric.
I know, but you kind of cut him off. If you want to communicate a message using science, because I'm an expert cut off artist. You ain't been watching? I'm a cut off artist. Listen,
I know.
If you're trying to transfer or explain a conversation to an audience in terms of science, keep it that way. You can simplify it, but you can't mix in pseudo terms because that's what makes it pseudo.
They're not pseudo. They're not pseudo. They're outdated. But and they're outdated to play to the sensitivities of us in this racial conversation. If we weren't sensitive about it, these terms would still exist. But what I did want to point out is that the facial morphology is different from Central African hunter-gatherer groups, Basal African groups, which is used, versus Indo-European type groups, Indo-Iranian type groups, lower Caucasus Volga people, these climes that you're talking about. So what I will do though, and what you guys are pointing out is God energy. You are simplifying too much and you need to respect the people more and have faith in their intelligence and use the terms you're supposed to. That is what I hear, and I know I'm guilty. I am guilty of reducing the vocabulary.
Listen, we already pushed the line.
So thank you with that. But what I do want to
do you get it? We pushed the damn line. We don't need you coming up, scrambling up, and making up some shit to go back to polite them niggas. We already did it.
Polite and them never spoke about this. Polite and them didn't speak about
They did
this.
all that. Listen,
Don't
the
equate.
pseudo.
Don't
That's
equate.
what I'm saying. That's what they did, yo. Ink and them niggas, yo, they use science, yo, to try to convey their message, bro. And they do what you do at times. You don't gotta do it. I'm saying the people is ready, bro. So now going forward, we deal with how Clark and them did it. You know how Clark, when Clark was really talking, yo, he was really talking. We're not in the 50s no more. We in 2026. The people is ready to keep getting this sound history through the lens of anthropology. We don't gotta do it. The people you listening to didn't cuss me out. They just glad to see you. Oh yeah, I ain't got this out. Right. Keep it there. You don't get you good. Keep it right there. You're not going over nobody's head. You got AI tools. You got Wikipedia. We done screamed and yelled and that. Man, look, man, just be young, yo, and intelligent, bro. That's all you ever gotta be. That's all any of us gotta be. It's young and intelligent.
What happened to God energy?
I don't know. He probably hit the thing. He probably might call him. Anyway.
Well,
probably got a call.
We just gotta be young and intelligent. That's what. Hey, listen. You gotta be old and intelligent, and you gotta be young and intelligent. We don't need the polite, inky scramble, jamble. We don't need the scramble, jamble, dude. Hey, God, all you gotta do is be young and intelligent. I'm letting you know I'm around young and intelligent college students, and you never hit mixing nothing. They don't mix it. They kick it. Okay. I'm older. I'm going to be older and intelligent. Yeah. You're younger. Be young and intelligent. The hell with the in between shit is the pseudoscience. You don't gotta do it. Yo, you well spoken. You pronounce the words right. And I'm gonna make mistakes. You're gonna look at my presentation. You're gonna say, Dad, you ain't say that right. I'm thinking that's what Gullah and Gozy used to do to me all the time. That's what Sosa and them do to me right now. Reggie, that's what we do. I ain't trying. I'm trying. Yeah, nigga, I'm a gatekeeper. I'm a gatekeeper of authentic shit coming through science and anthropology. I'm keeping that. I'm pushing the line and I'm holding it tight. I'm not letting you into the bullshit because that's what they do. They creep in, they use our sway, they want our light, and they play with us, bro. Just a lot of the people to blam, 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 boom. I'm never doing it, bro.
Yeah, hey, look, and condense it a little bit.
So I just wanted to say this to the racializing thing. In the paper, the whole genome sequences of an ancient Egyptian, right? We've all referenced that paper recently.
We're gonna go there. You gotta let Sosa go. Go ahead, Sosa.
Yeah, I just want to say quick, then you can get right back to it, bro. Family. I just want to say too, like respect, like condense it a little bit. You feel me? Because you see, like a lot of people maybe getting stuff misconstrued. Condense it that way you hit on certain points. That way you don't really leave a lot of gap for other, misconception to come if you're not saying, you know what I mean? So just kind of condense it a little bit too. You know what I mean? Go ahead, you can get it.
Yes. And don't think that I'm not hearing the critiques here. And I even tried to rephrase the critiques so you guys understand that I hear the message. And I like to acknowledge where you guys were exactly on point as the more experienced researchers with my methodology. So again, thank you. And I'm trying to internalize it. And when I repeat what you guys say, that is me internalizing it to show that I understand what you're saying, right? With that, only about the racializing aspect. The paper that we use, the whole genome sequences of an ancient Old Kingdom Egyptian from Nuarat, they used the term for his skin color would have been dark to black. So even in the current phylogenetic papers and research, they are still using the term black. And if I am a science reporter and I put up a screenshot from this phylogenetic paper from 2025, they use the term black. So that gives me the permission as a science reporter to continue to use the term black. Hold on.
Wait, no, I have to stop.
Okay, the Nuarat, in the Nuarat phylogenetic paper, the whole genome sequencing of an Old Kingdom Egyptian.
Got energy.
Yeah, it did.
No, it didn't. I got it in my skin range was from dark to black.
Yes. It's they did.
It didn't use the term black in a racialized manner, yo.
Yeah. Okay. So
neither did I. I just used it for skin tone. I'm using. So wait. Look, I'm gonna let my plane with this. Y'all said that they don't use the term. Then I showed that they did use the term. Now you're trying to move the goalposts and say they used it different from you, God Energy. No, they didn't. I used it in the way they used it. That's it. That's it. Stop trying to do that to me. It's in the paper. I used it how they used it. It's in the paper. The geneticists are still using the term black. You deal with it. You feel sensitive about it. The geneticists use the term black. They are using this term black. I'm reporting what the geneticists say. You get with the program. You catch up to modern science. You stop getting sensitive.
What's good with it, y'all? What's good with it, y'all? I want to say,
hold on.
You need a sip of water and everything, man. Get a sip of water, fam. Right, bro.
You must fall out.
Take a sip of water, bro.
Wait, I've been trying to
live
talk
on YouTube, man. You like, what's going on, family? Like, come on, bro.
Wait. So
let
me say this.
Hey, you do a daggone curveball. Hey, God, that's a damn curveball. Oh, that's a curveball.
Okay,
so
let me talk.
Talking about no daggone black. Don't use the word black. You messed that up. Man, that's a good. Hey, God, I like that.
Hey, so let me talk.
That's what y'all said. Y'all said God Energy don't use the term black.
I don't know what that means. What does this mean? I don't know what all that means. God Energy. Okay, so look.
Hey, Shorty, I like that. I like that move. That's a good move. Good move.
I happen to be Brother Reggie. I've been around for a long time.
Brother
right?
Reggie.
I know best. I know best to deal with some of the information from our older scholars, right? And I know when they diverge, right? I also know. I also know when, in this particular case, when you're diverging. Okay, so when they use dark and black, they were specifically talking about clines.
Oh shit!
They were not talking about peoples. They were specifically talking about a cline of a one specimen. One specimen, right?
Range in color, right? Skin color.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay. One specimen. That wasn't peoples.
Yeah.
Now, when you say something like this helps spread and spread the migration of black peoples out of Africa, you could say the same thing better by saying something like this helps explain the spread of migration of African-derived populations and lineages out of Africa into the Levant and parts of Europe.
I will do that.
Black peoples.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. I will do that. I can use a different phraseology. That's fine. If you want to update me on the phraseology, I am completely fine with that.
So what I'm just trying to say is, because I've taken the time, and I don't have to, but I think that you have a lot of, how can I say, you've done a lot of reading, right? Now you are trying to populate it to the audiences. When you go on SaNeter or House of Consciousness, Black News 102, right? Be careful.
Black News? Black News? Why can't it be African-derived peoples from the Americas News 102?
I agree.
What?
Black News 102? That's almost talking about the peoples.
That's SaNeter's channel.
That's his channel.
That's the SaNeter's channel. So what I'm just trying to say is, what I'm just trying to say is that is the name that he gave his channel years ago, right? That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Now, when you say bringing the blackness back to North Africa is extremely important, right? So there you use blackness as a more than a cline, right? You use it in the people format. You could say recentering North Africa's African population history is extremely important to the conversation, including how we talk about early populations of Kemet.
I'm not arguing that phraseology
I saw people use, and that's what gets attacked, because when you say Africans, they are also going to include Indo-Iranian, Indo-European, and Anatolian farmer types as Africans, and that's what the fallacy is, and that's what we were speaking against, coming at Chief X against. So they use that general term African to say the North Africans are Indo-Iranian, Anatolian farmer types.
That's not true.
So I did try to be more specific, because they term African, they always just say, yeah, African can mean anybody, and the North Africans were these Anatolian farmer Indo-Iranian types. So that's why I got more specific, because people like Chief X say yes, that North Africans and Berbers are Africans. Yeah, he's being pseudo. Yes, they are pseudo.
Some of them became that because they mixed with indigenous populations through procreation. Some of them Levantine groups that back migrated in became indigenous because they mixed with the indigenous population. This is what happened.
Around 25,000 BCE, but the groups today.
No. The Levantine people in the markers, even the Coptic component comes in the middle Neolithic period, around 7,000 BCE or 5,000 BCE. That's when goats and sheep.
So what you're missing is the Ibero-Maurutian admixture, the maternal DNA for the Ibero-Maurutians of Tafro from 25,000 BCE carried the Eurasian U6 and M clades. So the Eurasian component entered into Africa for the first time with the Ibero-Maurutians around 25,000 BCE. You can reference Pleistocene genomics linking Near Eastern and North African human populations. So it was during the time of the Ibero-Maurutians of 25,000 BCE where the MT Eurasian U6 and M clade entered into North Africa. Then it back migrates again during the late Neolithic time that you're talking about. So both things happen.
You misspoke before. I think you said 2,500 BC. I think that's what y'all.
No, 25,000. I said 25,000 BCE both times.
Did you hear that, Gull? I think I misspoke, misunderstood each other.
And then I referenced that same Pleistocene North African genomes linked Near Eastern and Sub-Saharan African populations. I referenced that multiple times. So I've also personally said Ibero-Maurutians in 25,000 BCE multiple times in multiple appearances. I think this is whatever, y'all. We agreed that Levantine people came back, migrated into North Africa. Yes, we agreed. Yes,
I showed you the map. We got the map, but I'm saying Chief X is playing that wild, crazy game. You get it?
I agree.
That's not the reality of what it was. Right? Human beings have the right to move where they want to. It's the craziest thing ever, bro. Right? Chief X does this. He says they're African, and then he explains all the back migrations. It's the most crazy shit ever. That's just representing human mixing. That's it. In that area with indigenous people, like Gullah said. That's it. They explain it wrong on purpose, bro. You get it, the information. If you can put the damn article in GPT. It's gonna explain it that way. We can do a test right now. What is this trying to say? Is it trying to say that listen, this is what they do, bro. And I know Double X doing it against Sosa and me. This man thinks that it was a tsunami. A tsunami, if you know anything about a tsunami, right? All the water leave out the beach. It's dry. The fish be flopping around. The water represents the people. He's basically trying to say that the people all left out of Africa. The area was burned. And then they come back in and create Nile Valley culture. That's not what the hell happened. It never was a tsunami. It never was a replacement event. They're talking about a replacement event. The Blackologists talk about a replacement event. And I don't know what to call them. Chief X, they talk about a replacement event. There is no evidence of a replacement event, not doing the Pliocene, not doing 80 times. That's not true. They always reintroduce themselves and back to an already indigenous population over time. Always been that. That's the point I want to make here. And guess what? The flim-flammers take genetic articles and make it a whole person instead of representing portions of people's genome. And goes in has specifically said this, that we talk about different levels of the genome. We talk about the different levels, the different and they all mess it up on purpose, bro. Like they overwrote the genetics. The genetics is one.
And you know what? You know what's interesting?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Gullah. Go ahead, Gullah.
Go ahead, Gullah. Where you at? His phone might have died or something. Boop, boop, boop.
But yeah, the differences in those peoples, that's why I pointed out the A haplogroup, B haplogroup, and E haplogroup being there, because these would represent different climes. These wouldn't just be one homogenous group of people that all looked alike and we could all call them African and Africoid and Negroid and they Negroes and Black. No, that's a gross oversimplification. That was the point of me pointing out the various different basal haplogroups that were there to point out the gradation, because I will admit, and here's where God Energy deserves a slap on the wrist, I was using simplified terms because I didn't think these more complicated terms were too digestible. I have
so do you understand the confusion?
Because I know you guys.
Can you appreciate the confusion on our end when we're listening to the conversation?
Yeah, and that's why I credited you guys when you guys pointed it out. I've been trying to also plead my case, but credit you for your observations. I love that Ankh realized what he realized in my presentation with the coins and all that. Like, as soon as he said that, I was like, all right, that's the OG. The same thing with the Renoka Rashidi. And when Brother Reggie tells me, hey, use this verbiage instead. Okay, you guys are getting me used to the environment that I'm coming into. I came in with my own thing, thinking I want to speak the language of the people. Y'all saying no, this is the language of the people, and I'm fine with that. I will make sure I present what is right there. I don't have to water nothing down. I don't have to be mindful or conscious of people being able to digest the information. And thank you for putting me on the right path with that. I'm gonna just bring what it is. That's it.
Yeah, we should go ahead, Gullah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Where you at, Gullah? Where you at, Gullah?
Go sleep. You sleep.
You just said something. There you go.
My bad, bro. My bad, bro. I had something going on in the back. But yeah, though, man, like, even in like I get trying to get what you're saying, you're trying to appease to the people, but just telling the real science, bro. Like even, you know what I'm saying, like you all know, even in real science, when they use the neuron, man, they say, you know what I'm saying, brown or black, they're not really literally meaning black, yo. They just, you know, talking from a colloquial sense. Like we all know, like skin don't even get black. You know, even the darkest non-Saharan person, or even the darkest person in the Buka Islands in Melanesia, is not literally black, yo. They're the darkest brown. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Even pale people are even darker. You know what I'm saying? The lightest, you know what I'm saying, spectrum of brown. So you know what I'm saying? Humans are just brown, different spectrums of brown people, yo. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
Yeah. So Gullah, go back to your phone cut off when you were trying to explain how these populations migrated back and forth, yo. Remember you got cut off right there.
Oh yeah, you had the first migration, you know, base duration back grading, you know, around 30,000 to 28,000 years ago, back into the, you know what I'm saying, back into Northeast Africa.
Like I said,
back to North Africa as a whole. And then around the Neolithic, you know what I'm saying, you had people migrating in, you know, 7,000 BCE to 5,000 BCE.
Like you said.
And they was bringing in SLC genes in too. But it added to the indigenous population of the Afro-Asiatic culture, giving that culture more variety. You know what I'm saying? Lightening up a bit, but still, you know what I'm saying, indigenous component of the original mix of the Northeast African hunter-gatherers and those Basal Eurasians, you know what I'm saying, the original mix, you know what I'm saying, overlapped it in that. You know what I'm saying? It variated to different degrees or whatever. That's right. That's all I'm saying. But at the same time, them genes too, the genes too coming in from Eurasia, they become indigenous because some of them genes even been up so long they mutate in North Africa. So if your genes mutate in North Africa, you become, you know, so you definitely becoming indigenous. And them groups, a lot of them groups been in you know what I'm saying, North Africa as long as the Native Americans been in the Americas. You know what I'm saying? We call the Native Americans indigenous to America, but some of the groups that backgraded in, they've been there just as long as the you know, the Native Americans been in America.
The ancestors of them, definitely. The ancestors of those people, most definitely. That's why they can trace back their lineage to ancient African populations. But those Ibero-Maurusians had more basal African affinities than modern day North Africans. So even those Ibero-Maurusians who had admixture with those Eurasians were still more of an African descendancy, a basal African descendancy than the modern population. And that's the fallacy where they try to equate the genetics, phenotypes, characteristics of the modern North African population and make them synonymous with the ancient North African population. That's not true. Not true at all. And I also think, and I'm gonna land my plane with this, Eurasian does not mean European, right? We are talking about peoples from the Levant Fertile Crescent coming back into North Africa around 25,000 BCE, roughly as a medium. You said 30 to 28. That's the exact time period we're talking about. What they find is that there is no admixture from Epipaleolithic Europeans, meaning Aurignacian descended peoples coming into North Africa. The back migration is specifically from the Levant, specifically from the Fertile Crescent. That's why it took so long for those SLC genes to get there. Even though Eurasians had been mixing since 28,000 BCE, the SLC genes didn't get there to the Middle Neolithic. So I think that's an important distinction to make as well. But people like Chief X will try to mix that up.
So, but you do agree that the modern population there is the closest to the ancient, genetically close to the ancient population, right?
They're their direct ancestors. Even though more admixture had happened, they are the direct ancestors of these people. Your grandma could start off one thing and then, generations mix, and the grandbaby and great grandbaby look like they're from a completely different cline. But those grandbabies still have the same ancestry with that great grandma.
Yeah, see how easy that was? See that? That's some easy shit right there. God,
if you just talk to me, we could get there.
We getting there. We talking.
Now you know what it is, Ankh. You know what it is, Ankh. You got to stop calling Ngozi. You got to stop calling homeboy that did the Sumerian thing, and just box me up yourself. You heard? You don't gotta call this one and that one. We can do this. Just talk to me.
Listen, did I call you to get on? Did I call you? That's a slip. Don't jump in, Reggie, right now. I gotta say something. I didn't call you to get on the show. People just jump on the show, bro.
You did call me. Now you're gonna act like you ain't called me just now and tell me to come up here.
Are you lying, yo? I can't.
See, that's a lie. Now you know when I'm lying. No, I said I'm lying. Now you know when I'm lying. Because that was a lie I just told. So now you know what it looked like when God Energy is lying.
So God Energy.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Watch
That's
this.
a good one.
All I have been doing is because I had.
You're doing a good job too, Reggie. I'm telling you, just not cutting you off, but right now I like your line of questioning, yo. You spot on, bro.
Yeah, it's like the fifth time.
All I did was go back to my own words.
Yes, I appreciate that.
From a transcript of your own words, because I had wanted to talk to you about when you're on SaNeter's show, Black News 102, whatever. You have to be careful about talking to an audience instead of talking your work, right? Because talking on a channel like that and appealing to what you think the audience is going to hurt you in the future, right? So that you don't have to, on this show, now you get a chance to explain some things. And many of your explanations are acceptable to me, right? So I am not, please do not feel in your fanboys and fangirls that I am attacking you, right? Because I am not. I chose to look at your work. I complimented your work. But if you want something, the only thing else I can give you is a proper critique on your methodology, right? To make you stronger. Now, your fanboys and fangirls in the chat, we're talking about us debating and stuff like that. Look, most of the stuff that you talked about is not my area, but I did like your work on Canaan. I thought it would be much greater if you didn't have to racialize it and you talk specifically about the Canaan populations. And many of those populations were in Canaan. Some of those populations came back into Africa, but then they became indigenous Africans. So the Retnu, the Rakit, the what they call the Amu, all those groups of people came back. The Hekakasu. Hekakasu was a confederation of many different groups that just did not like Egypt, what we call Egypt at that time period, right? But but how long they stayed, or were they Libyan population, a mix? We don't know all of the populations because it was a confederate, but it wasn't long enough for any evolutionary change. So if you want on this type of show, what you're going to get is feedback to help you, right? Because if we thought that you was a straight pseudo, right, we would tell you that. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm just saying is that it would be better for you to, in the beginning, to put up your abstract as to what you are going to say, so that we completely know. And that's what a lot of people don't do. So I'm trying to help you be better, right? What happens is people just put up a PowerPoint with a whole bunch of points. Like you got 100, there's some people that got 200 slides, and we still don't know what the hell they're talking about, right? Yeah. So I think that's it for me right now. I hope you don't see me as a person who is
not at all.
Yeah, who is, but I will say, I did make the point of when Professor Small and Infidisi Jehunimas got on, I've known them for years, right? But the issue is when you talk, that's transient. When you write something, that's permanent. When you get it, even if you do a PowerPoint, that's kind of transient, right? Getting to the point. So my question is, wait, where are you from? Where are you from?
New York. New York.
God Energy, you from New York?
Yeah.
What part of New York?
Born in the Bronx, raised upstate.
All right. So when you going to the museum with me?
Oh, he could get you running shoes.
Whenever's convenient. I've been to the Met Museum twice. I would love to go back. I have pictures. Whenever we could talk about that, definitely.
Okay. Well, my email is, take my email down.
Man, listen, bro. You better get some shoes. Hey, bro, start stretching right now, yo. You couldn't tell he was from New York. Look at this picture, yo.
No, can't tell.
Wow, I can tell he's from New York.
I can't tell. Well, he got two pictures. He's got his screen without his.
The way he can throw the. I've seen the way he threw the.
Okay, my email is
New York style.
My email is Reggie.Mabry, MABRY, at gmail.com.
Okay.
Right. So, what's your availability on Saturdays and Sundays?
Y'all can set that up. Y'all was tripping. Y'all set it up, man.
Set that up, man. Yeah, set that up, man.
Saturday or Sunday would work for me.
Okay, wonderful. That's all I had to say. Why do you have to interrupt me on that?
Man, because you're in New York. I just tell him, man, he need to get 2 pairs of shoes to walk in. Yo, Reggie's gonna have you there blind. You better get ready, bro. With fire. Yeah, you're gonna get the fire. Okay. Hey, so listen, man, we don't play around. I'm not listening to none of y'all fake North Africans and none of y'all black gals know what the hell y'all talking about. When you put this into a professional ChatGPT, right? Put the motherfucker article in there and you ask the question. There it go, the PF loaded it. It's loaded in there. And it's the whole genome ancestry of old kingdom Egyptians. And I asked the question, does this article claim that the Egyptians are more an outside of African population than an indigenous homegrown population? Please explain. Right. So the rubber meets the damn road, Chief X. Right? It says, no, this paper does not argue that the Egyptians were more outside of Africa than indigenous homegrown. What it does show, based on one old kingdom individual, is a mostly North African related ancestry profile with the minority component best matched to populations from Eastern Fertile Crescent, Mesopotamian surrounding regions, minority. Do y'all know what the word minority is? Of course we do. It goes on to say what the article actually claims in plain terms. The Old Kingdom individual is modeled as mostly North African related ancestry using QPADM ancestry modeling. It says best fitting two source models for the Neorak Old Kingdom genome is 77.6 ancestry represented by Middle Neolithic Moroccan, a proxy, look up the word proxy, for a North African Neolithic related genetic component, plus 22.4% ancestry represented by Neolithic Mesopotamia. It says crucially, Middle Neolithic Morocco here is not saying he came from Morocco. It's a reference population standing in for a broader North African ancestry signal, shared ancestry across North Africa. It's a there is a substantial Western Asian, it's a Eastern Fertile Crescent component, but it's the minority. I'm trying to say it. They say the authors summarized this as 20% of this ancestry tracing its genomes representing the Eastern Fertile Crescent, and they interpret this as evidence that Egyptian Fertile Crescent contact included some migration, not only trade, culture, and diffusion. But this is what the archaeological surveys was actually showing. They was trying to figure it out. People overwhoop that if you place the genome in with the archaeological information, it measures it properly. 3, their interpretation explicitly includes local North African Egyptian continuity. Y'all know what local is, right? They argue the consistent presence of the North African component could indicate shared ancestry across North African, and that local Egyptian Neolithic population contributed genetically to early dynastic and Old Kingdom people. North African ancestry itself, watch this, include older back and forth with the Levant. The paper notes that the Middle Neolithic Morocco genomes used a proxy have themselves been modeled as a mixture including Evolutionary-like and Levantian Neolithic components. Meaning, let's see what it means, meaning the African versus non-African framing is often too simplistic for North Africa, where deep time contacts occur. Watch this. They warn strongly against overgeneralizing, because that's what the hell is happening in this damn conversation. The authors caution that this is one genome, and the results cannot establish a full diversity of the Egyptians. In their conclusion, they frame the findings as ancestral links, LINKS, to earlier North African groups and to Eastern Fertile Crescent, not as Egyptians were outsiders, Chief X. The key detail that helps interpret indigenous versus outsiders, the same individual multi-isotope profile is consistent with the growing up in the Nile Valley, which argues against reading him as a recent migrant, even if some of his ancestry reflects early migration events. Bottom line, y'all. The paper supports the model of predominantly North African related ancestry in the Old Kingdom. Egyptian with meaningful but minority ancestry affinity to Western Asia, Eastern Fertile Crescent. That is better described as regional continuity plus gene flow, not Egyptians, but more outside Africa than indigenous. There you go. That's it. That's all y'all gotta do. Put the shit in there and let it read it for you. Read it for yourself and figure it out. I'm tired of arguing with these dudes. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of arguing with the Chief X's. I'm tired of arguing with these people that's playing geneticists overnight because they read the article and misconstrued it. That's a bunch of crap, man. Right now, we can go through all, watch this. I'm going to say this real slow. I've read all the up-to-date Wikipedia articles. I've read all the genetic studies, and I've reached this damn conclusion, and I've been arguing this for the last 5 years. So I don't know what niggas is talking about, B. Make up with the old-timey shit, B. What they doing is they trying to misconstrue and trying to do what the quote-unquote racist Egyptology doing scientific racism did. They trying to remove the population out of Africa and start some wild ass invading gene theory. I'm done. I ain't arguing with you over that damn study no more. I'm talking to the wild group of fake North Africans.
Nah, hey, we got it. That's a whole nother show. We can't do that at the end like that. We got to fully unpack that. Even going for too long.
What more?
Now,
I'm good right there. How we unpack that? What's the fully? Hold on. What's the fully unpacking that? Go ahead.
Because what they're what he was talking about is what you read in terms of the North African Morocco. Well, all he was doing is extrapolating what does it mean to be a North African. So it talks about that North African Morocco component is in itself is a layered mix.
Of course.
Right. So that's all he was saying.
I know, but we know that.
Yeah, that's
so
all
what
he
is
was
that saying? But it's still a minimal.
So he was saying that that's just North Africa. So he said,
I don't get it.
He was saying like you just got to accept that. So most of
who got to accept that? They got to accept that.
No, from that conversation, all he was saying is that in that region, it's just layers. So they got way more layers on top of layers on top of layers on top of layers.
I got you.
And the ancestral component is more deep ancestral than other African populations. That's really all it was.
All right, well, I'm gonna put that in there too. That was my next move. Go ahead, somebody.
You read it.
No, I also was paying close attention to Chief X. I spoke to him personally, exchanged, you know what I mean, research on this with him. So I got a good feel for what he's implying. And he was not implying the gradation of admixture that the article would imply. He was saying that these people represent a more Anatolian farmer, Caucasus Lower Volga Klein type of people.
Yeah, he's talking about somebody else. Sosa's talking about somebody else. Sosa wasn't talking about Chief X.
Okay. But that's what Homeboy is trying to put in there. You know what I mean? To juxtapose the person Sosa was talking about versus what Chief X is doing. And I think a clear distinction needs to be made with that. So he can't get away with trying to usurp the information that Ankh just put out. Because Chief X could try to do that and usurp it and say, see, that Eurasian admixture, it's Eurasians. But the admixture part is what we're leaving out. And I feel like the Ibero-Marusians being mentioned in what Ankh just read is important, because we talked about how those Ibero-Marusians had Eurasian admixture dating from about 28,000 to 25,000 BCE. But that Eurasian admixture creates a admixture. What Chief X is trying to state is that these Indo-European types are the population of North Africa, no admixture. And that's not true. That's not what the evidence suggests. And even with those Ibero-Marusians, like I stated, were closer related to the basal Kleins of the continent of Africa, being the A haplogroup and B haplogroup peoples, right? So even with that admixture, those North African Ibero-Marusians were still of a more basal African Klein than modern North Africans today, which is important, and it speaks against the point Chief X is trying to make. Those Ibero-Marusians are super important to this conversation about Africa.
Yeah, I get that. He's trying to basically say that Ibero-Marusian itself are just basically Eurasians.
Yeah, and that's an oversimplification, because they are not. They are actually more percentage of indigenous North African populations.
Yeah, that's because he believes that they back migrate into the area. He think they came by themselves, but just chilling and just lived there and nobody came. You know, that's why he messed up part of it.
I get that.
I would say that they actually mixed with the Assyrian culture. You know what I'm saying? The Beige Eurasian ancestors. It's the result. It's like the result. It's like they're the result of Assyrian cultures mixing with Beige Eurasians, and that's how you get Ibero-Marusians in Morocco. You know what I'm saying? You had different groups related to these North African Beige Eurasians in the east, and they mix, you know what I'm saying, with the local population there. You know what I'm saying? And even later on, you know what I'm saying, you get the Natufians and their population even later on. You know what I'm saying? From these northeast African hunter gatherers, still was already mixed with a different Beige Eurasian groups, and they mixed with these Cabrian groups, these West Asian hunter gatherers, and they became the Natufians.
Brother, the only caveat I would add to that is I would take out the term basal, because basal Eurasian means no Neanderthal admixture. But the Eurasians that back migrated into North Africa to make the Ibero-Maurusians did have Neanderthal admixture, indicating they were the group of basal Eurasians that mixed. That's what the Tucker Corey. That's what the Tucker Corey study brings out. That the Tucker Corey had less Neanderthal than the Afro-Ibero-Maurusian.
The Takakori is a mixture of things though too. But at the same time, the Beja Eurasian did have a, hold on, you cutting me off, bro. Beja Eurasian did have a certain degree, and a certain degree that had none to minor. You know what I'm saying? So even a little minor is still a little bit.
None. The minor makes them a different group, and now Basal Eurasian simply indicates the one.
No, it don't, bro. It don't work like that, dog. It don't.
Okay, no.
That little minor don't work. It's like that.
I'm not splitting hairs. I'm not splitting hairs over which cousin mixed with a Neanderthal or not. Me and you both know that a certain group did and a certain group didn't, and that's fine with me. I'm done splitting hairs.
Neanderthal got energy. What makes what makes the Neanderthal bad?
Nothing makes a Neanderthal bad. Us talking about the admixture and the differences is simply a genetic thing, and it helps differentiate genomically an African from a non-African. Because North Africans and West Africans have admixture with an ancient hominin as well. Right. So I know people try to say that, oh, they got Neanderthals in them and we don't, but we also have admixture with a different archaic hominin. So everyone mixed with somebody. It's not bad. It's not bad.
I would rather you table when you proper what you say is that when you say Africans or these Africans are mixed with the Neanderthals and back migrating and stuff, unfortunately that leads to loaded thinking. We benefited
what,
from.
What is that? Hold on, Reggie.
I understand. No, that's how you talk about it, Reggie.
That's how you talk about it.
Integration and hybridization is key. You can't leave that out.
I didn't say anything wrong.
You can't.
I didn't say anything wrong.
Listen. He's not speaking improperly right there. Like if he would, but that's how you have to talk. And the Neanderthal is important. Like integration is key. Like so, you gotta. Speak
but that's what I'm saying. It's not derogatory.
Integration.
It's not derogatory. What
kind of thinking does it produce, though, Reggie? Go ahead. You saying that some kind of way that people not? Are you basically saying that saying it that way kind of inclines people to think that these are not African people or something?
Yes.
But that's their misunderstanding of it, though, right or wrong, Sosa?
You're correct.
Yes,
it becomes a loaded term where we're doing
how do you talk about
Neanderthal as if we're some pure race.
Yes, Cedric. Go ahead, Reggie.
No, we don't need to talk in loaded terms, right? This is part of the human experience. It helped the African.
No, it's a misunderstanding. It's not that it's loaded. It's a person with they're hearing it. They're not hearing it from a scientific mind. You get it?
Okay.
I get what you're saying. But I'm saying, how do you speak about it? That's how you talk.
Right.
People just misconstrue what the science is saying. I would say
correct.
that. I understand
it down for the sake of being.
Asking God energy that when he has a chance to speak in his own words, he could.
I ain't asking for that. I'm not asking for him to do nothing. As a matter of fact, I'm not asking him to do none of that. He got to talk about the way he talk about. I ain't tripping. That I ain't doing. You can say it because I say all kind of shit the way I say it.
Let me interject a word.
You probably got to go back and listen to the section. I'm simply saying I don't have a problem with you saying it the way you say it, right? As long as it's scientifically accurate. That's all I'm asking for is accuracy. Reggie thinks that it's loaded the way, but that's how the scientists say it. It's a misunderstanding by people. So for me, I'll just explain how they're misconstruing that. Go ahead, Cedric.
To that same point. When we talk about Neanderthal admixture, we need to realize that this was a sporadic incursion and not establish colonies as if there was interrelationship, right? They would hit and run. So we see that when we look at the overall percentage in the genome, they have reached to an ultimate minimum, but that you can't get below no more. That's just noise. You have 1 to 2%. We call that genetic noise, right? That's evidence of there not being, they're not being a stable admixture one-on-one relationship. So again, it is important sometimes when we're having these conversations. That's why I appreciate what you're saying, RNG. We need to actually slow it down, right? And explain these things properly, right? So that we do not get these misguided or conflated ideas, especially when we're talking to the general population. Right? A lot of people have this assumption that when we're talking about migration, that the individuals that left are the ones that we are registering in this new population. No, what we are measuring is the result of those populations being established there, interbreeding with the existing population. So you're seeing when we talk about admixture, never forget there's this basal or structural population, and we need to understand that that genetic is layered in sequences in a population, right? It is not in a single individual we're looking at in a population, and that these changes emerge over significant amount of time.
Yeah, and I mean that's just how we track. That's how we track the back migration. We track it.
But what Cedric said about the Neanderthals, I think is good to slow it down, because people think when we hear that, someone might have assumed that, oh, God Energy is saying that Indo-European descended peoples are half Neanderthal, and that makes them different from. Not at all. Not at all. But that detail wasn't brought out in my simple statement, just talking about the admixture. So we had to slow it down, right? And like he said, what Tishkoff and others have said is that this Neanderthal admixture happened as a one-off small population, and everyone that exists on the planet today outside of Africa has that small amount of Neanderthal admixture from this small admixture event when humans first left out of Africa. And one of the papers says that this event might have happened in the Levant, and that the Neanderthal ancestry there was from the local Levantine Neanderthal ancestry instead of the Western European Neanderthal ancestry coming back down, further indicating how quickly and first this happened in our spread out of Africa, and then we moved on from that. So even the fact that it might have happened in the Levant when we first left out of Africa speaks to how marginally small this admixture event really was. So I just wanted to add that little caveat.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I got like a second. I got no issue with that. So yeah, we good on that.
Yeah, we super.
The Neanderthals important. You know what I'm saying? They so we were able to since hijack genes that we didn't have to evolve. We were able to get them from that mixture. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
so that it was crucial.
And it didn't even turn us light skin, right? To even further ourselves from the misguided, outdated type of racial thinking. Neanderthal introgression did not equal a change in our skin color. The SLC genes didn't pop up. Those mutations didn't pop up with Neanderthal admixture as well. So that also takes us further away from the stereotype about Neanderthals. It still took tens of thousands of years for humans to mutate the gene, well, for Homo sapiens to mutate the genes that make Homo sapiens light skinned. Neanderthals were already light skinned when we mixed with them, but we still didn't even inherit their light producing genes as well. So Neanderthal introgression also does not mean lightening of the skin.
Yeah, and they're still doing some more work on that. So I'm watching a lot of shows on them trying to postulate a different skin tone and different ranges and shit like that. So yeah, they're still coming a long way with that Neanderthal stuff. So. Very dope.
Yeah, there's some new work on that concept too. They again showing gradients and levels of pigmentation based on the environment and diet. So again, this part of melanin that we have, there are several factors there that play a role in the expression, right, of the melanocytes, right, and that regardless of the SL2 gene, which created that actual pale skin, quote unquote European, there has always been a gradient in skin tone, even in Africa, based on the diversity.
We know Wesley Snipes.
Exactly. Yeah, you could see that in Southern Africa, for example, between the diversity of that population from Khoi to the Zulus, etc. You see that variation in skin tone from very light to extremely dark, right there in the Southern population.
I know Uncle over there working on something. What you working on? I'll see what
I'm putting them two goddamn articles in there. The rare ancient DNA from the Sahara opens a window on our region's past. It's and the other one, ancient DNA from the Green Sahara reveals ancestral North African lineages. My question will be, does these articles claim that North African populations carry more non-African or outside African populations than indigenous populations? My next question will be, does these articles claim that? Yep. No, not the Norrock. I already did the Norrock. We did the Norrock already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are going to be talking about the Paleolithic, the late Paleolithic, probably early Neolithic period. This is going to probably be covering between 3,000 and 10,000 BCE.
You know what I'm saying?
30,000 and 10,000.
80% North African that they use as a proxy for the North African Neolithic Morocco.
I'm using it. Yeah, I'm doing them two articles. I know y'all better.
Yeah.
I got the second one. I have the second one.
The charts in the journal. They had a chart in that journal.
People migrated to
Peace, y'all.
empty space.
Peace, y'all.
All right, God, appreciate you diving through, man. Keep coming around,
Yes, sir. Thank you for all the feedback, fellas. Thank you for all the feedback. Much appreciated.
Sharpen each other's swords. Never forget that.
Yes, sir.
I can't keep getting the old work. I always need the new work, baby. There you go. Great conversation. What y'all think?
I think he took the critique in the right sense, and he understood the points we were trying to make, and he admitted to actually underplaying or oversimplifying his terminology. So I'd like to see him clean that up, put it more within the firm and rigid framework of science.
Yeah, you know, I withhold judgment. You know, give him time to work everything out. Like, I ain't tripping on that stuff. Like, it's a good conversation. No, real good conversation. You know? So at least I can see what's that. You know what I'm saying? Definitely going over the material. Like I said, there was just some issues with language, and I don't want to say something he didn't say. So I want to make sure I accurately look. So, you know what I mean? So I want to make it accurate for something.
Yeah, and for me, it's also a good exercise in addressing the point, right? How do I say what I want to say without offending, right? So I'm critiquing your work from a scientific perspective. Terminology, framing, etc., puts it outside of the scope of science, right? Doesn't mean I disqualify your presentation. I'm asking you to sharpen it up. Use the right verbiage, put things in the proper context, keep it strictly scientific, right? Because you're not allowed to be creative to your own degree when you're engaging in science, right? It's very boring.
And if somebody before you makes a statement that the Twa was building columns and erecting them in Egypt, you want to be careful. Insert information that would be perceived as validating a statement like that, but he was correct, dude. They cut him off, so, and then I can understand. I'd have came back like, listen, here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying anything about the big. I am saying, I want to make clear delineation. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta do it, bro.
You gotta do it.
You gotta do it. You better do it. Right, you better do it, yo. Yeah, but I mean, you know, he
in North Africa with forced morphology. that they just walking around crazy.
I know he got a little frustrated. I know I can get people frustrated, but I'm gonna bring it out you. Y'all just trying to keep us out. I ain't trying to keep y'all. I want you. I need you.
No. I ain't got time to make 80 slides and do all that work. I appreciate you, sir.
Yeah.
Appreciate
But that's
you.
gonna happen. Even when you know how it is, even when you study and you wrong, you know what I'm saying? People gotta beat you out of it. They ain't gonna, you know. That's how it is.
Yeah, and academia works that way, right? They don't beat around the bush. They don't have time. They'll just tell you that is dead ass wrong. Get that out of here. Go back to the drawing board. This, boom, done. You go figure it out, right? They're not sensitive. So I try to be a little bit more diplomatic. It's tough because I'm so rigid with the science. Like you can't step out the field. I'm gonna call a yellow card. Right, so that's what happened. But he appreciated the critique. I am looking forward to you taking it scientifically and holistically that way. Yeah.
I'm just looking for people that can take the critique and just move forward and just be better, right? I don't need you staring in my damn face, sitting at the great Ankh. That shit's stupid. I need you to please. Yeah, I mean, I need you to do your thing. You know what I'm saying? Yo, since you here in the space and you mentioning the word science, do your damn thing. You don't gotta cow down and act like, nah, man. Just do your thing, man. Be who you is, man. Reggie gonna take him to the museum, Joe. He said he's been there already. Reggie gonna bring a new insight into it. That's good. I say everybody that's doing this thing. If you're in New York, you gotta hook up with Reggie. Yo, he's a museum. He can get in there, move your way around. The people know him. He get you a cup. That's an experience, right? And Reggie is top of that. You feel me? Read some glyphs for you, get you in there, right? But always read the tag on the thing because he might add something to it. But read the tag. He might. Nah, Reggie is good. He's good with that, yo. So that's a great conversation right there, man. And we need more. See, we need them kind of conversation with the elders be running.
Oh yeah, they ain't.
See,
they're not ready. They're not ready.
Yeah, that's reckless.
The elders from way back in the day, I used to remember before I knew who Ankh was. Let me tell you, before I knew who Ankh was, I knew of him. Dr. Phil Valentine, the good. He said, "There's this brother down in Atlanta who keeps mentioning my name."
Uncle on his head.
Uncle's on his head.
What, nigga? Hey, so I had the blog talk show, so I had all of them on there. They come on and say wild shit. I be like, what, yo? Man, oh wow.
He was doing a lecture with the yellow notepad, and when it's pseudo, when you do not know what, so there's no anchor, there's no grounding to what's being said. So when I make an analogy, it's related to a particular topic. His titles are so vague, you don't know what he's talking about. He went from the earth is not flat, it's a never-ending plane, to needing to sleep with a Faraday cage, to injections are actually surgery. I mean, there is no coherency to what he is saying. There's no defined message. But I knew of Ankh before I met Ankh because he was on them pseudos.
Yeah, I got it. Good. Yeah, I'm gonna say this. That's a good read. But it's the easy read right here with this. With the two things. It's the easy read right there, yo. Super easy read right here, man. Oh, there go Gullah right there. Go ahead, Gullah. Go ahead.
Gullah ain't talking about no eating right now.
No, I was in the laundromat. Yeah, man, I like it is, man. You know what I'm saying? I give it to I practice that scientific gangsterism. I give out that strict science. You know what I'm saying? So you give it to my it is.
Yeah, me too. Same here. I'm very strict, very disciplined. It makes for boring stuff, but it actually allows you to truly fundamentally understand the material, right? If you stay within those strict parameters. You don't have the room to freestyle. Your creativity is only allowed when designing and producing experiments, right? Then you can be as creative as you want. But when you're communicating or learning this material, no, you don't have that freedom. Sorry.
You
because like
based on auto, you can't run that.
Yes, it's real.
Yeah, you coloring with the the number coloring. That's all you're doing. Just make sure that when you're done, you're within the lines, that you matched up all the colors with the numbers, and that the picture lines up. That's your job. You don't have the freedom to be creative. I'm sorry. Right? That is when you have earned your master's and your PhD, and you're at the level of designing and creating experiments to explain phenomena. Then your creativity comes into play. But when explaining this data, you don't have that freedom, because what happens is you get nuapanized, you get FBAIs, you get all the pseudo philosophies being tagged on. You get the Wu from the Chopin Dipras and all of these characters, right? That use scientific terminology to sell you the Wu.
That's why I keep it. That's why I keep it. You know what I'm saying? I keep it strict. You know what I'm saying? I might try to simplify it a little bit, but still try to keep it in a strict frame, because that helps me stay on top of the pseudo's head.
Yep. Well, and they get upset. Like, no, stop. What do you mean by frequency? Frequency of what? Wait, stop. Explain that. The frequency of what? You just mentioned frequency. Frequency of what, though? Yo, they hate that. They need to get their spill off.
Hey, look, I'm gonna drop this Cash App. We had 2. Let me call out the Cash Apps, man. Y'all let me see. Hold on. I think this is a great show. This was a great show, man. We got a chance to so we just got one more of the Bomb Squad members to get on. All right.
Who that? Pokemon?
Humble. Yeah. He came on before. Humble was the first one to come on, right?
Yeah, he was the first one.
No, I never talked to him.
I think you did. No, you ain't talked to him.
No, I mean, he could have been on, but I didn't speak personally. It's possible.
Humble. Humble. We were talking about the Pokemon with Humble.
Yeah, I think you was
over here. Was over here.
Yep. Over here. You might not even know he was part of the thing.
I've seen it, but I ain't never seen him do like a presentation on like that. I mean,
yeah, he did a whole presentation. You gotta just go look at it.
Yeah, and see the thing for me, like like with God Energy, like I said, I tell him like condense that shit. If you want, you gotta condense it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you got to.
Two, like once you get the,
look at me.
Once you get the stage, oh, you know that nigga.
Yeah, that's Mika the Hebrew. Mika, you the Hebrew.
Look, once you get to getting off, or you say something like, once you, I might hear a Basil Mulatto, and at that point, be like, you know what, I'm done. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might have some good stuff after that, but that's how I am with shit. Like once I hear you,
turn it off.
Once I hear you off the tracks, I'm gone immediately. But like, you know what I mean?
Ran off the freight train.
Yeah.
I ain't got time to damn chew the meat and spit out the bone. No, it was not with science.
Yeah. So that's
Mika
why.
Mika say I'm a yoker. What that mean? I wonder what that mean. You're a Hebrew.
That's why I said what I was saying. So you're going to confuse or alienate a certain demographic, and especially a scientific literate one, when you start to use specific terms, right? Like Reggie illustrate, that's very problematic when you quantify or clarify things in this way. Now, you can always say scientifically accurate, stand on your square, and fight that battle. But when you use pseudoisms, and I'm using that colloquially, not that your man pseudo, when you use incorrect terminology or unscientific references, you leave the reservation. It becomes difficult to follow. So I appreciate the fact that he accepted that. Let's see the correction in the group.
Man, he don't got correct number. Shit. That's why we do presentations for people to learn and critique. It ain't that we picking them out. He the one talking about shit that's in our lane. You feel me? Yeah, don't ever get that shit twisted, yo. In our lane. So, hey, big up to Gregory, man. Appreciate you, man. Spotville, man. That's some love right there. Like I said, brother Gary. So we got 3 more to get, man. I'm gonna drop that nigga again. So some
Yeah.
love.
Hey, Sosa, that was a good show last night. You see the show last night, That was a good show we did last night. Meet Kent, meet Kent, Sosa. That was a cool little show.
Yeah, I want that show back. We was Ankh and I was suffering.
Okay, we had a hold on. Hey, Cedric. They ain't have a better show than we did. They front.
We didn't realize y'all live at the same time. I was
that was good. No, that was good.
Live. I'm probably gonna have a pseudo killer show, and 2 pseudo killers got a show. We're gonna stand. I'm looking at your head and Cedric head on another.
I got the TV on here. I got the TV on, and I'm watching the pseudo killers on TV while I'm here. I'm so confused. I was confused at a certain point.
And we got to do it that way, though. That's love right there, yo. That's good. We all over the damn airways. But we got some hell of a moments right here, yo. We got some, man, Say Cool stepped up.
Oh, man.
Say Cool.
Boss
up, bro. He was like, you know what? He said, you know what, yo? It was that debate I had with Yo stepped all the way up, yo. He stepped all the way up. I'm going to find that moment.
Remember when Sekou put clarity to that picture what was so confusing? When he brought it all home?
Yeah, he was like,
remember that? Oh, that was a moment.
Yeah, that was a moment for me. That was a good one. He was like, yo, y'all talking about indigenous populations with modern populations and put them up against each other. That's exactly what niggas be doing. Right there.
They're having a conversation. They're comparing modern science to African spirituality or vice versa. They're never comparing epoch to epoch. So compare, if you're comparing 5th century Africans, compare that to 5th century Europeans. We don't make the equation to modern times, and this is anachronistic at best.
What was going on? What was you got to elaborate on? I ain't see it.
I'm great. Sure. Hold on, I'm gonna find it right now. Keep talking, Cedric. Keep telling. I'm great. Find some clips.
Yeah, Sekou brought the hammer down with a couple of great points, and the whole we was dealing with, of course, what's his name? What's that brother name? Easy Bands. Easy Bands. You know, Easy Bands. Bands a Christian, and he was trying to convince us that you can fuse science with spirituality.
So that you can fuse it together?
That they can merge, or they can be merged, right? Because the whole idea was the development away from combining metaphysics with actual science, right? Your unsupported arbitrary notions, and compare that or equate that to testable, falsifiable, quantifiable analysis, right? Your epistemology. How do you equate these two epistemically different things together? One, acquisition of knowledge via science, and the arbitrary assertions that you can make when you are engaging with metaphysics, right? Just to be global. So they were going all over the place, and they just got beat up last night. That was fun. That was a whole lot of fun. But I gotta go back and watch the show, what y'all guys did, because I was, man, I wanted to, that probably was a great show, because again, it was dealing with another comment Easy Bands himself also made, right? Human exceptionalism.
Oh yeah. I'm that side. I'm the king of the throne. I'm on the king of the throne side.
What side you on?
I'm an arrogant human, Cedric.
Yeah, me too.
Ankh said it best. We are the best at being an evasive species on this planet, bro. We ain't got nothing as evasive as a human being. We the best.
Yeah. Hey, Sosa, you an arrogant ecological engineer, yo. You just arrogant at it.
Oh, man, here we go. Here get a clip. Sitting up here fighting with you.
I'm satisfied with this explanation for the night. It's really satisfying.
All right, so we're good right there. That was a good. So listen, I just wanted to show you how to actually use ChatGPT. Right, I want to show you how to get. This is why I be batting people out the park. It's easy work, right? But y'all gotta know how to set y'all computers up, right? You can't just, you gotta pay money for it, and you gotta program your ChatGPT with science and science literacy, religious information, Bible, all that. You gotta put all, it take work. All right. We ain't gonna get it. I knew the answer was crazy because I understood the people he was using.
We did this work already. We did this work already.
You want to close the statement? Say cool. You said you ready to go. You want to close
it? I'm ready to go.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just to say, thanks everybody for your contribution tonight. Good show. I think we can advance this conversation. I used to be in the middle of that. I think brother Easy and Warlord. No one is against spirituality here, right. I believe. We all say, but keep this domain separate.
That's it.
Until you come to that conclusion. There was a time I was trying to mix it up a little. I can tell you that. Even though I had a debate with Ankh, religion versus spirituality, which one will advance for Black people today? And I said both. And Ankh was on science. Science would be important. But what I did in the course of my research, I wanted to, when I said both, I thought maybe you can merge them in a way. There is a certain type of a secret, powerful science you can come up with. It doesn't exist. There is no secret formula out there that when you mix science with spirituality, we're going to do something great. That's not true. You can prove it. You can articulate it. It's just in your mind. You are just imagining it. If they call you to write a paper right now to explain what that spiritual science is and what it is it can do for us, how can we test it? You're going to fail woefully. You can't defend it. So let's go to critical thinking. Be curious and be very curious as a person, and also be skeptical. So even when they used to call their group community of skeptics, it sounds very scary to people. It's like, oh, those people who are negative. No, being skeptical and being curious is how critical thinking comes. Okay? Every information presented to you, and you have to be critical and you have to be curious. This is how you become a critical thinker. And scientific literacy is understanding scientific information, how to analyze it and how to apply it. If you do not have even the understanding, how can you even analyze it? If the understanding is not even there, then you can't analyze it and you can't even apply it. That's the issue we have with Mr. Sunscreen tonight.
Well,
who the hell is that guy?
Mr. Sunscreen. Say cool. Say cool.
Who the hell is that guy?
Yeah.
He sound like a pseudo killer. I like that.
Yeah, he was over there doing his thing last night. That's the kind of show he was doing his thing. You know what? I found out that he's actually in school then.
Yeah,
he brought out some of his professor books. So
studying psychology.
Yeah, so he ain't had no choice that, man, I'm doing too much. Tried to tell him, yo, sometimes you gotta hear it from an expert. Sometimes you gotta be sitting in class, show to say, damn, the niggas got it.
Yeah. I mean, he there now. Once you
too late now.
The importance of being a skeptic, everything else will start working itself up.
Yeah, no turning back now. He can't turn back. He be saying stuff like,
the minute you hear something, it's like, no, you know what? I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna listen to you, but then I'm gonna go see how this
You nigga got all that shit all day. He there now. He there. Ain't no turning back. He let the genie out the bottle now.
When the spidey senses hit you, right? it's like sometimes you can't pinpoint it, but your ear is just too sharp. It just it ain't working. It just isn't working. Yeah. So yeah, you get real sharp when you understand the fundamentals, right? It seems like it's a knee-jerk reaction, or like we're too quick to dismiss, but it's just a trained ear. It's when your ear is trained, you hear it from afar. Like, and once you're there, there's no way you can go back. You can't unknow what you know.
Yeah, and if like I said, there's a reason they became untangled. You know what I'm saying? Disentangled. You feel me? Because they realized that we can't go forward. That's why they, you know what I'm saying? That's why they separated. Like, we can't. This is hindering our knowledge. I'm saying we can't. You know what I'm saying? It's limiting how much knowledge we can acquire because of spirituality. So we have to separate that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it hinders your methodology, and its unfalsifiable nature creates open-ended conclusion, right? So everybody's coming up with their own conclusion. We're not getting anywhere with this methodology. We needed to develop a way to solidify our findings. How it is that I'm measuring the same thing, but we're getting different results. This is impossible. How is your God doing this versus my God?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, we had a great show. Hold on, let me give you another clip. This was wild. Wow, man, I'm gonna download this episode tomorrow. Look, this was wild. Watch this. You got Miles. You had Miles on here, your Easy Bands on here. Easy Band actually tried to tell me these boys somebody how they combine science and work. Call them scam.
Quiet. I don't be cutting nobody off.
I know you did.
Y'all cut me off every time I start talking.
Yeah, because you talk about sunscreen and shea butter.
No, y'all taking that out of context.
You got Mr. Grant.
Y'all doing the same thing to me that y'all doing at Easy Band.
You holler sunscreen. We ain't doing that to Easy Bands. We got taught and reading.
That's all y'all heard was sunscreen because y'all never let me talk. Why don't you let me show my screen? No, why don't you let me show my screen, man?
Here go you back on sunscreen again, yo.
No, man, I'm not. Why don't you show the very first slide? Say cool ask about the biblical scriptures. Show the biblical scripture first. Show the biblical scriptures first.
I noticed that slide.
Show the biblical scriptures first. That's what he asked for.
You gotta be lying.
You really want what the hell?
The biblical scriptures first. That's what he asked for.
Hold on, what is that?
Show the biblical scriptures first, and then it'll answer your question.
No, what is that?
Show the biblical scriptures first, and it will answer your question.
I'm really bright, so
show the biblical scriptures first.
I need some
sunscreen. Who asked?
I need some sunscreen too, bro.
Yeah, I'm
Hey, Ben, what's good, my brother? Hey, Ben, you up in this madness, brother? In this madhouse.
Just show the very first slide. You must be scared.
Amen.
I was expecting you guys.
Brother, man, like he went left. That was his slides. Those are his slides.
Yeah, man.
Golly, thank you. So say cool. Here we go, bro. So these scriptures. Hold on a second, man. You asked for these scriptures. These scriptures are showing you that it's talking about a people that exist in between Africa and the Middle East. And that territory is the territory we know as Kemet.
If you have ever wanted to land.
Man, the most hilarious thing ever, bro. It is, we got to play the rest of it. I was dying.
It's all black. That was Easy Band, Sam?
No, that was Moses. So Moses is a screen. So he was trying to answer Sekou and the rest of us skeptics' question. What is this methodology? What is this secret product? How do you merge the two? And his attempt to merge the two ended with sunscreen and shea butter.
What's going on, Street? See, you better late than never.
What's up, my bro? How y'all doing? Who ran the left?
Nobody. You left. You was we had a couple of young brothers on talking. We had a good one.
Oh yeah, who was all in there?
There was a couple people. We got your man Gardens on there. They all came through now. We got a chance to really, figure out, get some operation together, some operational shit together. See what they saying, how they saying. Yeah, I mean, what's on your mind, brother?
Oh, was it cleared up? I mean, what was the explanation of what everybody was saying?
We got it.
In a nutshell,
Down walking back.
In a nutshell, a lot of simplified terms was being used in attempt to bring the audience along, and he recognized that confuses the conversation, especially if we're trying to have a scientific.
I mean, as long as anyone is not trying to racialize Egyptians in a box of black and white, it can never be. If you racialize Egypt and the categories is black and white, it comes off pseudo. It don't matter if you're saying the people were white. It don't matter if you were saying they were black. If you do that, it comes off pseudo. So
that was my initial statement, right? If you use terms like black, if you use these racialized terms,
they already did it, Mickey. You missed it.
The realm of a scientific discourse, and then that makes the conversation completely non-scientific, right? Because I do not understand what you mean when you say terms like black.
Yeah, it won't work. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it won't work like that. I mean, if we're gonna get the audience got to hear it straightforward. Like
Agreed.
The audience, they can't. If we play like little word games, we still keep that box going. And the box that we have, the box that the community represents is a pseudo box. It's a pseudo box.
For sure.
So it doesn't matter if it's Renoko Rashidi, if it's Ajwa Kwesi, if it's who else? All those people.
Van Sertima.
Ivan Van Sertima, Rahul Neff. So Afrocentricity within itself is a box that's based off pseudoism. Because it's a response to Eurocentricity created right here. And America within itself is pseudo with the old categorizations of what they. So if you base your analysis on old Western terminology in the sense of that was it's all pseudo, even coming from the old white people. It's all pseudo.
Yep.
Yeah. He said something too that I don't know if Ankh heard it, that I was a little alarmed. I'm gonna wait to see. He said that because I forgot what I said, but he said he said you're correct to address me on the bridges that were left out, but it was done purposely because I do have something that can connect the black-headed ones and the Sumerian to the black-headed ones here. But he said he was saving it. I was like, I don't know where he was going with that. You remember him saying that?
Who said that? No, I wasn't here. Who said they said something?
God Energy said that. You didn't hear that,
Yeah, I heard that. I didn't understand where he was going with that.
Yeah, he said I do have some information that I'm holding back purposely because I told. Yeah, he was using these slippery things like he was saying like I didn't say that. I just said like he used terms like it possibly like the ancient alien speaks like well if you do see that then it could mean this. He was doing that, but he said he left some stuff out because he do have some work that he purposely holding back. That's going to tie the black-headed ones in Samaria to the black-headed ones here. And I was like, I don't know what that meant.
Yeah, that's kind of strange. Like his could have beens and would have beens is extreme. He's like a salamander. He was slippery sloping and all that.
I mean, you got to be. Sometimes you got to just. A lot of the people that's in a wave now, they are not wrong until they realize they're wrong. They got to bump their heads on their own until they realize in time it don't make sense. So I don't know what's going on, but Sumerians wasn't black. The Sigagigi terminology in the sense of Babylonian blackheads doesn't relate to what we think in a racialized sense. Sigagigi means a lot, to the Akkadians that they were amongst, because even the Akkadians had dark hair. So we have to be very cautious and careful with that. Again, that's outdated stuff that we got to throw out. The black-headed people, and you hear black-headed terms even in ancient in certain ways of people in China. It had nothing to do with a skin tone or race, you know. So we have to be very careful with that. Sigagigi, and one thing, you have different people saying it means different things, like the sick-headed ones or the untouched ones. In that sense, like they were outside of the field of the Acadians, so they gave them that term.
Yeah. Yeah, even the Aboriginal Australians, they call their ancestors the black ones or the black-headed ones, because their ancestors go back to a time of existence where they can't remember what the memory is black.
Like unknown, yeah, like unknown darkness, like old, ancient, like we don't know. It's like we don't know. It's unknown.
What did do you remember Chuck Morgan theory on it, or did he didn't have one?
On what? On what?
The black-headed ones. What that meant?
Oh yeah, he did a whole presentation yesterday on it.
I miss his understanding on that part though.
Yeah, I wanted he did it. I was on the phone arguing with y'all over the daggone
oh yeah, we still gotta do that show, man. We gotta do that show. Remember the us going all in, like the reason we became so Egyptianized.
Oh yeah. We might need to slide on over to the community settings. Hold on one second, man. Hey, take a little break here, man. Make sure you hit that Cash App. We got 2. We need 3 more to make our quota for the day. Yo, we've been going for about 4 hours for the Super Bowl, man. We didn't have God Energy come through, churches come through. We had 2 great shows yesterday. One of the Pseudo Killers, right? One of the program I do over there, SaNeter. I'm gonna download that for y'all. A lot of good, powerful information going, man. The community is moving in the right goddamn direction. We got people out of debated coming over to the scientific literacy side. It's not my side, it's the scientific literacy side. And that's the tool we're gonna keep banging. So if you're coming in, you wanna start talking about this stuff, and you may be a little bit younger, don't be afraid. Jump into the conversation, but just know this, yo, that we right there listening. Making sure we're getting information, because we want to be able to learn something too. You cannot have a community of older people. You need the young freshness to come in, but you can't come in with the pseudoisms, man. Man, hit the daggone Cash App. Make sure you like and subscribe. We got 4,200 subscribers, man. We want to get you to 5,000, right? I know it's a long way back to the 100,000 we used to have, but we're gonna keep pushing it, man. Gotta like and subscribe if you're watching this video right now. All right.
Like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe.
Subscribe, man, because that's how we get more viewers. All right. We bubbling right now. The Pseudo Killers, Community Skeptics, we bubbling like a mom, yo. We bubbling. All right, so hey, hit the daggone Cash App, yo. We had our 2. Need that 3 more, man. Let's get back into the conversation. Joe, I know you just getting home from church.
Peace to y'all,
what
brother.
was the damn sermon today, man?
Look, man. Hey, this was a real good show. I'm just going to let y'all know that. And you know what? I like them Bomb Squad brothers, man. Them young cats. You can tell them young cats been studying, man. And God, and y'all slow the conversation down. Had the conversation with God Energy, and I thought it was really good, man. And based on what Ngozi just said about the terms, here's what I picked up from the conversation y'all was having. Because I had to give it some thought. I was like, why is it that? I mean, because I'm listening to him explain what it is he trying to convey, and he's spot on. But then the terms get in the way, and then y'all was like trying to talk them out, like, no, you can't use that term. Y'all do know that is a 400 years in the making, pseudoscience. And so these terms have been being used for a really long time. So it's going to take us a while to get out of a lot of these terms. And so like black and negroid and caucasoid and all the white and all this stuff like this, man, like even for like the science. So he went to the paper, you know, because it described the Nuawat man as like a dark brown and a black, right? Mm-hmm. So it even shows up, like he pointed that out. It also shows up in those papers. And we just have to realize that it's going to take a while for that stuff to get out of there, because like this is not just in our community, this is across the planet. You know what I'm saying? Anybody connected to the Western world is going to be stuck using these terms. And so it's going to take a while to get out of it. Now, the scientists are definitely moving away from it, but it's going, you know, the science moves faster than us. And so it's just going to take a while to get out of it. Because if they're not even moving as fast as we want it to, then, you know what I'm saying? So,
yeah. But America.
But we have to be very careful, you know, because I mean, yes, you're absolutely right, Brother Joel, and we have to, like, it happens in degrees and stages. But my thing is, you get a person by asking any individual this: do you think that modern Egyptians are closer to the ancient Egyptians more than people in Western Central Africa? And when they come off saying things like the modern population is invaders, or the modern population is not more connected than a person from Western Central Africa, that's when you know where they mind at. Yeah. Are these questions being asked? Because if I ask a question like Nurat Man is not genetically close to nobody on here. He's more closer to the people that's over there now. It doesn't matter what the skin tone look like. It's like if you've seen a dark-skinned Palestinian or a dark-skinned Yemenis or a darker-skinned person from Upper Egypt. Those people got more genetic closer affinity with one another than a person that we descend from Western Central Africa or the Sahel Belt. I'm just saying. So
well, if you ask, the skin is of no significance at that
it has no significance.
All right, wait a minute. One more. Let me say one more thing then. Okay, I feel you. But think about our brains create our reality, y'all. Like so we just cannot, like, I know what you're saying, and you know you're right. I know you're right. Mm-hmm. But the problem is, if I hear the term dark brown, black, think about what my brain is going to do. Well, not mine per se, because I don't talk myself out of
it. Yeah, the community. Don't think us. It's don't think us. Yes.
Thank you. So that's just what happens. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, like we just got to keep that in mind as we talk to people. Like, we just have to understand that's where people's brains are going to go. Oh, that's an African. So
absolutely. But I'm gonna tell you something. On these PCAs, right? The populations that they use as reference, right? At certain points, right? Or certain populations that they use as, you know, it's just examples, right? The layer of the African American, not just based off no paternal marker, EP2 or the YAP marker that we all share from deep old ancestral lineage thousands of years ago that's been drifting all over the continent. But I'm saying, like, a European on the PCA, that layer of you is more connected to those Eurasians, or even some population, a larger chunk of even the Egyptians, than your deep interior portion that comes from the deep interior portions of Western Central Africa. So all these non-African people are more closer to earlier North Africans that they drift from in a specific time period than populations that we descend from deep older base Homo sapien lineages from Western Central Africa. Western Central Africans are very old. The signals that they have is very old. It's older than the populations that drifted north and went through multiple bottlenecks and genetic drifts and different shifts that occurred. So the European element in you, and we don't like to accept that, that shit is more close to the populations in a specific time in Egypt than populations deep in Western Central Africa. You see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I do. And that's another level that's got to be understood. I think that's a show, because that's a long show. Like, that's going to take a couple of shows for people to understand what you just now said. I'm telling you, you have to go over it, break it down, and re-explain it. I don't even understand it. You know, like, so we talk about, no, I'm serious.
Joel, let me give you a shortcut.
He done cut me off.
Yeah, you cut him off. You cut him off.
Go ahead. Let him say it. Go ahead, son.
Oh, my God. Asia today is dark or even darker than the rest of us. He's still not African. He's still not black. And I don't think any African American would confuse the two.
No. You said you don't think no African American is confused that? I just seen Chef Sosa and Ankh on the show, and they definitely confused it. So you're wrong there. So only thing I just want to say, only thing I
Hold on.
shots fired. Shots fired. So now look. Hold up. No. Wait a minute. Don't get itchy. Hey, shots fired. Okay, so wait a minute. When somebody walks up out of, oh shoot, I got you. You know, I clipped you up too. So
let's see.
Don't play the clip. Stop. So look, when and goes
right now.
Stop, y'all. Wait a minute. And goes when somebody goes up. Stop it, man. When somebody goes up to the north side of Africa and go across that Levant area, and like it's hard for people to make sense out of that. So when we say that's no longer an African, like we gotta be taught how to understand that and put that into terms where it makes sense. Because to me, right now, that might not make sense. You know, and I'm looking at him and I'm like, oh, well, if that's an African, why he don't look like me? See what I'm saying? Like them the kind of lessons we need. That's all I'm saying.
Question, Joe. We got to blame on America though. But go ahead.
What's the dude for South Africa from apartheid, the black dude from South Africa? Okay.
I'm not letting you get me back, so I'm not.
Right now. You know what I'm talking? What's the name? The dude that went to, huh?
The Dutch dude, you talking about Elon Musk?
Nah, the black dude from South. You know, damn, Mandela. Is Mandela black?
Oh, Mandela.
Is Mandela black?
I don't use the term black. You know that, right? He's a South. I don't. He's a South African.
Hold on. But to answer your question though, Mandela called himself black. If you read, if you study it, see, that's what I'm saying. Like a Khoisan wouldn't say that they black, but Mandela comes from the Axia, which is a sister group to the Zulu. They're interbred with the Khoisan, right? So he said in things that he's talking the black people, like he was talking as if he was black at a specific time. Again, but yeah, he did. Mandela did. I ain't saying the Khoisan do that. I'm sure Guller's aware of that.
I don't know I don't know if they got a click for black. I'm not sure.
So what I'm saying is that again, the standard of what black is, based off Western academia, the standard of black is populations that's Nilo-Saharan, Bantu speakers, all the people in Western Central Africa, they were all categorized as black. Even when the Arabs came into Egypt in 641 AD, they labeled Egypt as Misr, and they classified the people south of Egypt, Bilal el-Sudan. Bilal el-Sudan means land of the black.
And Goldie, I never thought I would have to disagree with you, but I got to disagree with you.
No, I mean, that's fair.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong, but them daggone explorers that went different places, stupid Christopher Columbus and them idiots, when they went different places, they labeled them as black.
No, we actually agree. This is what I'm saying. Like, listen to what I'm saying. That's the point. These people, all these terminology is coming from outsiders. It's not what the indigenous populations call themselves.
Oh, yeah. I definitely agree with that.
So like when the Arab come in 641 AD, he look at Egypt one way and label him Misr, but then when he goes south, Bilal el-Sudan, based off the narrative of Bilal in the story. Bilal was considered a black man, right? So when they go into the land of south of Egypt into what we know today as Sudan, they call them Bilal el-Sudan, land of blacks. Man, when you look at the geographic terminology of Sudan, Sudan wasn't just modern day Sudan. They classify all of the populations from the Sahel belt as Sudan, like they call south of the Sudan Savannah, which is basically the population that's south of the Sahel and the Savannah zones. So also Sudan means is black. That's not what the people in North Sudan called themselves. And then when you start looking into the genetics and the skeletons and the population that's there now, morphologically, a Northern Sudanese, they are very biased towards Nilotic, Dinka, and Norse further south. They act like they're different from them, right? But when we look at them from the outside, we saying, oh, black, like that dude Myron that be talking everywhere. He's a Northern Sudanese. He classifies himself as black, but if you pay attention to him, he's very condescending. Like he like to call people monkeys and different things. That comes from a place. Yes,
I know he's Northern Sudanese. I know that.
Yes, he's Northern Sudanese, and then he'll say he's black. He'll say he's black because of shared skin tone, but he also knows. Pay attention to him, the difference, because he'll say things like "you monkeys," "you this," "you that." He has a lot of undertone.
A lot of racist ideology with him. Like I don't.
And that's the thing about this trashy ass black term, because it's slippery. People can go in with it, people can go out with it. He knows that he's different.
Exactly. Sliding scale.
See what I'm saying? Like it gets real tricky, bro.
It's a sliding scale. All right, we got a clip here. All right. And let's play the clip. We're gonna show you the slide scale.
Gonna try to clip me up. Crazy.
I ain't clip you up, was you.
No,
that's what he gets. That's what he get for hanging with Chef. That's what he get.
Here goes Chefing. Let's see if we can make some sense out of this. Let's see.
You didn't think Mexicans were people of color? Or you didn't include them?
That's what I always thought. I thought Mexicans were people of color, yo.
They are people of color.
But
black though.
But hold on. But
why you would?
So the people that Adam and Eve, people of color? Yeah. Are they black?
Yes.
They highly pigmented. Oh, you have a lot of you,
African though, they not African though.
Black too, right?
Yeah, they black. They people of color.
Hold on, let's do this.
African.
Let's do this.
Because they have no genetic tie to Africa.
Hold on. So are the Egyptians people of color? Hold on. So the Egyptians people of color. Hold on, Chef.
Yes.
So the Egyptians people of color?
Egyptians are people of color.
Yes. Then are they black and they got African ancestors?
No.
I don't get it. See the confusion?
Now you did a one drop rule. You did a one drop rule.
Yeah, I don't get it.
You agree the one drop rule,
Hold on, wait. Hold on. You saying the Egyptians got one drop African blood?
They African. All of their blood probably African.
Oh, so then did you just say the people in the Adam and Eve's island? Hold on. This is what you said. You said, don't cut me off. Sosa said people in the Adam and Eve's island. Nope. You said people in the Adam and Eve's island.
Think before you say it.
Are black. You say, but then you jump and say, but their ancestry is not African.
Mm-hmm.
Bet. Then I say, so then are the Egyptians people of color? You first said no 24 minutes ago. You said no, but now you said
I never said the Egyptians weren't people of color.
Okay, so hold on, wait. Okay, so the Egyptians are people of color and they have African ancestry, then why aren't they black?
African.
Okay, so then why aren't they black?
Because all Africans are not black. That's why.
Okay, that's why none of that shit make no damn sense. And that's why I don't use it. Yeah, that's why I don't use it. Right. None of that shit make no motherfucking sense then. If the people in the Adam and Eve's island are people of color and they black, but the people, why ain't they black? Because they ain't got no African ancestry. Okay. But the people in Egypt, they ain't black, but they people of color and they got African ancestry. But the Nubians is black and they've been in Egypt since it was called Egypt. I'm trying to figure out what the hell going on at this point.
Make it make sense. Somebody.
Make it make some sense to me. Make it make sense to me. Make that shit make sense, yo.
All right, Sosa, come off your mic. Come off your mic, Sosa.
To me,
that makes no sense. I quit.
We need Sosa real quick, Stevie. We need Sosa to explain that. How that makes sense.
So that means the average Southern tie, average Southern tie is black.
According to the wiki, how that makes sense.
According to the wiki, Negritos are black, right? So you can be black, and African, and black and non-African.
So I get what Sosa's saying, but again, these labels. No, go ahead.
No, what he said?
He said you could be. He said according to the stats.
Negritos is African.
No, they said they black. They say African. He said he black. Negrito means black. It means black. Negrito, nigger. Negrito. Look, this is
black. So why ain't the Egyptians black then? If they people of color and they got African ancestry.
Because can I respond? Let me just. I'm going to say this is why the color court in this game is stupid. Again, listen, nigger, negro, negrito. That shit means black. I don't classify African Americans as black. They're African Americans, and they range in skin tone. Your African American could be lighter than me, or they could be very dark. That's an African American. I don't want to call them the classification of what's labeled as black, even though morphologically they fall in line with from the population that they descend from, Western Central Africa, with a little European element. That's the combination of our ethnogenesis over here in the diaspora in this portion, right? The same thing with our Afro-Caribbean brothers. But again, the color coordinates game told us this is a true African. This is a true African standard. The Negro black. This is this and this is that. But when you look at it, it doesn't make sense because the Adam and Eve people, the Greek people, what they labeling, they've been in Africa for 70 years and genetically closer to the old Eurasians that left out. They descend from. So what I'm saying is when you look at the Adam and Eve people, look at their autosomal DNA, they fall in line with all of those people in deep East Asia. That's what they do. They don't fall in line with people. But then people want to play the haplogroup game. Well, haplogroup D is part of the Yap, and D is related to E. No, them niggas drifted off them thousands of years ago. Haplogroups only make up less than 1% of your DNA. It tells a story of a migratory route and deep ancestral paternal and maternal lineage, but it's not the overall DNA composition. So haplogroups don't mean shit.
I get it, right? But if somebody goes,
picture, hold on, yo. I showed this picture right here. I said, so is that a black person? I said, that's an Egyptian. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. That's Nubian. I said, the fucking should say Upper Egyptian Aswan people. I said, is he black? That's an Upper Egyptian. No. Okay, all right. I'm just saying, yo. Like, I get taught of the Cairo shit. That's all they show people from Cairo. But when you go in the South, then
just for the record, my brother has those similar phenotypes, and he's definitely black.
Because Aswan, that shit right there, that's like right there in Nubia. But listen.
No, this man is an Egyptian.
Yeah, look.
So how can we not understand that Egyptians can look like that?
Aswan.
You
see
get
it?
that, though,
Egypt,
right?
Upper Egypt, Aswan.
Really?
But we're not saying he's black, right? Because currently in Egypt, right? I mean, people still moving around, right?
I agree with you, but I'm just saying, yo, that to think that Egyptians can't look like this is crazy. It don't even make sense.
As dark as his brother is, he's highly admixed still.
Of course. And I would expect that.
Say that it goes east.
I would expect that look in there.
Say that again, yo.
I said as dark as his brother is in skin tone, he's highly admixed. Highly.
Let me ask you this. Do he look more closely to a West African or Northeast African?
He looks like a Northeast African. That's how they're supposed to look.
Come on, man. That's all I'm saying, bro. You know what, yo?
Of course.
That's
But
all
listen,
I'm saying.
the
That's all
minute
I'm
we
saying,
say,
bro.
the minute I ask if that's a black person, you already know we have left the scientific realm. We now are engaged in the social construct. We have to follow the line of the social construct. You can't then insert science back into the social construct.
Right. So the social construct.
Did I do that?
The social construct would say that he's black. The social construct would say that he's black. But let me just say that I've seen Mika. I didn't change anything. This man comes from Aswan. Aswan is next to North Sudan. So hold on. Let me just say this. If you know anything about Aswan, if you know anything about Aswan, they allowed in the 50s a lot of northern Sudanese to go there, right? So even prior before that, but it touches the border of North Sudan. So in this portion of Egypt, you will find in this portion, which is next to North Sudan, you will find elements of some of that trickle in there in specific borders. But here's the thing: in Aswan, you also have the Sahara. You also
trying to weasel his way out of it. He's trying to weasel out of it.
Those are saying that's right there by that border.
I don't like
so
that.
you expect to see that right there. And there's a lot of that. Go ahead, finish rocking the goals. You're cooking right now. You got the hot grease on stuff. Go ahead, finish rocking.
I don't like that. I don't like that. I like to stay right where it's at. I'm saying that's in southern Egypt.
Yeah, southern Egypt.
And the southern Egyptians look like that. And you know why? Because whatchamacallit said that. What's his name? Hawau said that. Go ahead, Golden. Watch this. I'm gonna put up Hawau saying it.
I can't see it yet. He might have got knocked off a second.
No, he there. He got the Gullah phone. They've been having the same phones for 40 years.
The Gullah phone.
You know, StreamYard is less tolerant. Like Zoom, Zoom hold you down.
Somebody called me and knocked my signal off.
Yeah.
What I was saying was,
you out of here, bro.
No. What I was saying was is that listen. It's not far fetched that an element like this will exist in Upper Egypt. That's not the problem. But this does not represent the overall population in Upper Egypt, because next to him you will have this. You will have
Hold on, go. Why you feel the need to say that? Just curious, because I don't feel the need to add the extra.
I want to give the whole. I want to give the whole. Look, we dealing with, like you say, we all dealing with science. So I don't want people to get caught up in that, and they see this individual and think that represents the overall population in Upper Egypt. So what I'm saying is, next to him, you will also find the Saadi people who are light or reddish undertone of my color that lives there, and they live in the same regions amongst these people. So that's just one element because of specific reasons. You can look up those reasons for why. So this is not the absolute population of Upper Egypt. It's a very small population. Go ahead.
And goes it. And Chef dragged Sosa into the wormhole, black hole. He got sucked in. And Chef
hold on. You said what? That's a very small population. That's a very small population.
So yes.
Hold on.
Now we got to show.
Scientific article do you have, Gozy, that say it's a small population that are dark skinned in the South? Go get that.
You gotta let me explain it. You have to let me explain what I'm saying.
You already explained it.
You gotta let, no. You don't
what he said.
So make sense out of it. Listen to what I'm saying.
Yo, you all for that.
All of the population is all. Listen. All of the population in Upper Egypt don't look like that. If you look at the Fellahin, the Saadi, the people of Minion, they don't look. Those are the populations in Upper Egypt. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They're my color. They can be your. They're lighter than this darker skin, this extra darker skin Admixture dude.
Oh, he extra darker.
Yes, he's extra darker than me and you. Yes, he is.
ESKRA.
He my complexion. He got the bitter.
Yeah, Espra, bro. You know what Espra means.
Yeah. Because you got more people that might mix with non. You got more people that might mix with non-Saharan than others too. You might have other ones that have more a Nilo-Saharan mix than others do.
Hold on.
That's
so
an element there.
Y'all saying that the reason they dark is they mix with y'all mix with somebody? Y'all think that? With the Nilo-Saharan population? Or couldn't it just be a direct result of the sun? Y'all sure?
It could be a combination of both.
It's both. That's both. That's the area. That's the area of confluence. You got. That's the area of confluence. You got like three different African groups there too at the same time. You got three different major gene pools.
I'm just letting you know Mika started this. Mika started this pressure on y'all. Now I got to
no, that's cool. That's cool. So hold on.
But that's a good point. He goes, he made three different groups.
Hey, let me just say this. That dude granddaddy could have looked like Zawi Hawass, and he mixed with a woman that was extremely dark for generations. So what I'm saying is that that's not. It's a lot of things.
I give you something slick. That guy right there, ancestors could have been lighter than that. We don't know
exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly. And vice versa. The ones you see light skin could have been dark. Their ancestors could have been dark skinned. Just for the record.
Now we talking. That's the class that needs to take place right there.
You can't ignore that what things look like on the border, because those lines are imaginary. Things look a little different right on the border. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Oh, so you saying it's not a force field there stopping them from moving across?
I don't like the border conversation.
Oh, you love the border conversation. I know you don't like the border conversation.
I don't love the border conversation. I don't love it.
All of a sudden, you don't like it, huh?
I don't. They use the border as a reason to make it seem like that's why they like that, because of the border.
I know.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's why we need that class.
Well, could be one of the reasons. You know what I'm saying? One of many reasons. That's not the only.
We need that class.
Remember, the guy said it's not a real border. It's a cultural, imaginary border. Remember he said that? The expert said that. What was he
right. So you will see more Nubian. You'll see more of that mixing upper than you would see in lower, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, naturally.
And go ahead, Gozy. What's your take on that? Or Gullah, what's your take? Yeah, they got the two phones. It just died. I told you.
Yeah, I could have got a phone on Gullah halfway.
I think that's a good class, though, y'all. Y'all don't think so? Like helping people to understand.
Hold on. We got a person that was in Cairo.
Yeah, I'm down with it. I'm in the grocery store, yo. That's why I'm out and about.
All right, freeze out. We got a sister that just came back from Egypt. They are dark and as one, even in Luxor. Hold on, we reading that she was there. It said their prevalence for dark skin and dark Egyptians that we were that some people would consider black is an Upper Egyptian or towards the south.
Which Upper Egypt towards the south. Yeah. Which would be she's saying Luxor. She must be talking and typing. Which would be Luxor Aswan. She it's talk to type, so it's saying Luck and Aswan. You know what I mean? So she's saying which would be Luxor or Aswan. Going towards Sudan.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
That's what
I was saying. The people of Luxor, they still got that East African Eritrean type look. You know, so that's indigenous there too.
Yeah, would be good. I agree with that. I agree.
Yeah, and not to mention that skin color is a horrible indicator. It's a horrible indicator. I wish I could find this daggone shit. It's the lady did. It was a lady interviewed him, did a little documentary with him. Oh, here you go. No, that's not. Did a documentary. They probably took that off the internet, boy.
They were dark, but they were not Negro.
Yeah. They was dark. Oh, I got it. Here we go.
Imagine being able to build.
Who said that? Cheap ass?
No. Wow.
He's trying to speak. He's trying to be blunt. He's trying to be blunt. You know,
he was blunt.
He was blunt pulling the stunt.
They were dark, but they were not Negro. You probably find on TikTok. You probably find on TikTok easy to get a real little quick clip.
I got it.
Okay, go ahead. I see all black.
All right, here you go. Watch you try to clean it out. He gonna try to clean it out. He like to clean it out. Watch her wife say it. She gonna kind of trap him into it. She trapped him into it. Here we go.
It's true that the black from Kush ruled Egypt in Dynasty 25. Right. And this is what the black Americans are proud of. Yes. But they mix the 25th dynasty with the Old Kingdom and the New Kingdom. They don't know the difference. Then they think that Egypt is a black civilization. It's not true. The black from Kush in the south ruled Egypt. It's a fact. Yes. But it's not the Egyptian civilization. It's not a Negro civilization. Another theory that I believe in it, that the Egyptians were Egyptians.
With arguments.
He's correct.
But hold on. Correct. He got to go on. He says, hold on. It's something else. He go on.
Yeah, that ain't.
That's for smashing them. That's for the smash camp right there. That's for Smash, Pan-African James, Reggie, and all them cats.
It's another one where he's more blatant than this one. Than that, I believe.
Here come. It's coming. It's coming.
We're talking to the sister.
Not racism. Geography also plays a key role in the ethnically diverse populations of Egypt.
The second theory that many people thought that the origin of the Egyptians were from Africa and the East Asia, area of Syria, Palestine, and Mesopotamia. Then, based on what? They said that the Arabic language now, the grammar is the same like the hieroglyphic. And also the people from the eastern Syria, Palestine, their faces light, like the people in the Delta. The people in Upper Egypt, they are dark, African. And the African languages, African. The people in Upper Egypt, they are dark, African. And the African languages also has origin of the hieroglyphic grammar, the same.
The Nile Delta, where the river is civilized.
Y'all mad at him? I ain't mad at him right there. Could y'all hear that?
Yeah, he fighting against the Smash and the Reggies and all that.
What did he say about the What did he say about the upper Egyptians?
They were dark.
It was dark, African, didn't he?
African.
That's deep. He damn near right. In the Delta, they was more like the You said that wasn't
they were West Central.
Oh, that's man, you in there, man, you capping.
No,
man.
dark
You
like the
capping.
what?
Yeah,
When he said dark, what does he mean?
He said African. He said African.
Skin tone.
Let's go back.
Yeah, get dark, but what does he mean by dark? Melodic dark?
He said African dog. I don't know what the hell that is.
Yeah, the fuck African dark. The range was
skin tone.
Yeah,
just like you can feel.
I want the one where he said they are not
one of the greatest
Negro. That's what I want, the one where he said they are not Negro.
I just played
in the same interview.
I just played it, man.
Oh, was another lady.
He's talking about hey Sosa, he talking about like that Somali type. You know how Somalian people, they can be from light to real dark, even though they skull structure in old anthropology won't be considered Negroid because they got more aquiline features.
All right, here you go. He's gonna say it again. Listen up, everybody. Chef Fennell.
Racism. Geography also plays a key role in the ethnically diverse populations of Egypt.
The second theory that many people thought that the origin of the Egyptians were from Africa and the East Asia, area of Syria, Palestine, and Mesopotamia. Then, based on what? They said that the Arabic language now, the grammar is the same like the hieroglyphic. And also the people from the eastern Syria, Palestine, their faces light, like the people in the Delta. The people in Upper Egypt, they are dark, African. And the African languages also has origin of the hieroglyphic. And the Egypt, they are dark, like the people in the Delta. The people in Upper Egypt, they are dark, African. And the African languages also has origin of the hieroglyphic grammar, the same.
The Nile Delta, where the river empties into the Mediterranean.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And he said the African language has origins of the Mediterranean. But what? That's a second thing. So what? He was talking about different theories. So he said he agreed with that.
Yeah,
theory?
Don't listen, Chef. Let's go back.
No,
so
he said he said this. He was going through theories. He said a second theory.
We heard that, but he shifted out of it. Let's see.
Which one does he?
Shifted out of it.
Which one
I'm about to say it. Watch this. Let's see. Hold on. Let's go back again. Clarity.
Put captions on. You could put captions on that the way his damn speech sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back. Let's see.
Accent.
Okay.
Their faces light, like the people in the Delta. The people in Upper Egypt, they are dark. The people from the grammar is the same. They said that the Palestine and Mesopotamia and the East Asia thought that the
key role in the ethnically diverse populations of Egypt.
The second theory that many people thought that the origin of the Egyptians were from Africa and the East Asia, area of Syria, Palestine, and Mesopotamia. Then, based on what? They said that the Arabic language now, the grammar is the same like the hieroglyphic. And also the people from the eastern Syria, Palestine, their faces light, like the people in the Delta. The people in Upper Egypt, they are dark, African. And the African languages also has origin of the hieroglyphic grammar, the same.
The Nile.
Let's speak on it. Y'all niggas is
Yeah,
quiet.
I was not familiar with that one.
Right. He gave a little theory about the glyphs being kind of connected to the Arab language, right? And then he talked about how the Upper Egyptians is dark, right? African, and then the lower Egyptians are light. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
So
their grammar
now that fits with the evidence now, though. Am I correct?
But is their grammar closely more connected to them?
Nope. It's connected to
Arabic. More connected to Arabic, right?
No. It's no. They tried. Remember, they settled that at the Cairo Symposium.
The language. Hold on.
Yeah. The language would be the language. Hold on. The language would be related to Arabic by both being Afro-Asiatic, but the language itself on the branch it had more relations to the indigenous African Afro-Asiatic languages. Because Arabic is a branch of Semitic. You know what I'm saying? But even though they all them related.
I disagree.
You said what?
I disagree.
What language are you talking about? Which one?
I disagree. Let me
make
my point. It was clear that the Cairo Symposium, they tried to say exactly what you said, right? Of course, it's connected through the Afro-Asiatic branch, but here's the clear distinction here. And this is what they said at the Cairo Symposium. They said diops. This is the part that diops got right when it came to African languages. They said diops. Egyptian has Semitic loanwords in it. Diops say it does not. Right? And they was like, they went back and forth, right? And then they recognized that Egyptian is not Semitic. Simple as that. It's its own, it's indigenous African.
Yeah, okay, that's what I said. I just said
like I had
no,
to make that
no, you didn't listen. You had to let me finish.
Yeah, okay.
You had to let me finish though. All I was saying was they is related by both being in that language family, but they not related. They are not on the same branch.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
No.
I'm looking at it. Said that ancient Egyptian was closer to African branches, which said it's generally closer to African branches of Afro-Asiatic. So
yes, absolutely.
And Chadic.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, 5 branches in Africa.
In some structural respects, but it is not especially close to Niger-Congo and Nilo-Saharan languages.
No, we ain't talking about that. we talking about the Afro-Asiatic is 6 branches. 5 is in Africa.
Yeah. Like Semitic is like a younger sister to Egyptian, Berber, and Chadic. It's like a younger sister branch.
Yeah, I gotta. What's chess moves in this?
No, he just lighting the fire. He gas. We call him Captain Gaslight. That's Captain Gaslight. Yeah.
I would like to say on this one because I just jumped back on. The Zawi Hawass is completely wrong. I'll tell you why. Yes, this is me. He's wrong because he's playing political politics, political Egyptian game, as if the Pharaonic race theorist mindset, because he's trying to imply that the Upper Egyptians or at a specific time were closer to African, and the Northern Egyptians was something different in the sense of not being. But the truth of the matter, they're all African. The Northern Egyptian that's light, and the Upper Egyptian that's darker. They're all African.
You said he trying to straddle the fence.
He tried to straddle the fence. I mean, it doesn't matter.
I thought he said there was Africans in those.
Go back. Hey, let's play it again. Go back to play it again. Listen to what he did. He straddled the fence there.
Yeah, he's flim flam. He's taking the lower Egyptians straight out of Africa and connecting them to the Arabs. Look at it. Play it.
No, try it. Play it again.
Listen to it.
It was deep. It was a good one.
You know you gotta play clips and
I
go
listened
back.
to a clip, Nick. The best part is at the beginning when you talk about look at the lip of the Negro. Man,
He said their lips are nigger. And
Yeah,
they
we
know
got.
it.
Damn, we missed that. All right, we're gonna go back to that too. Let's get this out. Gozy heard something. Where ain't it crazy how you can play the same thing, hear something different?
Yeah, for sure. Because I could have sworn he said something different.
Nah, I kind of got it. But
listen to him.
Then he was talking about two theories. You want to start it? You want to go all the way back
Listen to the whole thing. No, you ain't got to go. But just go back to when he was explaining. He said the upper Egyptians look like this, but just listen to it.
Here go. Look. See his hand on his lips. Hold on, bro. You gonna go all the way back
here? You can tell because the Negro lip. Go ahead.
Hold on, let me go right here.
Hold on. Before you play it, pause. But he made the statement that he was fighting against the African Americans that try to say they are them. He said that.
Egyptians.
No, he
listen, hold on, listen though, Joel.
Okay, go ahead.
It's a political game going on with Egyptians. They believe in a pharaonic race, and for they're nationalists, and they believe that Egypt is something that's independent. It's not nothing but Egyptian. They're Egyptian nationalists. So he's trying to imply. Just listen. It's politics too a little bit. I'm saying that they're all African. The northern lighter one, and the people in the south that can be darker. They're all
agreed.
No. You rocking. You cooking without grease.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, before we play the video, we're gonna drop this Cash App again. Let me see how many people wants to stick around here because we've been going for 5 hours now. We ain't over goddamn time now. It's a whole great show. Sometimes we don't get good shows like this, man. We done had 3 good ass shows in the last since yesterday. Go watch that Pseudo Killer show, man. Off the chain. All right, we go. Root, what's going on with you? All right, we got 100,000 in the damn building. We got Loke Swag 60 straight pseudo. Been pseudo on for like 4 hours straight. How do you pseudo for 4 hours straight? How does that happen? How you do it? I don't know. All right, here we go. We dropped the Cash App. We play this video, and we're gonna be out. Y'all don't want us to stick around. Y'all just want us to get up out of here. Jeff going live. He giving puppies. You still giving puppies?
There's an explanation.
No, they were dark skinned,
but they were not black.
But they're not Negro. Because look at the lips of the Negroes like that and the nose like this. Look at the
but he says there's an explanation.
No, they were dark skinned,
but they were not black.
But they're not Negro. Because look at the lips of the Negroes like that and the nose like this. It's not really the Egyptian origin at all. It's different, completely different.
Hey, keep playing it, huh? Listen to the rest of it.
He knocked out on that one. I like
he lost me there. He lost me.
What did he use?
Yeah, that's my man right there. He knocked out.
That
nigga say they ain't got the lips, so you got.
No, I jumped out the car. As soon as he said nigga and lips, I jumped out. At 60 miles an hour, so I jumped out.
He said Negro, but the accent thing. Now I got to read home.
Hey, play Salsa. Nigger and Negro means the same thing. Play the rest.
Here you go. That nigga.
Yeah, you know, but you can say Negro, but you can't be saying nigga.
Wow, he went lip swagger on us. I can't believe he went lip. Look at the hand on it. Look, lip swagger. Look, lip swagger.
Watch how he separate northern from lower. Watch this.
Right there, yo.
But they were not black.
But they're not Negro. Because look at the lips of the Negroes like that and the nose like this. It's not really the Egyptian origin at all. It's different, completely different. And this is why you cannot connect the Egyptian civilization with the African at all. It's different. Or from Syria, Palestine, Mesopotamia, it's different completely. Sheikh Anta Diop is from Senegal. And he announced that the origin of the Egyptian were Negro, based on the statues of Ramses II and the statues of Tutankhamun was black. And actually, UNESCO did make a conference to discuss that. And they said there is no evidence, we have to postpone this.
Another group, Diobs.
Hey, so listen, he said they're not connected to African civilization. Listen to what he's saying. It's politics with this dude. Listen to the rest of it.
But hold on, but I wonder though.
It's the racist narrative.
No, all right,
let's do
this for a minute. Let's get out. Let's delve a little bit deep into this. Let's try to push away the racist part. Okay. Is he saying to him, when he looks at, like, say, maybe he's thinking like West African culture. When he looks at West African culture, he doesn't see West African culture in Egyptian culture. Could that be his separation? What you think, Gozy?
No,
what y'all think? You think he's trying to do that?
You say Egypt is no. He's saying Egypt is their own. They cannot be connected to African civilization or anything. He is a Pharaohist. The Pharaohs believe that Egypt is its own.
He trying to get somebody. He trying to get somebody.
Yeah, you do have Egyptian. He said they're not African. He was clear. You're not African at all.
All right, here we go. Here we go. So he mad now.
When they got there,
it's true that the black from Kush ruled Egypt in Dynasty 25.
Right.
And this is what the black Americans are proud of.
Yeah.
So he's basically saying what Shep said.
He told y'all. He fighting the black. He's the African American.
So he is an Egyptian nationalist, and this is what I'm saying.
Americans, that was in National Geographic. But we didn't make that up.
But listen, they all wrong. But they all wrong because we not Kush either. This nigga's wrong on everything he's saying. He's wrong. Listen to him.
Yeah, we're not Kush neither. But
no, he's saying they using Kush and Gozy. He's saying that the black Americans use Kush to say that Egyptians are black.
Yes, but listen to what I'm saying, Joel. But what I'm saying is they're all wrong though. Niggas was thinking that Egyptians was black overall, not just Kush. So he's wrong, and they were wrong. Listen to the rest of it.
Okay, yeah, I got you. Go.
No, but Shep says, Chief X says that Kush is black, right? Nubians. So
we already know them two gonna mess it up.
I know, but my point is, hold on. If you make them black, the point is that they come out the Green Sahara together. They have shared ancestry, Libyans, Nubians, Egyptians, before they called any of those things, right? And they diversify on the river. So how is it that Nubians are black, but the Egyptians escaped it?
So what's going on is this.
That's wild to me. You hear my point?
I get what you're saying, but this is why the skin coordinates game is a problem, because on the surface, the Nubians had darker pigmentation, and people racialize darker pigmentation with black. Egyptians can come anyway. They can be light as a Palestinian, they can be reddish brown, or even dark. So with the Egyptian, because they have these, they can be racially ambiguous based off what they look like. The surface Nubian is dark skinned, even though they have some layers of shared deep ancestry. It went in different directions. You see what I'm saying? The politics of the skin coordinates game is pseudo, bro.
Yeah. Even when he mentioned the lower Egyptians and the upper Egyptians, both of them groups, no matter light or dark, they still share that same Northeast African hunter-gatherer underlay that I talked about in my presentation, that they still share that with the same groups that's in like the Horn, Red Sea area, and like.
Oh man, you got the Gullah phone. Yeah, man, you clipped the body there.
Layer is still there. You know what I'm saying?
Whole line of what you said.
That color coordinates game is pseudo, bro. And this is what I'm saying. Like when we play this game, first of all, African Americans are not connected to Kush. We're not connected to those people in Sudan. We're not connected to those people up. It doesn't matter what their skin tone is. So again, when Egyptians hear this, they think that we're lingering on to this shit based off some dark skinned Nubians, and that's not the case. We were wrong about it overall. We said that all the Egyptians was black, and we were wrong, bro.
Yeah, we was wrong. We connected different families together. Based on
those others are invaders. They are invaders. Those are Arab invaders. They displaced the black Egyptians. That was ludicrous.
Well,
this guy saying Egypt, and listen to the rest of it. And then he said the upper Egyptians look like this, and the ones in the north. He's trying to say Egypt is not Africa. And what I'm saying is all of Egypt is Africa, light and dark, all of it.
All right, let's play this. Here we go.
But they mix the 25th dynasty with the Old Kingdom and the New Kingdom. They don't know the difference. Then they think that Egypt is a black civilization. It's not true. The black from Kush in the south ruled Egypt. It's a fact.
Yes.
But it's not the Egyptian civilization, it's not a Negro civilization. Another theory that I believe in it, that the Egyptians were Egyptians.
With arguments.
See, he said the Egyptians are Egyptians.
Yeah, you got a right to say that. Here we go.
Not racism. Geography also
theory that many people thought that the origin of the Egyptians were from Africa and at the East Asia, area of Syria, Palestine, and Mesopotamia. Then, based on what? They said that the Arabic language now, the grammar is the same like the hieroglyphic. And also the people from the Eastern Syria, Palestine, their faces light, like the people in the Delta. The people in Upper Egypt, they are dark, African. And the African languages also has origin of the hieroglyphic grammar, the same.
The Nile Delta.
I think he's clear.
You agree with him?
I can't hear you.
I said, do you agree with him?
I don't know what you just said.
I said,
he said, do you agree with him?
I know you heard me.
That's problematic to me.
Did you agree with him?
I can't hear him.
Can you hear me, Chef? He said, do you agree? You might need to go out and come back.
I don't agree with him.
You gotta go out and come back in, Chef. I can hear.
Can't hear. Yeah, we can't hear you. Yeah, the ancestors.
I don't agree with him, Monk.
Of course not. He just said, yeah, he's doing some political shit. Hell no. That ain't even what this shit say no more.
Joel, quick to jump out the car. First he riding along, he not out the car, rolling on the ground.
Yeah, we was rolling with him with a couple.
He was in the front seat. Look back, he rolling on the street.
I told you I jumped out at 60 miles an hour, so I took my life in my own hands.
That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, what is always...
All right, you hear me, Chef? You hear me now, Chef?
What
He did the same thing God Energy did, but in reverse.
What has always been confusing to me is that I've always recognized Somalians, Yemenis, a Northeast African as a distinct African group. Now, I can put Egyptians within that phenotype in its broader aspect, from light to dark, and accept them as homegrown Africans. I would, in a colloquial sense, refer to them as Black without making them West Central Africans. But the term Black in this conversation makes muddies the water and creates confusion. So would not call the Egyptians Black by no stretch of the imagination to separate West Central Africans from that discussion, because that is something that always gets thrown in our face. But the Egyptians range in skin color from light to dark.
Hey, so Cedric, Sheffin, did you hear what I said?
No, what you said?
I said, do you agree with her walls?
Yeah, I've heard that sentiment, and I heard it agreed with basically by everybody before. So, maybe
what
y'all? Yeah, he basically
we agree with the dark-skinned upper Egyptians.
No, what he basically said was that Egyptians are Egyptians, right? Like he said, the theory that they come from Western Asia, the Levant, right, and the people in the Delta are light because of that, and the reason why the people in the South is dark is because of Kush and Nubia. He's saying, nah, Egyptians are just Egyptians. You know what I mean? Like, they're
also said that he also said they are not an African civilization, and they are.
Yeah, because I think he was trying to separate it from everybody else, like or the confusion. You know what I mean? He was
but the underlying,
that's what he was doing. Like, I don't know how we missing
No,
that
but
part.
Chef,
Egyptian then is African.
Chef, no, Chef. You have something over there. I'm not saying, listen, it's a political thing called Pharaonism that goes on over there. What I'm trying to say is that regardless to the Egyptians not looking like people south of them, as light as they are, they can look like Palestinians. They are still Africans. They're North African, Northeast Africans are North Africans. So for him he can't make them independent. It's like me saying the Nigerian is the Nigerian.
But why y'all didn't disagree with him making the separation from Western Asians? That's right there, and we know that they share genetic and genetic ties with them, right?
At a certain level, but at a certain level, but not at the base. At the base level, them indigenous Western. No, listen, that's what I'm saying, though. That's what you trying to say. That's what you trying to teach. You know what I'm saying? You gotta know about it. If you want to know the shit. You know what I'm saying? All them different groups.
He was so y'all think that y'all saying that his point, y'all didn't get his point, or y'all just disagree with it.
Me personally, I disagree with him because this is what I'm saying. We know listen. North Africa has shared genetic affinities with populations in West Asia for a long time. They are genetically closer to West Asians. But this is the point. They develop clusters independently within the regions that they live in, independently. Meaning, like, so for example, if Epipaleolithic Natufians back migrate into this area and they sit there for 10,000 years and they intermingle with the indigenous inhabitants there, they create a unique cluster. So what I'm saying is that a Palestinian is not an Egyptian. An Egyptian is an Egyptian, but an Egyptian is also a North African based off the region that he lives in. He's a North African. He's not a sub-Saharan African. He's not a Ghanaian. He's not a Sudanese. He's an Egyptian, but he's a North African. Why are you trying to act like they're not
he tried to say that, but he just don't know how to do it right.
No, he know how to do it. He's just part of Egypt has a political thing called Pharaonism. I think y'all should look that up. And we have to also understand that the people that pay Egypt gets most of his money from tourism. He has to cater to a specific audience.
Yeah.
That nigga don't he's a fucking African.
Smash did that one show.
I'm not familiar with it actually, because the article, is written by people over there, so it's not like you can say it's Afrocentric because it's written by the folks over there. You know what I'm saying? It's
I think they get tired of everybody trying to take their culture and their history. And they saying basically, just let us be us. You know what I mean? Like, don't say we Western Asians. Don't say we Africans to try to connect all of the other Africans with us. Egypt is Egypt.
That's what led up to like the Sardin getting banned. Like I think like Travis Scott getting banned. Like they had to criticize Kevin Hart because Kevin Hart said all that is in the wake of the that pharaonic movement that was growing in Egypt. So I did read about that though. So that is important. But I think when I talked to Ramsey,
I get Chef's point in the overall argument.
I don't get it. Make it make sense. I don't get it. Go ahead. Make it make sense, Joe, because I don't get his argument.
Hawass was making the point. Listen, one claims that people come from Anatolia, West Central Asia. Others claim all of it is from the Deep South. No, Egyptians are Egyptians. We come from right here. The argument we make, right? They come from west and east of the Nile, right? With the desertification of the Green Sahara. And the phenotypes range from light to dark. Egyptians are Egyptians. Done. I get his point. Maybe I need to look a little bit more.
No, what's his point though?
Right there.
I think
he being too simple because it's an area of confluence. It's like That's like saying, like, we know South Africans, but South Africans is a mix of Bantus and Khoisan at the base root. You know what I'm saying? So you got to still explain all of that. You know what I'm saying? Egypt ain't Egypt on its own. You know what I'm saying? It's layered in different populations.
That's why I said he was sloppy. His explanation is sloppy.
Like, so like, you know, and I talked to Ramsey, you know, and Astro said, Joker said, you know, Ramsey's he's an Egyptian national, and within that ideology, that's how they frame it. I'm not African, I'm Egyptian.
Right, and then all right, they're talking anthropology right now.
You can take that for however you want it, but that's how they gonna rock. How they rock it.
No,
that's what makes it not make sense right there.
So we saying y'all not in the anthropology conversation, y'all in the political conversation.
Yeah,
that's fine, but don't jump over here. But you can't jump over here with genetics.
I thought you agreed with
can't
that.
Do it. You agree with what? I never agreed with that. I never agreed. They just Egyptians. I never agreed with that, bro. You made that.
I thought you did. I thought it was like, you know, it's up to them to self-identify. They can self-identify.
Right.
He's trying to set you up. He's trying to set you up. Watch out.
He's not. I'm
on my drop the link in the back
chat
for the
I'm Charlotte Temple around this motherfucker.
Yeah, Lord Gould is called neo-Pharaonism.
Yeah,
that's what it's called. So I'm gonna drop
my
the link.
Point is, when I say they got every right to just say they're Egyptians, right? They do. They don't gotta say they're African. But then don't go to anthropology, right? And contain that it's genetics and try to say they just Egyptians, because that's not what the fuck the study is saying. The study is not saying they just Egyptians. The study is talking about populations. That's my point.
Yeah.
And now you're just trying to
and the
drop
culture.
genetics and claim that they just Egyptians. Because get out of here, because then it shows you the different gene flow. That's my point. It makes no sense.
Yeah, even the culture tell you it's a mix. It was a mixed population with an African Northeast African base. Even the archaeology tell you that. You know what I'm saying? So
we
can't. Niggas in denial.
Y'all don't like a watch no more?
No, I'm saying is you cannot.
No, I never liked them.
Oh,
I like
never
the
liked them. Dang.
I like the Walsh. I like them. I don't
I
think
never liked that guy.
But you don't like him. I like him. He said them up Egyptians is dark skin though. They just not niggas. That shit the funniest.
How
shit
long
to
y'all
me.
gonna go to the Super Bowl? Super Bowl will start in about 20 minutes. I don't know.
The game ain't starting no damn 6 o'clock. I'm going as long as the cash apps is flowing.
They kick off at 6:15. All right.
Yeah, you got at this point you gotta pay me to stay on. If it's a damn
$6.30.
dollar, at least gotta be a damn dollar. I'm just not sitting around this motherfucker. Y'all got me. Y'all tripping. I'm freed out.
Let me say this.
I mean, I'll
correct me.
If I still rock the conversation good,
Hold on, wait a minute. Let me say this. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong.
You're not waiting in the back, Batar. I can't. Batar, your shit got the device. Your device not connected, Batar. You're not sitting in the back, yo. I'm trying to get you.
Yeah, tell you gotta turn your microphone on. Sometimes
you turn your microphone on, chef. You gotta turn your microphone.
If you don't turn your microphone on, you can't get pulled up sometimes. So
yeah, you gotta turn your mic on to get in, bro. That's why you stuck in the back. You stuck in the back, Batar, because you ain't got your mic on. Turn your mic on. Turn your mic on. Mic on. Yeah. Again.
I would say the Pharaonic culture, you know what I'm saying? It was formed in an Egyptian way, but the base and the origins of that Pharaonic culture didn't come from Egypt itself. It came from Nilo-Saharan population. They just took it and Egyptianized it. You know what I'm saying? They crossed from a different African culture.
Folks ain't trying to hear that, God.
Hey, but that's the truth. Just like the leaders of Russia, you call the leaders of Russia czars, but they got their kingship and their political ideology from the Byzantines. Because czar just a Russian form of saying Caesar.
Hey, Batar, I wasn't asking you for nothing, yo. What you talking about, bro? Hit Doug Holler, nigga.
Oh, you know, good. Everything all good. Oh, you're right, God. Czar, Russian, Italian,
You heard me, Batar?
I heard you. I skipped over that. I said, yeah, I'm good.
Okay, all right, hit Doug Holler, nigga. Shit, I ain't
Oh, stop crying. I ain't crying. I'm good right now.
Ask nobody for shit, as a matter of fact.
Oh, here
Matter
we
of fact, I'm
go.
about to get up off this
Who is?
motherfucker. Now, how about that? Yeah, play that cookie, nigga.
I'm in now, but no.
Yeah, that was just motherfucking strange shit.
But Gil, yeah, Gully, you right.
Say something right quick.
How you want to wrap up the show?
Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Powered by
Way
look.
to wrap it up, Box B. Yo.
Hold on. This episode is powered by. Hey, Sosa. This episode is powered by Cash App. Cash App is in your area.
Yeah, drop a Cash App, Yolanda.
Say something right quick, Unc. Can I say something right quick, Unc?
It's funny as shit, man.
That's all I had to say.
Wrap it up.
Say something right quick before you shut it down.
Y'all go as long as y'all like. I don't know how many people gonna stay around, but hey,
Ain't nobody standing around at this point. I stay around. Shit, I'm
Say something right quick. Can I say something right quick, Unc?
Yeah, you could have been talking the whole time.
No, so I wanted to say this before you guys go. If we play chef game politically, right?
Yeah. Crazy.
When Scipio Africanus conquered Carthage, the original Africans were Berbers. People south of the Sahara were not Nigerian or Ghanaian. So we could play the same political game and say, so this is what I'm saying. The standard of racism is the true African is a Negro, right? That's why he said he separated. He said the Africans. But the thing, he don't know history because the original Africans were light-skinned Berbers. They were Amazigh people. They were conquered by Scipio Africanus. And so the people south of those regions were not classified as African. So why would the Egyptian be African when the original Africans was in the north anyway? What about that?
Amir, I got a question for that. Amir, so you saying that all the
What's up, GG? My people's back in this motherfucker. What's that now?
Yeah, okay. Are all the Amazigh people light skinned?
They can range in color. Okay. But the ones in Carthage at that time in Tunis, they definitely were lighter skinned. I wouldn't say all of them because they found the woman with the lip plate, you know. But
what?
Yeah. Lip plate. That's a Nilo-Saharan cultural trait. So they had to be mixed in somewhere down the line with Nilo-Saharans, you know, in that community. You got multiple African groups.
Absolutely. I just didn't want us to be confused.
But to deny the light skinned element and act like those people, regardless of them being highly libertine or even Southern European, those people mixed right there. It happened on the continent. It was established there, so they're Africans. That's
African, like even when you're looking at an Eritrean or Ethiopian, or even a taboo person from Southern Libya, you're looking at a mixed African. No matter if they dark or not, you're looking at a mixed African.
They might have archaic mixed Africans anyway.
Yeah. They might not have they might have had as much as people further north. Like at the baseline, they still got it. You know what I'm saying?
You in Black Heavens, Batal. You in Black Heavens.
Test. How's that? Is that better?
You good, but it sounds like you in Black Heavens.
I don't know where he was at.
Was there an echo?
Black. It ain't echoing. Just like, hey, we're in Black Heaven.
What about now? Is that low? Too low? High?
There you go. Okay.
Test.
Yeah, you in the game. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a monster right there, Juju. Let me see the monster. Put the monster on there, Juju. You got the monster.
What is that? A Wamarimer? What do you say? Waparimer? What kind of dog is it, Juju?
Big ass dog.
He's getting big.
Okay.
Oh boy.
But yeah, with the archaic DNA in Africa, ghost DNA and all that. But yeah, we're all mixed. But even the light skin component you was talking about, Gullah.
They say you in the do what, yo? You in the do what?
The Phoenicians even had a light skin component that came in.
Yeah. Them Semitic people, but that came in like around 9,000 BCE. You know what I'm saying? Around that time, you're right, because even the Semitic people or like the first, you know what I'm saying, even in that North African area, they came in even before the Arabs, and they, you know what I'm saying, by them being a Semitic Middle Eastern culture group, you know what I'm saying, they related to the Arabs. They just came at a much earlier time, and they are separate culture.
Even the Dido that married into the Tunisian royalty.
Yep.
Microphone there.
All I'm saying is a true African don't mean black. That shit over.
Yeah, it don't mean. Yeah, it don't mean that. Yeah, it don't mean that. Yeah.
It has the whole range.
So I got a question for y'all.
Yeah, that's a deep point. What's the question? That's a deep point right there.
Was he trying to fight? I know you're messing it up, but was he trying to fight two Hawass? Was he trying to fight two ideologies at once? Like he was trying to say, no, don't try to make it seem like they from the Middle East, and no, don't try to make it seem like they from West Africa, Sub-Saharan. Like, and I mean, he explaining it funky,
which is totally wrong.
But he basically said the Egyptians are Egyptians. They ain't nothing. They not West Asians, nor are they Africans. To him, his model of an African is niggas South. He basically saying they not none of that shit. An Egyptian is the Egyptian.
No, but he agreed with that though. Ngozi, he agreed. He didn't he?
Nah,
go ahead.
I stand with Unc when he says when you go to the genetics, you can't stand on that and say Egyptians are separate. They're only they came down from outer space and landed in that area. That's
you can't say
that. Even you can't say that with the culture or the genetics, because you still can't separate it, because a piece of that is still that indigenous African component. You know what I'm saying? That base substratum layer. You know what I'm saying? And it's still that strong.
Yeah, I don't understand how that
I'm saying that they are North Africans. They are part of that larger North African family that shares deep affinities with West Asia, but they are their own unique branch. So I get the independence of what he's trying to say. Right. I get the independence of what he's trying to say. But what I'm saying is, even within his independence, those people are a set of Africans. They are a group of
right. That's what I'm saying. But that's why I would say he just messed it up.
And also, if I'm not mistaken, North Africa also. You could say that I think the tip of Uganda, Sudan, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Somalia is Northeast Africa.
Yeah.
Or North Africa. You can even say it's
They play games with that. They play games, but Somalia is east. They play games. They move the goalposts with that.
It's still above.
It's
above the equator.
I say like when it comes to them Cushitic groups that's in the Horn, you know what I'm saying? Even them, you know what I'm saying, they just got to that Horn there with 60,000 BCE. So they came around that southern Egypt, now Sahara region anyway. Just migrated further south. So they share a substratum underlying culture with Upper Egyptians and Lower Egyptians. You know what I'm saying? Just by being Afro-Asiatic groups, being a base mixture of Northeast Africa hunter gatherers and base Eurasians.
If you cut
Chef say we mad. Chef.
The north half is north.
You say, Chef, man, why you in the chat, man, Chef? Why you mad,
No. He said we're mad. And what I'm trying to get Chef to understand is, Chef, I agree with him saying Egypt is its own independently. But what I don't agree with is when he tried to act like it's something outside of the continent. They are Africans. They are not sub-Saharan or south of the Saharan Africans. They are their own portion of Africa. So yes, in that sense. But what I'm also trying to drive home is that a true African is not black. We cannot look at this.
Amir, that's also saying that the Nubians are their own, the Cushites are their own.
They are.
Right,
all these people are their own groups.
And you also got to understand that even in the context of the word Egypt, there are Nubian Egyptians. There are Cushite.
Listen, anybody living in that region within the inception of that civilization, whether a few of them were whatever, it doesn't matter what they look like. An Egyptian is an Egyptian. So what I'm saying is that upper Egyptians who could be darker,
I don't get that.
Lighter Egyptians who are Palestinian look, the Egyptian is the Egyptian. Is nothing else. You know, it's nothing else. So it does. When you get south, it makes sense that people south of Egypt, touching Aswan, which is next to North Sudan, at the tip, people will be extremely dark.
How do we separate an Egyptian from a Cushite or from a Magi or
because they had different cultures in certain areas. They had different. So the Cushites had their own thing. They had different cultures. It's like a
No, he's saying, how do you stop people from being married? Y'all making niggas not get married.
Exactly.
I'm saying that's a bit. And you know you get a chance. Hold on.
No, but that's why he's saying it makes sense that you would see that down there because people get married, they have kids. They're right in the
They're
area where
right
they can
there.
congregate.
Not just in the area, they are Egyptians.
No, they all the way up to the Delta. Nubians migrate all the way up to the Delta.
Cushites too.
All the way up, all the way up to the daggone. You got different groups that's near here now. Am I tripping?
But when people hear that, they think that's the majority. I'm talking about the Afrocentrics.
Matter.
They was not the majority.
It doesn't matter. They was
I'm just saying. Nubian groups have been. Listen, Nubian groups have been. First of all, none of y'all on this panel know what the hell the color of goddamn Egyptians was. There is no scientific evidence that you can absolutely. The only thing you got is this skin map right here.
Well, I think you could also. Well,
no,
y'all
you can't. You tell me. Do y'all know it? You read it up.
They range in skin tone.
Not just a skin map.
A fixed population.
Oh, what else?
But you can't really go by the skin map because the skin map says that the North Africa is super light.
No, I don't know. It could have been though.
With Nubia and Egypt.
And am I wrong? They could have been all light.
They could have been all light.
Because they've already shown studies that they're darker.
But
in North Africa.
We're talking possible versus probable. They probably was not all light. That's just not. It's not probabilistic.
No, that's not.
I think in North America.
I think what they look like now is what they were similar to. I think what they look like now is what they were similar to then in regions.
I got to disagree with that, Gozy. They got too many cars and fully clothed, and I don't disagree. I disagree. I can show you a picture.
Not ancient Africa. Not ancient.
No. Let me explain what I'm saying. Let me explain what I'm saying.
I think it would have looked like that, but I think it would have been darker based off of the lack of clothing. That's what I'm saying.
So let me explain what I'm saying. So when you look at the Nuret mummy in the Old Kingdom, they said he was brown or dark. So yes, you're absolutely correct. They didn't wear much clothes as we do now. They didn't have the type. They did have their own type of early skin cream product. They did. You can look it up. They had their little stuff, and they also was bleaching. They found out that some of them were bleaching at a specific time.
We need them all right now.
So hold on. I want to finish. What I'm saying is that with
bleaching cream, you gotta put that article.
Okay. So hold on. Look, before you do it, I'm gonna.
He's talking about in 2025 on.
No. Listen to what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to listen. What I'm trying to say is you guys can look it up right now. Type up ancient Egyptians used bleaching cream. It was Middle Dynastic period. I think they found it in Hatchison.
I told y'all.
Middle Dynastic period. Look it up. So what I'm trying to say is they didn't wear much clothes, so they would have been darker. So a lot of the people that you see in certain portions of Middle Egypt and Upper Egypt, those people north would have looked very similar to like swarthy brown type of people that you find in southern Palestine, or Bedouin groups, right? In the south, they would have been even extremely darker. But what I'm saying is, as a proxy, the modern populations are very closer to the earlier ancestors, regardless to the skin tones ranging. Even if they were darker, they wasn't no blue, black, Wesley Snipe looking niggas. You know what I'm saying, in that area. You know what I'm saying? Yes, you had, they were darker. They were darker. Of course they were darker people.
Blue, black, no dark Arab, blue, black in the Middle East.
You probably had a few,
bro.
You probably had a few, but I'm saying that wouldn't have a Dinka looking Noor was not the majority in that area.
The Dinka face. I'm saying you had dark skinned Arabs, yo. Look where they located.
Of course, they still are. The Socotrans, the Mahiris. Yeah, of course. But look up the Middle Kingdom bleaching so people can understand what was going on.
That's hilarious right there.
It is, man. That kills the whole Benjamin argument. God damn.
Y'all just made them Africans for real, because only black people bleach they damn scream. Ha ha, gotcha. Ain't no white person bleach they damn scream. Why would you need to bleach your scream?
Oh, that's a body bag. That's a body bag.
What's wrong with that?
Well,
but you see what I'm saying? But you see that someone was bleaching, right? You see it, right? Do you guys see it?
No, I ain't look it up yet. I'm gonna say
I
that.
see it. I'm trying to look. I see it like
That Ramsey dude gonna cuss us out for this one.
Listen, if the Egyptians bleaching the skin, we have a whole different conversation. That means the Jamaicans.
Yeah, that's gonna change everything right there.
How you do it now?
One dynasty, one
Now
through
they
eight.
definitely black. The Egyptians just became blackity black. Yeah,
you didn't change the whole
Hey, Goldie, why you been hiding that, Goldie? What's up with that?
Egyptians bleaching
Yeah, a lot
the
of shit in
skin,
my
the
pocket.
Jamaican, the Nigerian,
I
the
mean,
black.
even like mulatto Hispanic bleach their skin too. They make themselves a little lighter, like
that's
they
not
mulatto.
gonna work. It's not gonna work, bro.
I'm just kidding. By the
No,
way,
we ain't
don't
listen to
quote
you.
me on that.
Ain't nobody listening to you, Gullah. You might as well.
Hey, Gullah, you gotta tap out this one, yo.
You might as well go on mute.
I can't defend the bleaching.
I think Juice said we got to go. If Chef have a show, we can go over there. I think Juice said we got to go. We got to shut it down.
What you acting like the old parent, man? What's up with
You
that?
just gotta wrap it out.
So you mean the southern Egyptians,
going out
the
like
upper
that.
Egyptians were bleaching the skin to look like the Delta? What's going on?
Hey, Chef, look. I mean, I'm Cedric. Check it out. I want everybody to look it up right now. Type up ancient bleaching cream in Middle Kingdom and tell me what y'all see. If I'm wrong, correct me, please.
That's
Please
from
correct me.
ancientworlds.com.
No, yo, you bring out the bleaching cream, it's over with, yo.
Yeah, that changes. I mean, that just changes everything.
Bleaching cream argument, yo. It's no way to twist that, yo.
Hey, look it up.
Seriously, yo. I'm telling you, bro.
Middle Kingdom. What that's what 1800?
Oh my God.
Tell me if I'm wrong.
Them invaders that came in at 2000 BC.
It can't even be invaded. They bleaching their screen.
They wanted to stay like they didn't want to be nothing like a Nubian.
Hey,
They didn't want to be called a big black Nubian.
What?
Hey, this changes everything, man. So look, there's no way if they hold up. Let me say this: if they are bleaching their skin, it's no way KM meant black people. There is no way. If they trying to run, no way.
Ancient Chinese bleach their skin too. The ancient Chinese
Yeah,
bleach their skin.
and people from India, and people from India, people from India that's like Tamil, they bleach their skin to look like northern India.
That's not even
They
working.
do that too.
All that right there, Gullah, that ain't
Hey, Gullah. Everybody want to look like they God. Everybody want to, and if they God, that Osiris dude was jet black, then why they bleaching their skin?
Yeah, and in India they had the Brahmana system. The Brahmana system was based on that, like the dark skin was at the bottom and the medium, and what I'm saying, and lighter was at the top. So they did that in India too.
Ah, man.
But that wasn't the same dynamic in Egypt. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all destroyed the black house. Y'all done got rid of the black house.
I'm talking about the reason. I'm talking about the reason they did it. But yeah, but they probably
look it up. Did y'all see
beauty
it?
reason.
Do y'all see it?
I don't want to find it because then I'm gonna lose the argument. There's no way to defeat whitening cream. I did a good job, yo. It's no way.
Yeah,
Black Egypt will win on that, y'all.
No. But it was for a reason.
No, they won't. No, they won't. No, they won't.
No. It was for different reasons.
What you mean they won't win that?
Because that means they don't revere it. That means they don't revere it.
No, you're right. Hold on. That does not mean they don't revere it, but it means they was trying to run from something.
Yeah. So it's no way Kemet could mean black people.
They call themselves Kemet.
All them black houses and stuff.
All
that's done. That's done.
Listen, we officially use on whitening cream. Listen, whitening cream.
Where you gonna put a head out on it, Gozy? Yo, and Gozy done.
You said they used whitening cream.
Street soup.
So look, even the ancient Chinese.
Oh, what's up?
Egyptians were the first to do skin bleaching. Y'all watch it.
There you go. What's going on, Auntie? How you doing? We wrapping it up. See, Auntie a black woman. Definitely got some giants.
The first to do skin
That's messed up, Juju. That's messed up.
Got us off.
So
all right, we out of here, man.
The ancient Chinese did too.
Y'all said whitening cream. I don't want to hear about the Chinese. That must have been the dark Chinese whitening their skin.
Is Ngozi in New York? Hey, Ngozi, you in New York?
No, bro, I'm in Chicago.
Okay, good. Because I was gonna tell you put your bulletproof vest on, yo. Reggie gonna gun you down.
You're gonna get gunned up for the white queen, yo. That was the best one all 5 years right there, yo.
Yeah, man, he wrapped it up with that right there.
Forbidden history.
And Goldie, you just sent us back 15 years.
Yeah, I tried, y'all. I had
No. But I explain why though. I'm gonna explain why next time.
Can't explain. All right, next time. On this show, it ain't gonna fly. In this episode, the bleaching of whites, the dark skin has won.
Y'all gonna have them the Wikipedia articles.
Man, hey man, appreciate everybody coming through, man. Hit the like and subscribe button, man. We're gonna watch this football game, man. Nice little crowd in here. Hit the Cash App going out the door. If you want to. If not, don't worry about it. We enjoyed the whole episode, man. You know what I'm saying? We straight appreciate everything, man. I'll go with Shirley Avenue.
God killer, we make those ring base from the Kenneth. Use me, NW Cole, clear vision, hilltop roofs, no gimmicks. Mon diamond, just the tempo, race this turn. Info heavy, show sources, don't chit chat, no proof, fall back. Quick, Rogers Ave, where I'm at, love a key, stay intact. Park Heights, facts ready, Liberty Heights, no ferry, you're playing weak, oh fast.
He's still live?
Good review, hold that.
You still live?
It's first, no myth, replicate, then it's legit.
Wrap it up.
God killer, we make those ring, based in the cannons, here's ring. You promote pseudo, dust cap, stick or swim, better adapt. Roger that, talk slick left, never peak quick, move quick left. Don't chit chat, no proof, fall back. Quick, NW Cole, clear vision, hilltop roofs, no gimmicks, correlation, and cause headlines, love, applause. Rogers Ave, no fake flex, Novin Peak, we no late. Dion Riley, facts, steps, say less, learn up, then rap. Mondom and shift the tempo. Rest is down and foreheady. Park Heights, facts ready. Liberty Heights, no ferry. God kill, we make bells ring, bass from the cannons. Ears ring, we promote pseudo, that's cat, sink or swim, better adapt. Rogers Ave, talk slick, nah, Northern Peak, we move quick, nah. Rogers Ave, no fake flex, Northern Peak, we no latex. Shoes source, don't chit chat, no proof, phone back, quick, POI late, facts, stale, say less, learn up, then rap.
Ready to get all for Shirley Avenue.
Shirley Avenue, Shirley Avenue.
Man, I'm your host, Bobby Banger, and with that, we out.